welcome to Rapid Reviews 2021 edition.
20.
Now, I know what you're saying. You're like, well, didn't you every month like review everything you
We
play?
do, Mike.
Like, yeah, but now everything now.
Yeah, you had the idea. They're like, hey, we should do that for the entire year. And I was like, that's a great idea. And then we started looking at how many games we played this year, and we're like, this is a bad idea.
It's a bad idea. But you know what? We're here, and we're going to get right to it. So thank you for joining us live. If you're live, you're live.
Pop in the
Hello,
chat.
Pop in chat.
We're probably not
certain things.
Yeah, we'll probably not talk to chat too much.
We got to be as focused as we can.
Fan, this is
like
probably going to be
240 games.
It's going to be like a 4-hour video. So like,
so stick around.
But feel free, if you like any of the games we talked about, pop in the chat or pop in the comments if you're watching this after the fact. We got some Buble.
Make sure you leave a comment about your favorite game of the year and thumb this video up. If you're live, thumb it up now.
Thumb it up right now.
Thumb it up now.
Indeed, indeed. And if you like us live, make sure to follow us over on Twitch, twitch.tv/thebrothersmurph. We have our alerts on, so if you do follow on Twitch right now, it's going to pop up on screen.
Boom.
Because Twitch is better than YouTube for live
Twitch
stuff.
is better than YouTube.
My gosh, it's confusing to do this.
Anyway, let's talk about everything we played in 2021.
Let's go ahead and
now, what we're going to do is we're going to break this into 2 halves.
Yes.
All right, the first half's going to be
typical rapid review style.
Typical rapid review. All the stuff that's new to us, or new to us at least as of us logging plays, so like fairly new to us. And then the old to us half. It's all going to be in alphabetical order, as you can see, starting with Seven Wonders Architects.
Indeed, Seven Wonders Architects. This is a game that kind of took us by storm. Neither one of us is a huge Seven Wonders fan. You like Seven Wonders Duel a lot. I'm kind of like on Seven Wonders Duel. And Seven Wonders Architect we played at BGG Con kind of like out of nowhere, and it is so darn good. It's like a simplified, easy version of Seven Wonders, because Seven Wonders, everyone says it's a gateway game. It's not. It's too darn complicated. The scoring is too complicated.
There's too many moving parts.
There's too many moving parts.
But there's just too much like places where things can
Whereas
go wrong.
now, instead of drafting, you just have 2 piles of cards on either side of you, and on your turn, you choose a card from this side or a card from this side. That's it. And it just simplifies so many other things in the game that I'm like, this is honestly a true gateway game, and it's great.
And it feels like a lot of like normal Seven Wonders stuff where it's like, oh, someone drew a card from this, now this card got uncovered. It's like, well, similar to you getting a hand of cards that had a science card in it. So we really like it. Seven Wonders Architects.
You want to say your mic's not on? Can we check our mic pack check?
It is. Oh man, this ruins it. It's on.
That's weird.
I know.
Okay, hold on. Let me check. We're gonna check. Here's the thing, fam. This is what live stuff is like.
Live stuff looks like.
This is what live stuff is like.
I did a pack check and everything.
Oh, you know what? No, hold on. One of them is talk, Mikey. Are you?
Hello.
Tell us in the chat, fam. Is Mikey about the same length?
Get me dirty. Turn my gain down. Hello.
His game was automatically down. It wasn't my fault.
Should be twice louder, so it's on but low.
Let us know if Mikey is live now. This is the live life right here, fam. This is the live life.
And people who don't know that we do live,
and we have a different mic setup than we usually do because this is gonna be a very long.
Do I sound better now? In the meantime, we're gonna keep moving on.
We are gonna keep moving on
while we work.
Hopefully.
Next up, we played
Almaty.
So
this is go ahead.
This will be a good chance to see if you can hear me. All right. So this is a game that made by the same people who made Quadropolis, which we always talk about, because you can see some of that DNA here in Almaty, where you're playing out these tiles into kind of like 4 rows. And it's all about adjacency and stuff, where on the tile themselves are like markets, or there might be an oasis or a palace and things. They're worth points on their own, but on the edges of those, there might be some amount of icons or arrows. And basically, if an arrow points to the right and there's something to that right that has an icon, that's now activated. So it's really this, even more than like a Quadropolis, where the type of tile next to the tile
this one
matters.
felt harder.
Now it's like the type of the tile and the arrows and the icons and stuff. So it's kind of like Quadropolis 2.0 in terms of puzzliness.
Yeah,
I really liked it. I think I liked it more than you did.
I thought it was fine.
But I thought it was pretty cool.
I thought this is a game where, again, you're placing tiles, and what you place next to what activates certain things. And there are a couple times where I was just like, I just don't have anywhere to put stuff, and it was kind of frustrating a little bit sometimes. I did like it. I didn't really love the look of it, honestly. Like, it's the theme is fine. It's just I don't know, the look of it's kind of cartoony. I don't know, for whatever reason, I'm just kind of like, I wish it was something else. But I thought it was fine. I didn't love it, didn't hate it. And I like Quadropolis a lot, so that's Almaty. Indeed, what we got here next?
We've got some Anachrony. Now, this is that I kind of like, this was early in the year. We played it online, obviously, and stuff. I played with like some of the expansion stuff. And so this was kind of a return to Anachrony after a long time. But I actually played Anachrony a few times back to back, and I actually feel like I finally sort of started to wrap my brain around it a little bit more, which was like useful. Like, because in the first time I played a long time ago, I was like so just barely keeping my head above water.
Yeah.
Really, I was here in the water and I wasn't surviving. trying to understand like, okay, the resource management, how you have to go pay back stuff later that you get, they get kind of warped in and everything. And so I feel like I got a better grasp on the resource management part of it because it is tight, but it's not unmanageable.
No, not at all.
And so, yeah, Anachrony is one that's like super interesting. It's big and beefy and it's a lot now with like the Infinity Box that everybody has. Like
it's so ridiculous. Yeah.
But it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems
I definitely dig it.
It's a game that I would have to play multiple times in a row to kind of grok,
but I think it's worth it if you can.
I think so too.
It becomes like, that's what I discovered. It was like, it became less like overwhelming.
Yeah,
I was like, this is actually okay. I can deal with this, and that was pretty cool. So Anachrony was, I liked it. I want to return to it.
Yeah.
Now it's been a bit, and I'd probably be a little bit.
Now you'd be back to normal, right?
The foundation's better laid. This time.
Yeah. That's just how it is. I like Anachrony. I didn't play it this year.
It's all timey-wimey. You're going in time. There's a apocalypse is happening and stuff. And
I would need to play it multiple times in a row to honestly. I feel like with Anachrony, I've never known how I feel about it because every single time I'm underwater. And I need to play it a couple times to really understand how much I like it because I'm still always like, I don't know how much I like it to be completely honest.
It's hard to get. Dave Phillips has a suggestion that we should do rapid reviews chess match style where it's like you have to do a review, then I do a review.
Ooh, I like that. I'm going to turn myself down a teeny bit. Mike, talk about Aquatica though.
Okay, Aquatica. So Aquatica is a game from Arcane Wonders. At least they brought it over. It's actually from a couple years ago, ultimately, but I think sort of has a rebirth now.
Yeah.
This is going to be a game that's got a really interesting thing. It's got the tri-layered boards. You've seen single-layered boards. Crap. Dual-layered boards. Amazing.
Trash. Oh, never mind.
Thrice-layered boards are a thing now.
It's a new thing.
Because you're actually taking these cards and you're sliding them up into the bowels.
Who else has the absolute, the stones to do tri-layer?
There's so much glue on that board. But you are taking these treasure cards and you're thematically pulling them up from the depths. And as you pull them up, you're literally sliding them whoop, 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 under your board, and every kind of level that you slide up might give you a perk or a reward or a resource to use to buy a card. And when you get them to the very top, if you then get the ability to score them, you can remove them from your board. They're now worth points and you have a free slot. So it's a really interesting kind of like timing game.
Yes.
Where it's like, I'm gonna pull this one up too, which is gonna give me these couple things. I'll pull this one up here and then I'll buy this card there. And so you really kind of have to sequence and program how you bring up your treasures.
Yeah.
Which is like, I don't know many games that function in the getting you resources in that way.
Yeah, no, I like the timing aspect of that game. I think is super, super interesting. I definitely liked the game. I think it's one of those things where I think we only played it that once or maybe twice, but I want to play it. I want to play it a couple more times because it's one of the things where like I feel like that's a game where you play it and you're kind of like, okay, cool, but then as you play it, you're like, oh, and you really start to like work the engine well. And I feel like I haven't played it enough to be able to work the engine as well as I would like to. And I think I'll start liking it significantly more once I get the engine down.
This is one that has an expansion coming or is out. And the one thing I'll say is that I do think I need a little more.
I think it's going to need it,
because I do think you play a couple times, you're like, all right, I get it. I've seen this. I need a little bit more. That's the only kind of like knock I can give it. But ultimately,
indeed,
quite good. Is Merb a game on discussion day? It will be in the old to us.
It's going to be in like
section.
2.5 hours.
But yes, we will be talking about Merb today. But next, we're going to talk about something.
And Linda asked if we're going alphabetically. We kind of are. We're doing all of our new games first, and the way that they're
alphabetically
arranged
twice
is alphabetically. Yeah, it's alphabetically new, alphabetically old. Yeah. And David, no problem teaching you Castell at BGG Con. It was incredibly fun. And hello, Kavri, love you. Okay, sorry. And so we have Ascension. This is our game. Crook has talked about this game many, many, many times. We finally got a chance to play. He is a nerd. We finally got a chance to play it. And this is just a straight up deck builder. Nothing there in terms of like, it's just you're buying cards, you're getting new cards, you're buying new cards.
I like that there's kind of two resources though. You can like fight monsters and stuff to gain those cards. You need like strength or you can have like money or whatever it is to buy other types of cards.
And here's the thing, like if you're gonna go straight up deck builder, nothing else to it, kind of like a Dominion where it's just, you're just
very much
getting cards, scoring points. This is kind of much like that, but this has a theme, an actual theme to it. And I liked it a lot. I thought it was really, really cool. I was very surprised. I was kind of like when we were learning it, I was like, okay, it's just a straight up deck builder. I've seen this before. Why should I care? You know what? And then we played it and I was like, wow, this is actually really, really fun. It reminded me of like, oh yeah, just straight up deck building is popular for a reason.
I just got all the Ascension stuff on Steam because it was on sale and I'm really excited because I think I forgot a little bit in the joy of like pure deck builder games because we've gone away from them a bit. They definitely still exist. But like now it's so much like, what is it with? Like, give me an Arnok where it mixes with worker placement stuff. And you play just a pure deck building game.
like,
Get the cards, buy more cards, get those cards, buy more cards, and get better cards. It's pretty satisfying. And this one, you really ramp up and you start like collecting all sorts of stuff. So Ascension was fun.
It's really cool. I like
and
it
in a theme that we appreciate more than
Yeah, exactly. Hi, Kryptonite. Welcome from Germany. Hello from Germany.
Hello.
Mike, we're about to talk about the best
The game of
ever
the
made.
year.
It's the best game ever made.
It's Bambolia. This is from 1996.
Bambolia was the greatest game ever made.
The pride of 96. So this game we talked about in our last Rapid Reviews.
Talk about a roller coaster with this one. From hating to the greatest game ever made.
I know. So as you can see right here on the box, this is everything you need to know.
This is all you need to know.
So you have a little wooden stick, and you have a cork ball.
It's like a little
and
sphere.
then you take a plate.
It's like, and by the way, it's like this big.
Yeah, it's like this big,
massive.
and it's like 4 to 5 pounds of wood that you put on top of that plate, and then you have to balance it on that stick to then start the game.
Yes.
And that took us about 15 minutes.
It was
like,
so
I
hard.
can't get this balanced. And then once you get it balanced, you start taking pieces of wood off and basically try to have it not topple over. And so the way it works is it took 15 minutes to get set up. I took one piece off, it immediately toppled. Then we had to do another setup, but we got better and better. And it became such a silly...
You do get better at it.
You do become better at it. We discovered that Shay from RTFM show has freakish fingers. And he can pick up pyramid pieces like it's a block.
My man's got glue.
He's got glue fingers, and he can just pick stuff up. He's like, that's not hard. I'm like, my hands don't work that way. But Bambolia was like the perfect convention game because it's so stupid. But it is, you can have some skill in how you play, but it's like
better at
so
it.
weird. And like the box is like so
It's like a
gigantic.
giant pizza box. It's huge.
And it was like, man, this was a perfect game right now because it's just
we played it with the Dragon's Tomb, Shay, Missy, us. It was so silly, and we had a really good time.
Perfect convention game where you're just like a little bit tired and loopy. Bambolia will take care of you. If you ever see it, play it. Just see if you can get it started. That's all I'll say because it's
the greatest game ever made. It's the greatest game ever made. One of my favorite fillers at this point we played for the first time this year is Bandito. Bandito is a game we talked about a bunch now because shouts out to Sass Queen and Visor because they're the ones who showed us this game on Board Game Arena, which is where it is, which is really
works
nice.
well on Board Game
And then we showed it to you, and then we finally found it and bought it. This is a little filler game where there's a little Bandito, you can see him, and they're escaping from a prison, and so they're essentially digging tunnels really fast.
Dig dug
and you're playing out these cards. These cards basically just have different paths on them, and what you're trying to do is essentially circle the path around to essentially cut off all the different escape paths for the Bandito. And then there's also cards that have a little flashlight, which is a security guard, which is essentially a dead end. And so what you're trying to do is just close off all the paths. And it's really hard because on your turn, you only have
much luck base.
Yeah, it's like you only have 3 cards in your hand and you have to play a card. And sometimes your cards like match perfectly. And sometimes you're like, yeah, we have like 1 exit left we have to close, and I only have cards that's gonna put 3 more exits. And you're like, ooh, sorry, it's about to get real bad.
Yeah.
But it's a little filler game. It's a box about this big, although it takes up an entire table.
Oh yeah.
But it is so much fun.
You need a 2-bedroom apartment to play, at least.
Yeah, at least.
Because it's gonna get out there.
And
you never know where
in
the
LA,
Bandito's
that's
gonna
expensive. But is such an easy gateway game because it's just like you're gonna play a card, we're trying to close out the paths. That's it. It's a perfect gateway game. It's tiny little box, and it's so much fun. At this point, that and Dice Miner at this point are by far my favorite fillers. I absolutely adore them.
They go down smooth. They're fun. They're silly. This one's just luck based enough to like make it fun, but you can employ some skill.
Yes, for sure.
It's great.
Sometimes
how did I miss this at PAX talking about Bambolio? You know, it wasn't in the first look area.
No.
I think it was in like the last look area.
Yeah.
But you should track it down when you can. And I played Bandito the other day. So fun, says Aaron. Played a dozen times.
Isn't it great?
It's a game that you can just you'll rattle off 3 games back to back because you like want to hunt that win.
It's so
hard
good.
as it may be to find.
I freaking love Bandito. I think it's absolutely outstanding. Ooh, talking about PAX.
This is one of your most played games of the year because you demoed this at PAX over and over and over again.
It's
a very quick game to play.
I think Gloomhaven, this is my most played game of the year because as Mike said, I was demoing it. I had to probably play it at least 50 or 60 times. But here's the thing, I still really, really like it.
Yeah, it's a simple card drafting game that's based on buried treasure. It's a Sid Saxon game that's been through many iterations, and now they've taken it thematically, made it that you're raccoons and possums and things who are stealing from a bakery, and you're stealing these cards that are 4 different
trying to grab some stuff.
Pie. You're pie fighting.
Yeah.
And you ultimately want to have, so there's 4 types of pie, 4 suits, if you will, and you want to have the most of each type of pie at the end of a round. If I have 5 blueberry to your 4, I come in first in that round for blueberry, I get more points and stuff. Now, a couple cool things that there are is, one, whichever pie is most valuable changes from round to round.
Yes.
It's not always the same. You're going to play 3 rounds. There's 4 types of pie. In 3 of the rounds, one of the types of pie is going to be much more valuable than the others. And so you kind of want to do a little bit of like investment for the future. Like I'm gonna get lemon pie right now. It's not that valuable, but maybe in the next round it'll become number one, and I'm already set up for this.
Yeah.
The other cool thing is that there are ties in the game. If you tie, you and I each have 4 blueberry. Guess what? We have 0 blueberries.
Cancel each other out
completely, and then whoever's in second place now is in first place. So you really want to do your card drafting to avoid ties at all costs, and you can steal pies from other players. There's these more cards
really
where if
good.
I take one, I can take another of the same type.
It's a game
at
that takes
once.
like 15 minutes to play, 5 minutes to teach. It's super fast, but there is a ton of subtlety and nuance to the drafting that does not
it's
seem
really
like
surprising.
it at first.
Once you get going, you're like,
and every single time I demoed it, people were like, wow, this is really cool. And like, again, way more than it seems like it is. I really like Berry Treasure a lot. I think it's great. The look is great. It's pies. It's raccoons. It's outstanding.
Dave Hill says, I got Berry Treasure today, my friendly local game store yesterday, based nothing more than on Sponsor Daddy.
Sponsor Daddy.
We are sponsored by Restoration Games and Board Game Geek and Lucky Duck.
We don't have a Lucky Duck game
Shouts
shirt yet,
out.
so I'm wearing
those,
the Meeple Conrad special right here.
Yeah.
John said, I feel like the brothers should have 2 rankings, one for challenging fun games, another for stupid fun games, because their love of games are definitely divided into those 2 categories. That is actually very true.
Both are valuable and correct.
Yeah.
Stupid fun is great fun indeed.
It's great fun indeed.
Speaking of stupid fun,
you played Beyond the Sun. I've never played this game.
I played this a couple times.
Is this the tech tree one?
This is the tech tree one. So I played this IRL and on Board Game Arena. It works really well on Board Game Arena, by the way, if you want to give this one a go.
Good to know.
It's a game that like there's tech trees are popping up more and more in board games now. They've been such a staple of like video games for a long time.
Now,
And this one, the tech tree is the game.
Yeah.
And that's something that's really cool. I'm like, games sometimes have a tech tree.
Yeah.
This one is like the entire discovery. At the beginning of the game, there's like 4 action spaces you can go to. And you go to one of them and stuff, but then you start to gain the ability to research level 2 kind of technologies and advancements and things. I'll give you maybe new action spots to go. You might be able to automate and get more discs off your board, which gives you more resources and stuff every round. There's a bit of engine building there. And different kind of routes you can go. And so it's so cool to see a game that's centered on like which direction do you go to discover stuff. What kind of, if you're the first person to discover a site, you can like get this event and everything. There's a bit of area control stuff with the sideboard with like ships and things. You're going out to explore different planets and stuff, and you can colonize those planets or kind of like maintain control, or like having more presence on these planets and stuff for benefits. And so this is kind of engine building game, and you're kind of getting built up and everything to then score these objectives, which will time out the game. And so it's one that's really interesting because every game, like if you might have different level 2 or level 3 or level 4 technologies, or they might be in different places. So there's a lot of exploration to do there, but it's ultimately kind of a quick, like get your engine up and running,
just go,
get it boogieing, and have it happen quick. So Beyond the Sun is one I want to explore more because like obviously I haven't scratched the surface quite on like what all the different action spaces there are, but it's all kind of like really accessible, like especially if you play on Board Game Arena, because it does the kind of bookkeeping for you, but it's about getting resources to, you know, see a level 2 research, you got to spend 2 ore and stuff. So it's all kind of like intuitive and everything. It's a freaking cool game.
Indeed.
Definitely dig it.
And Dave Phillips said, Lucky Duck shout out. Highly recommend Kids Chronicles for families, especially with kids 10 and under. The Charity Board Gamer. Hi, Charity Board Gamer. Said playing Kids Chronicles next week. Yeah, that's Lucky Duck is rad. We're very, very excited to be partnering with them.
Yeah.
Mike, we picked up Blitzkrieg finally. I feel like we've been trying to
in 20 minutes.
We've been trying to play this game since we saw it at AirCon.
Yes.
And we've been trying to play this game for this is World War II in 20 minutes. By that I mean it's an abstract game in 20 minutes.
It is.
Because that's exactly what it is.
It just happens to
But
be
this
set on
is
World War II.
a head-to-head tug-of-war type game where you are playing either side of World War II, and you essentially have different areas of war, different like spheres of war kind of thing.
The Pacific.
And you're putting out kind of like influence tokens more or less, you know, of like tanks and stuff like that. And you're basically trying to pull the influence or the
you want to kind of have more strength.
I guess the way,
area.
over to your side, and you're scoring points that way. And it's a very tactical game because it's head-to-head, 2 players only. It's really cool. I liked it a lot. I don't love it mostly because I just don't like World War II as a theme. Not for anything. War themes are not really my thing. I'm more interested in Caesar, which we got to see. It's the same kind of theme ultimately, but it
definitely works a little different.
The game works differently, which to me sounds more interesting than Blitzkrieg. Blitzkrieg is still super fun, and I did like it, but the tug of war aspect of it is actually pretty darn good. And I liked it a lot. And I really want to try Caesar because it seems like it's kind of got an interesting thing going on. It's kind of a similar thing, but different enough where it seems more interesting to me.
I definitely want to pick up Caesar, but I'm so happy to have gotten Blitzkrieg in the meantime because we've had so many people talk about it, and like it is a great 2-player heads-up tug-of-war style game where I want to kind of focus over here because I have an advantage, but I don't want to let you run away with something because it can be very detrimental if you do. And you did beat me bad because I let some
You can do
stuff
some cool
slam.
stuff. Yeah, it's I did like it though. It's
Cool.
pretty.
And it's very abstract if like war is a theme that you don't appreciate.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
the
our
thing,
favorite.
it's like-
it's so abstracted it doesn't.
And
feel
again, it's just like
visceral.
we don't like war games. It's just not our jam. It's just not our jam.
Speaking of games you don't like, but I enjoy.
Blam.
Brass Birmingham. This is a game that I actually have come back to recently and played it on the app that just
I need to
released
try it
on
again.
Steam. I think it might still not be your type of game and
probably
stuff,
not.
but I do wonder, like, because I played this back in 2018 when it came out, and I don't think my brain was quite like ready. I wasn't as
For the brass.
advanced and mega brained as I am now. Clearly, I just like haven't built up that. I don't even know, like endurance or whatever it is in my brain.
You hadn't built up the muscle yet.
The muscle,
it's
yeah,
like
so-
you can't go run a marathon if you haven't run a mile yet. It's
do
like
I could do it. My shins will
Right.
explode, but I could try it. So with Brass Birmingham, I came back around to it because, like, you know what, man? I'm just curious about it. Like, will I be able to rock this better? Is it really so obtuse? And I was able to understand much more now. Like, oh, this is what's going on. I see how these things work, and yada yada. And like, I really enjoyed the game to the point where it's like I really do want to try this physically again now.
Yes.
I really want to see if I enjoy it more physically, and I don't know if it'll ever be to the point that we'd get it because I know it's not your favorite to this point, and we do have friends who own it, but it's like, well, maybe we could borrow it and try it. So getting the app really kind of reinvigorated my interest in it because it's got some cool stuff going on.
Yeah, I need to
It's
try
like, I
it
built a
again.
thing with coal, but I want you to use a coal because I get to upgrade this stuff, and so that's the thing that's kind of interesting that I didn't like get the first time. It's like, I built this. Someone's like, I'm gonna use that beer. And I'm like, oh, I needed to use that beer. And I didn't know how to like now pivot. And now I understand how to pivot a little bit better, which was a good thing. So
that's neat.
Brass Birmingham, jury's still out, but I think I like it.
all right, that's good to know. I ought to like it. Oh, talk about a good game that is incredibly ugly. Just look at that cover.
It's not your favorite looking game.
Oh God, I hate it. It keeps me from liking the game more. It really does, honestly. This is Kalamala. This is a really good game that's got this really interesting action selection system.
Yeah.
Where you're essentially putting your discs, it's kind of like a grid of actions. You're putting your disc down in the middle of the action. You get to do
You'll be adjacent to two types of
exactly
actions where you place.
and it's very interesting where then you can put discs on top of discs that are already there, but then people who are under the top disc also get to do the action. So there's a lot of like kind of setting yourself up and being like, oh, now I get to do this because someone else put their disc on top of this pile that I'm in as well.
It's nice.
And it's really, really cool. And essentially you're delivering goods. It's like super Euro-y. You're delivering like marble and pants and like just the normal
And like
stuff.
literally,
Which is
to
a theme I
European
honestly
cities.
don't hate. It just, this game is so ugly. It really,
I think it almost, because it's from like 2018, 2019 or something like that.
And that's
I
what
think-
bothers
I
me. I'm
almost
like,
feel like
really?
it's trying to look a little dated, but
it looks too dated.
I don't mind games like looking old school, but the graphic design and stuff needs to be on point.
It's like a
this
Carpe-
didn't bother me as much as you,
Oh
but
gosh, it bothers me so much. It
it's-
really kept me from enjoying it.
it could have been prettier.
significantly more. Where I was just like, I would like this if it was any prettier or just had a different theme. And the thing is, like, the theme is nothing. Like, there's no theme on it. So I literally like make it about cake decorating. Anything. You can make it about anything. Make it
welcome
about
to Cake
nature.
Boss. Here's some marble.
Like, it's like you're just delivering stuff. You could be delivering sprinkles to this table over there. You could do anything with it.
You know what? You always
and again,
bring
yet
up,
again, we
like-
chose the most boring
You
theme.
always
with the
bring that up though.
ugliest
You
thing.
always bring up like, I want it to be an ice cream thing.
I want
or
more ice cream
bakery.
and cake
I would
stuff.
love to see one company do it to see how it does.
I
because
want-
it might just blow up.
The
I don't
only
know.
thing I want is I love heavy games with light themes. That's one of the reasons why Dungeon Pets is still probably my top 10, top 20. I love heavy games with light themes. I think it's fun, and I think it makes the game feel less heavy. Prodigal's Club is my second favorite game. It's right, where is it? Where is it?
Find it. That's
there,
Kelowna.
there it is. Boom. It's right there. The game is a heavy game, but has a really silly, fun theme, and that kind of light theme, it keeps you going in a heavy slog of a game, and I want to see a super heavy, super light. I'm talking like food chain magnet style heavy, but about cupcake decorating. Do it.
down.
I think it would crush.
I'm down.
And so, I don't know, I keep bringing that up because I just want to see
You're
someone
getting
else
angry.
do
You're
it.
thumping the table
I
now.
liked Kalamala, but it was so ugly. I'm sorry.
Respect.
And no diss to the artist, but like it did not look good.
Josh SSS, this is on Twitch too. This is just on YouTube right
Just on
now.
YouTube.
It's become a YouTube video. And Chris Dack says, both I and the captions thought Nick said delivering marble and pants.
That's exactly what I said.
Exactly what he
to
said.
be fair, that's exactly
There's
what I said.
always like
Good job,
delivering
captions.
clothing in Europe, in Euro kind of Mediterranean games, and we just make them all pants. So if there's any clothing,
we're playing with Visual, and he kept calling them textiles. They were
pants.
pants. If you're delivering silk, you're delivering pants. If you're delivering some kind of textiles, you're delivering pants.
Also pants.
If you're delivering cloth, you're delivering pants.
Just know this.
In every
Pants.
Euro game, if it's a cloth type thing,
Pants.
it's pants.
Pantaloons if you must.
If you must. You're delivering marble and pants.
All right, next.
Okay, next. Sorry. Kalamala is fine.
I liked it.
It's good. Ooh, we played new Call to Adventure.
Call to Adventure Epic Origins with Paula. Dang damning.
Paula dang damning.
So this is another in the Call to Adventure line of games.
Yeah,
now.
it's kind of like
There's
their
been a
D&D
few.
type one. Yeah.
Yeah, and so this is a game very much in that same vein with some added things where you are sort of discovering and creating the story of your hero throughout the game. You kind of go through 3 acts. You start off with a backstory, a little bit of a start, and then Epic Origins is all kind of geared toward like helping you prepare a character for like an upcoming D&D.
And you literally
RPG
can,
campaign.
you can kind of play with that character you built too.
So now you're given like a race and a class to
backstory,
start, and a kind of like a backstory or something that kicked off your story, and so it's super cool because it's like now you're able to kind of think of like, man, this might be like a cool story that I can then spark some great journey in a D&D group or something. But it's the same kind of structure as all Call to Adventure games where you are going to be taking story cards and rolling these runes, kind of like D2s or like total 50-50 dice, to try to get certain symbols to overcome the challenge of that story card, which then goes into your story, and you can kind of go a little bit more evil, a little bit more good. And they're all going to kind of unlock points and stuff right at the end. So it's like a game that's very much like for us, like I want to create an interesting story. Like in my one, I became a werewolf. I'm like, it wasn't the most advantageous thing points wise, but I was like, I want to become a werewolf because
and
that's
this is one of those games where it's like, you gotta get into the story because the game itself is very, very simple. Like really, really simple. Almost in my opinion, a little too simple. I would like it to be slightly heavier. But it's like, if you get in the story and really get into the art, then it's so much fun. So you really do have to. But at the same time, that's also the point of the game. Yeah. The point of the game is to tell these kinds of stories. And so it's really fun. The new one is great. I like the new one better than the old one because
because now you have like this adversary you have to overcome. So it starts to feel like you made your hero and you get to go on like your first great adventure, you know, which is very cool.
Very, very cool. I like it. I like it quite a lot.
We're fans. We're fans. And we had a really fun time playing with Paula. So shouts out to Brother Weiss for sponsoring that playthrough that we did. You can check it right here on YouTube.
Brownhouse Board Game said, I want a heavy amusement park building game. Exactly. Make it super heavy. Like super heavy. And Best of Star Trek said, hey guys, love your channel. Game on. We love you, Best of Star Trek.
Cheers. Appreciate you.
Okay, Mike, we played Canvas finally. I feel like we almost backed Canvas like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, this was because then they had the expansion and all, and this was on our radar. And this is such a cool game because it's a game where we've talked about this. We're like, we want a game about art where you make art as you go.
Yes.
And this one uses these like semi-transparent or the transparent cards with some amount of art on them. And what you're gonna be doing is you're gonna be stacking 3 of them together through kind of drafting and kind of your resource spending. You're spending kind of your inspiration. And once you get 3, you'll have a background, you'll have your kind of character, your focus, and a couple of other elements, and then you slot them into a sleeve, and it makes a completed piece of like art.
Mystic Veil style.
Kind of Mystic Veil style, where you're kind of card crafting, and what you're trying to go for points-wise is set collection. You want to have a certain amount of this texture, or this color, and everything.
It's a really cool concept.
It's a really cool concept because it's very simple and accessible, like set collection, scoring, and you end up with these really interesting combinations of just little splashes of this or that make a really cool
They kind of make
image.
a Dixit card in the end.
Kind of like a Dixit card.
All over the place in terms of
dream
kind of
card
weird
and stuff. But I think it's cool that you can make a game where you're like, man, I actually really like the piece of art that I made. I was going for this and this, but I made something that's really kind of neat and compelling.
And it's a great gateway game. It's simple enough for you to teach to most people. And it's got a theme that's like really, and it's something that people, if they've only ever played like mass market games, that's a game that they really have never seen before. And I think that's really important with teaching someone new to board games, something is like show them something that is something they've never seen before. It's one of the reasons why Carcassonne is my favorite gateway game, is because if you're used to playing like the Monopolies, the Candylands, you're just used to having a board. You've never played a game where you're building the board as you go. And people go like, I had no idea this was possible. And it's like, so I think gateway games, like not only teach them a game that they can handle as a gateway gamer, but also show them something they've never seen before. Because then they go like, whoa, that's cool. And then you got them.
Boom, yeah, snagged him. Reel them in. Boom, that's
all right.
canvas.
What we got next? Oh, we played Carnegie.
We played Carnegie. This is a while ago now because this was on Kickstarter, I guess, in January of 2021.
God, it was a while ago,
It's been on Board Game Arena, so we played it there, obviously. And this is a game where you are building up industry and focusing on philanthropy and stuff. So it kind of follows Carnegie's, life there, where it's all this, building up of industry, but also being very generous with your money to balance out maybe some of the dark side of your life.
Yeah, exactly.
But in this one,
you got a lot of money for a reason.
Yeah, right. It's a lot of really cool stuff in this game, and we backed it mostly off of my enthusiasm. Because for Nick, like, playing stuff on BGA and
I don't like
online
playing digital games.
You don't typically grasp the game as much. It's not as you just can't visualize it, I think, as much.
I don't like playing heavy games digitally generally, and I really, really, really hate learning games on BGA. I think BGA is really bad.
It's the nice thing about BGA is that Board Game Arena, is that it automates stuff for you, but if you don't know what's going on and it automates for you, it actually is detrimental because you don't know what happened.
At the end of every round
of Carnegie, I have 10 money now. I don't know what I did.
Yeah, it would score at the end of round of Carnegie, and I didn't know what was scoring. And so also like, I have this much money. I don't know how I got that. I think learning games, I think BGA, Board Game Arena, is great if you already know the game or if the game is very simple.
For whatever reason, when we played Carnegie, I was able to understand right away what was going on because you're kind of building out this engine as you get your discs out onto the board. You actually slide stuff out from under your board, and when you kind of score stuff, you get more and more things. There's kind of engine building in that area. You have like your kind of factory, your headquarters, and you have to move workers around to different buildings, offices, I guess, to activate different stuff. And then you're kind of scoring regions, and you're moving up tracks. There's like really a lot going on. And now it's been almost a year since we played it, but it was one that I was like, man, I really enjoyed this. I got it physically because I do think you're going to really enjoy it once we can get our hands on it.
I am 98% sure I'm going to love this game once I can play it physically. I think at this point, I steer away from playing big, heavy games for the first time digitally because it makes me not like the game. And it's not fair to the game, honestly. And this Carnegie is very much, another game we'll talk about later, Origins, was the same kind of situation. Once I played it physically, loved it. Digitally, hated it. And so I know to steer away from stuff. I'll never steer away from Cascadia.
Never steer into that elk. Wait. No, don't run them over.
Don't run over. First of all, your car, the
elk's gonna run you over.
Yeah, real talk. Carol did say, I love Carcassonne. I love how non-snobbish you guys are about gateways and lightweights. There's no point being snobbish. Games are games. Have fun playing games.
Seriously. And like, let's be honest, Carcassonne has done more for this hobby than any big heavy
Star Wars Rebellion.
TI4 could ever hope to do.
TI4 ain't got nothing on Carcassonne.
Got to give respect.
Get wrecked, nerds.
We get anti-snobbish. TI4 is trash. I haven't played it, so I don't know. Cascadia is a fantastic game, accessible game. That's kind of a follow-up seeming to like a Calico. It's by Flat Out Games as well, so kind of the same team of people, different designer on this one, but this is a game where you are drafting a tile along with an animal token. They're always going to be paired sets. You're going to take a tile and that animal token. There's some ways to break like which tiles and things you take, but generally you're going to take the tile with the associated animal. And the rule is simple. Place that tile somewhere next to something else you've placed. You do not have to match land types. It's advantageous if you can, but you do not have to. And then that animal token has to go onto one of the tiles in your ever-growing tableau that shows that animal on it. So a hawk has to go someplace that shows a hawk, but where that goes doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be on the tile you just placed. It's up to you. But all the animals want to be in different ways. They might want to be in a line of each other. They might want to be in a group. They might want to be in a run. They might want to have 2 or 3 specifically connected and then different groups of 3. And so it's all kind of spatial puzzle stuff, but it's got a really appealing theme. It's got great art. It's got each of the animals has 4 different variations of how they score. So there's a lot of variety there. But it just comes down to simple. It's like take a tile and a token, place them down, next. Take a tile and a token, place it down, next.
This is a game I think is going to be an evergreen. I think it's going to be around for a very long time. People
you can teach it so fast.
And this is a game where you can teach new people because it's so simple.
Because it's literally just grab a tile and a token, place it. You can tell where an animal can go because it's right there on the tile. Oh, I see a bear. Okay, I can place a bear there. And then as you play, there's always that moment they go, Oh, I see how I could do the land stuff better.
I could have put this fox here.
And that's
done it.
beautiful.
And it's like,
because
you
now
see
that
that
they can design and figure out that there's strategy to all this stuff, but it's so easy to get into because there's so few restrictions on how things can place. Basically, I say like, don't just put this where it's like, it's not touching anything. Other than that, pretty much have at it, you know? And I say like, if you can match landscapes, it's good to build big groups of that, go for it. And if you want to put it over there, do it.
Yeah, it's so easy. It's so good. It's going to be on for a long time.
So good.
J-Love said, "Hi there, bros. Thanks for the amazing content. I just started in the hobby over a year ago. I've been watching your videos since then. The best to you and all in 2022. Bring on the games. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thanks so much for that.
J-Love and Crystal Dax said, Cascadia is so good. It is, Dax. You're dead right.
You know what else is good? Chai tea for two.
It is good. I like it better than chai.
I do too.
Yeah, I like it better. It's heavier than chai too.
Chai tea for two is a 2-player version.
Not even
it's not
really.
even a version of chai. It's just in the same. It's about tea.
It's about tea.
It's about tea, just as chai is about tea. This is a 2-player game where you are working a plantation.
Yeah, you're working like your farm, basically.
Your farm. You're growing tea.
Yeah.
And you have to then get that tea developed and stuff, and you kind of are moving it up your board up to the docks where it then ships out to the world. And this is like set in the past and stuff where like tea trading was a big
deal. Yeah.
Big deal. And it's on these ships and stuff. And so
you have this really cool, your player board where essentially like the different tea tokens, you have like oolong tea, blue tea, you know, black tea, all that kind of stuff. And they can only go up certain parts on the board. And you're also getting these cards throughout the game that you can buy that essentially make your moving up your board, your kind of ladder, different in some ways. So sometimes it's like if you go to this, if you put a blue tea token to this spot, it'll then bump up again. And on those cards, you then can like move them around your board, and you can essentially where sometimes tea will go like boom and go brrr, and kind of go up to the top.
Yeah.
And you're essentially building this engine that you're constantly like ripping apart and putting back together, ripping apart, putting back together to get this tea to efficiently go up these ladders so you can go ship it out. And it works really, really well. And it's super, super fun. And it's just, and it, like I said, it's heavier than chai. And I actually like it a decent amount more than chai. And it
this
just
one deals with dice placement to activate different worker spaces and stuff. But there's a lot of really cool things with that little engine you can build. And it's a little more tactical. The 2-player, we are always down for a 2-player game. There's some really cool stuff going on. The way you get those tokens and work that engine is just cool. And you're ultimately doing contract fulfillment. You need to get the right teas to the right boats to ship off those boats, and that'll time out the game and give you your biggest hit of points and stuff. So yeah, Chai Tea for Two was just like, and it's beautiful. I mean, look at that cover. I'm like, man, that is just like striking.
It's probably prettier than chai, which is saying a lot. Yeah. It's good.
Speaking of chai, how do you like chai in real life? I love chai tea.
Chai tea is like my go-to. If I'm like at a Starbucks
chai tea latte.
Yeah, I'm a chai tea latte kind of gal. I always get chai tea at like a Starbucks if I'm not getting like just a straight up coffee. I really like chai tea.
And Mike, we played about 240 different games last year.
It's like 240 or so.
Yeah.
We also played Shaos Order.
Circadian's Shaos Order.
Or Chaos if you're not cultured like we are, but it's pronounced Shaos.
Yeah, that's the French.
So yeah,
that's the French-German.
Shaos Order is it's kind of it's a big, first of all, it's a big game, like
focus on a map game.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh, thank you so much, Joe. Sorry, you got a super chat coming. Thank you both for the reviews and fun segments. You brothers rock. You rock, Joe. Thank you so much for that super chat. I really appreciate you so much.
Cheers. Let's get some thumbs up going while we're at it. Thank you so much for that, everybody.
Make sure to thumb up this video, fam. But
I don't share my chai tea with nobody. Hey, you know, it's good stuff.
Good.
I wouldn't.
You shouldn't, Mike.
I wouldn't.
But yeah, so Shaos Order is a kind of an action selection game, but ultimately kind of like a big area control game where you are different factions and you're battling on this map and you're doing all, it's very kind of different for like a Garfield games.
And the thing that's interesting is like you're battling on this map, but depending on which faction you are, they are very different from each other. You may not be doing as much battling as other folks because you're just not built for that.
Yeah, some don't want to battle.
The way you score points might be very different.
And also one thing about the factions is they all score points in different ways, and what you need to win as a faction is wildly different. Like some factions you need like 25 points. Some factions you only need 4.
I think the Circadians you only need 4 points.
Yeah, so it's like because to get those points is really hard.
Yeah.
And so it's really asymmetric. It really feels like you're playing a totally different game. And I liked this game a lot. I really want to try it again. I did not get going very well in this game, and I had a couple of turns in the very beginning where I didn't set myself up well, and so I just got destroyed, and that did tamper my liking of it a little bit. I need to try it again and have a slightly better game, and I think that will greatly increase my enjoyment of it. I did like it a lot. It's gorgeous. It's really big. Components are amazing.
Oh.
But I need to give it a shot soon because I loved the, and I'm so excited
There's so much
to
to
try the
explore
other
because I think
factions.
there's like 6 factions or something, and they're all wildly different in terms of like my thing was like, so there's this action selection board and you can research and kind of get better versions of the actions. Every time I did that research, I scored a point. So I was all about like science and stuff like that. It was super duper interesting.
Indeed.
We have a super chat
Neverglow,
from
thank you so
Neverglow.
much
Thank you. I just
for
like
that
the
super chat. We
thank you pair
Appreciate
coming in
it.
here going, yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So
Indeed.
Chaos
Thank you.
Order is something that's very striking.
And Mike, thank you so much.
Board
Jeez.
game hero.
Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much. You're
Not all
wonderful.
heroes wear
Love you to
capes.
death.
Some heroes sit down for a long time and play with bits of wood.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, but
rules.
Chaos Order is really fun. And it's I like it. I want to try it some more. I really want to try the other
hell of a
factions.
production.
It's
I mean,
really good. It's
as Garfield Games is. I mean, they put out good stuff.
You played Coffee
I
Roaster.
played a lot of Coffee
I really want to
Roaster.
try this.
I want this physically so bad because I want to sit with my cup of coffee, sip a cup of coffee, and make a cup of coffee in the
Can we
game.
make a game called Buble?
We wish.
I'll play a game called Buble.
I know. It's just
I'll just be like,
living out the life of Michael Buble. It's like, what's he doing a day? Who knows?
Buble, dude, he's probably crushing.
We don't got time for that. Now, Coffee Roaster here is a game where you are trying to brew. Ultimately, you're kind of playing 3 rounds, like 3 cups of coffee, and you want them to be to the specifications of the order. So in each order, it's like you might need it to be brewed more or less, which kind of goes from every round. Each coffee that you draw out of this bag, this kind of this bag building game, will become stronger. It's more roasted.
Yeah.
And you need to have certain flavorings and stuff in there. There's these kind of like wilds. There's red, blue, and green that go out and stuff. But you can use those red, blue, and green as you draw them from round to round to activate different actions and stuff. But then they go out of your bag. And so it's like, well, how much do you want to do that? Because you need to make sure you have some stuff in your bag. And then ultimately, when you feel like, man, what I have in this bag is like, it's enough 3s, and I think I have the right flavoring things, and I've gotten rid of enough of the bad stuff. And then you go for your brew, and they start pulling stuff out of a bag one at a time to add to your cup. And so it's a kind of push your luck, luck mitigation game because you want to brew stuff which gives you good odds, but you don't have full control over what you draw out.
It really seems interesting.
It's all kind of mitigation of that, and then you try to brew the best cup of coffee you can.
Right?
It's a solo game. And you have your cup of coffee, and that gives you a certain amount of points. You play 3 rounds, and then you're done. And so it's just a fascinating, cool game like that. And I have the app of it, but I really want to play it physically because I think it's just a cool concept for a solo game specifically about like
just brew 1 cup.
I gotta kind of get everything in a line, but then you have that like see what happens, and maybe brew just terrible coffee, which I typically do when I play.
That's fair. So do you play this one before or after chai tea? We're mostly coffee drinkers, so I'd probably say before.
Every time I played chai, I've been drinking coffee. But
that is true.
We're coffee folk.
We're
not anti-tea folk, mind you.
Speaking of coffee, I don't have a segue. Coffee and Coinbra have nothing to do with each other.
No, they don't, but they are
big shout out to Jabs.
Teaching us Coinbra. Finally, we unlocked.
Finally,
Coinbra
we got to play this game. Dang, this game is good, Mike.
Bumpin' Tracks is good.
Someone was saying in a comment, we need to make a shirt called Bumpin' Tracks.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I'm going to be designing a shirt called Bumpin' Tracks. Y'all need to buy it.
Different, like, what could look like is like sound bars, but it's just like discs on
Bumpin'
there.
Tracks and little temple tracks and stuff. Yeah.
So
Bumpin' Tracks shirt coming soon.
Is a game where you are bumping tracks by basically getting different cards out, which will allow you to bump up tracks and stuff. There's kind of like money and track helps you move around this board for air control, but it's all just like sort of abstracted.
Yeah.
I can't even like explain it
It's
well.
kind of a hard game to explain, but one thing that's nice is you're getting these cards throughout the game, and the cards slot into essentially different phases of the game. So as you're going through the phases, you're activating your different
more
cards.
stuff.
And again, mostly bumping tracks. It's
Bumpin'
great.
Tracks,
but it's just, so it's kind of, you have to like plan around that and kind of program around that, and it's so, this is one game like we wanted to try for years. And it just kept missing it at conventions, kept not getting a chance to play it, almost bought it a billion times, just didn't. We finally got to play it, and we're like, oh, it's so freaking good. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Jedi, thank you for that super chat.
New Jedi, hello,
flex
new
for
Jedi.
2022. You gotta flex your mind.
Dude, we should bring that back, Mind Flex. Oh my gosh.
I still don't know if we ever control stuff with our brain, but I think we did.
And do what Crystal Dax says in chat, and thumb this video up, by the way.
Hey, we appreciate that.
It does
Thank you
help
very much.
quite a bit.
It does. But
Coinbra's outstanding.
It's just beautiful. I love it. You get these little dice that go in pants. Those dice pants are fantastic.
There are dice pants in this.
There are dice pants.
Indeed, and it's great.
I played some Concordia. Again, it released on Steam. I had played this.
I do want to get it on Steam. Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. Really like it on Steam. It works well, and they're gonna have all the DLC coming out in kind of ongoing fashion. Concordia is just a good classic Euro game.
There's a reason why it's this popular, despite that
it's
cover.
sort of the metric that you go like the trading the Mediterranean game, like Concordia, you know?
Yeah.
And it's for good reason because you're building up resources and stuff and kind of control in different areas, which ultimately kind of fuel your resource engine. But every card you kind of draft throughout the game, and it's sort of like kind of a deck building game. We're going to get better cards. You play those cards out. You can play a card to get your cards back and then play those cards. So it's deck building in that way, but you just don't shuffle. And every card you get will go toward end game scoring.
Yes.
And so you can kind of, as you go, maybe you get a bunch of Jupiter cards and stuff and really try to focus on an area. So it's all about building up end game scoring. But something that's interesting that in the game, there is no scoring.
Yeah.
Everything will be calculated at the end.
Yeah.
And so in the app, you can kind of see your running score, but you can turn that off if you want to play more like you do. But when I played this game the first time, I was just like, all these cards, I'm like, I think I'm doing good. I mean, I'm trying to do all this because all these, I specifically had Jupiter cards. That's why I saw my reference point. And then at the end, you kind of lay it all down and see how you did. And like I crushed. I was like, oh, wow, I didn't know I'd done that well. But Concordia is really just solid, man. It's just really solid.
It's that popular for a reason.
Yeah.
Michael said I would dislike if it helps. It helps the algorithm. So dislike if you feel like it. We'd prefer if you upvoted it, but if you want to downvote, go for it. It helps with the algorithm, baby.
You
got to please
I'm
algorithm,
pretty sure that's
daddy.
Crook and Crook's a monster. So.
Oh, that's probably true. Quicksand said Dice Pants and Concordia, not just Origins First Builders. No, they're in Concordia as well.
Yeah.
David said, "You guys are the best. Love from Ireland. Love you too.
Hey.
Love from Ireland. You're gonna be
or not in Concordia, in Coinbra. Dice Pants in Coinbra.
Oh no, sorry, in Coinbra. Yes, you're gonna be going to Ireland, yeah.
I am going to be going to
plan,
Ireland.
right?
Well, that's the. I mean, COVID
right?
willing,
Who
dude, who knows?
right?
But after Essen, I think Karen
might
and I are
be in
gonna
your
do
your home country.
a little trip to Ireland as a like, hey, you got married and had a baby, and here's maybe you can finally celebrate some of that stuff.
You know. Speaking of that general island area,
yes,
CoraQuest
from one of the 4
Dan Hughes
UK isles and stuff. So Dan Hughes and his daughter made made CoraQuest. It's like kind of like a school project.
I think it's the coolest thing in board games ever.
It's
honestly.
so awesome.
I really think that.
It is a game designed by a dad and his daughter and is made for families and stuff.
She's
and
like 8, by the way, or at least was 8 when they...
And Cora's like the driving force of the design. So they made a dungeon crawl exploration game by kids for kids. And it's awesome. And even the art that you can see right here is done by kids. They had kids submit sketches, and then Gary King
like
colored
monsters,
them up and stuff like that. But they're all kids drawings, so it's like this game is very much feels like the imagination of kids come to life.
Yes,
where the stories and stuff are things that you can imagine people playing pretend would come up with.
Yeah,
and you get to run around, and it has awesome representation and stuff, and it's just so cool to see like a kid's voice very present and central in a game for families and stuff. Like we don't ever have that.
No.
And so CoraQuest is one that like we were like so on board. Dan asked us if we would play it back when the campaign was happening, and I think now it's getting into people's hands or starting to, or will be soon anyway.
Yeah, I think it's soon,
yeah, man. I was just like, dude, how can you not root for this? It's so cool. It looks great. Like,
it looks cool.
Dude, it's so fun.
It's just stuff. It's charming from head to toe. And
you can like make your own characters and stuff. It is like so supportive of like, hey, what's something that you want to bring to this game, the story and stuff. Make it your own. Super, how could you not root for
Absolutely.
it? So cool.
Nishan, thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate you so much. And looking forward to CoraQuest. Here's the next generation of designers, right? It's like, how cool is that? You'd be like, hey, a kid made this. You could make this. It's like,
so cool.
God, that's so cool.
So cool.
Graham's also excited about CoraQuest. Mike said, I don't have kids, but I'm buying this one to show support.
Yeah.
Dax said, I backed the game and having it shipped to my sister's house for my nephews. That's really, really cool.
There you go.
It's so really cool. It's such a cool concept. And the game is fun too. I mean, it's a good game, and it's just a cool concept.
Yeah. We played some Cryo.
We did play Cryo.
Z-Man games.
They did a Game House episode of Cryo, and this is a cool, very interesting game where it's kind of like it's the concept of like it's by the same person who made like Manhattan Project, Energy Empire, where you're putting stuff out and then recalling them back. And
when
then
you recall them back, you get to do
stuff. And so this one, there's like, you're on this like kind of frozen planet, you're putting out these drones.
Landed there.
Yeah, and you're kind of like salvaging stuff from this like planet and stuff. So you're putting out these drones, but you're also kind of going down to these caves, which are the habitable parts, because it's really, really cold, hence Cryo. Also, if you can hear all the yard work, sorry about that.
I don't think they can, but maybe they can.
Either way, just want to point out, just in case you can, it's Thursday, do the yard work. But nonetheless,
time loss, bro.
It's time loss, but it's right there. So I just want to point out.
Keep going.
But nonetheless, Cryo's a pretty interesting game that kind of like came and went, and I don't think it got any kind of like really buzz.
Seem to like hit.
I think it's a cool little game. I really,
it's not my favorite game, so maybe it's like that's why. But like, I thought it was neat and stuff because the whole like putting these drones out to activate action spaces. You kind of will place it in a spot where you're adjacent to multiple spaces. You choose an action to do.
Yeah.
There's some cool stuff. Kind of like you can build up your player board with these different tokens and stuff, so that when you recall them, you get to do better things
it's
and
actually,
stuff like that.
It's a cool game that I again, not my favorite game, but like I liked it a lot, and I'm just surprised it didn't do a little bit better. But it's hard to get a game seen. It kind of came and went, and if you have a chance to try it, give it a shot. It's pretty
I
cool.
wonder if this one was like somewhat a product of like 2021.
That's possible.
It's just like it's hard for games to be visible, you know.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, we also played Dice Miner a bunch. We played it a billion times. There'll be a game house about it coming out soon. We've streamed it a bunch.
Dice Tower is wrong about this one. I'm going on record saying that. Everyone's out there hating on it.
Yeah, I think people say that they didn't really like it. We love this game. Absolutely adore this game. This is we talked about it a bunch of times now, but it's a game where you are putting these dice in this kind of like dice mountain, and you're drafting dice off the top. And you're trying to do different set collection. You're making tunnel dice, which are be like straights of like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You're trying to get gems, which would be straight up points. There's like monster dice, which you can kind of overcome.
There's danger dice, which will lose you points unless you get tools to overcome those, and then they gain you points.
Super good. It's just outstanding. It's quick. It's like 15, 20 minutes. It's super fast. It's really good at 2, 3, 4. It's outstanding. Try it. Dice Miner, we've talked about it a bunch. It's really,
what
really
to
good.
do, Linnea and Conrad and Hornets.
And Hornets.
Welcome. Conrad, we've been wrong about most of the games, I imagine. Our opinions are invalidated by the fact that we've uttered them. You know, who knows? And Sarah said, we're right about could be very wrong for you, and that doesn't make you wrong or right.
Not at all. It says, Dice Miner super popular pack, sold out before Sunday. Yeah, it's really, really good. Yeah, it's kind of got mixed reviews. You know, we like it a lot.
I think it's great.
We also played the Dinosaur Island Raw and Right. This game is so darn good. We love Dinosaur Island. We love Dinosaur World. We like that whole universe. And the Roar and Right really is kind of like, it feels like a mix between Dinosaur Island and Dinosaur World. It's like kind of right in the middle, but it's like a 45-minute, like pretty beefy roll and write. And at this point, I'm not entirely sure which one is my favorite, but I think we talked about it. I think the Raw and Right at the end of it will be my favorite of the Dinosaur World.
It'll certainly be the easiest to play.
Yes.
Because we can get it out onto a table and play it so much quicker and easier than we could play like a Dinosaur World or a Dinosaur Island.
Yes.
I think Dinosaur Island for us is sort of on the way out, simply because we have Dinosaur World now and this.
And I think it's a better game.
It's like, I don't think we need them all. But the Raw and Right is fun. It goes down pretty quick, but for a roll and write game, it's pretty dang beefy. Like it's got a lot going on compared to any other roll and write really. But it has those nice amber dice that you roll, getting that DNA, so you're doing a lot of classic Dinosaur Island / World things. But it has that tour element as you go through things. You get that excitement built up. So there's that. The cool thing about the excitement too is if I get 9 excitement, every time we
go on a tour,
check that excitement, you get everything that you've gotten from before, and you add your new excitement and get that stuff as well. So it's like, oh, it builds up nicely.
Yeah.
The Raw and Right is really good.
Dax said the roll and write is fun, but it surprised me. It doesn't actually feel like a roll and write. It kind of doesn't, honestly. No. It feels like kind of like more just like a dice drafting game. Yeah. But we still really like it. But yeah, it kind of doesn't feel like a roll and write.
I like that they are inside our garage now.
With these people?
That's so funny.
It's just like, it's one of these where I'm like, we have
it's oppressive.
It's oppressively loud.
I mean,
hopefully we have sound dampening.
What a privileged thing to say, like, oh, the landscapers are loud.
I know, but it's like,
they're
like right outside our place.
So Dinosaur World we also played,
which I definitely like. So this
came highly anticipated. I got really excited for this one ahead of it coming out because we liked Dinosaur Island so much, and we played Dinosaur Island for years now. And I was to the point where I'm like, I think I'm done with Dinosaur Island or getting there. And so I got so excited for like, what's this going to bring? Is it new? Is it exciting? Is it different? Is it the same? And it's new. And it's not the same, but it's, if we thought like, oh, is this game going to streamline Dinosaur Island? No,
it doesn't.
It's just as big, just as packed full of stuff.
Yeah, but
it's maybe slightly easier to get through, but it's
a big game. But it kind of feels like what Dinosaur Island should have been, in my opinion, where it's like, Dinosaur Island is all about building the dinos, that kind of stuff, but the park aspect of it is pretty much an afterthought in Dinosaur Island. Whereas Dinosaur World, it's like you actually have to tour your park. You actually have to do stuff in your park, and that kind of feels like what it probably should have been in the first place. Dinosaur Island is great. We still like it a lot, but Dinosaur World is kind of like, yeah, this is maybe what I kind of always wanted Dinosaur Island to be, I think
so.
And so we'll probably play that one more and then eventually get rid of Dinosaur Island at some point. But nonetheless, really like them all. And Dinosaur World is also pretty darn great. Really excited to try it more.
Linnea says, when I found y'all, you were like the Dinosaur Island guys.
Yeah.
We still, I mean, like, love it. The main thing like that, it's like not any negative toward the game. I was just like, man, I played that game a bunch.
Yeah.
And I think I'm probably like good on it. And now that there's a new one, really, it's not a bad game at all. I would happily play it. Nick, Dodo is a silly game.
Dodo is a silly game. And it's great.
Silly kids game from Cosmos. I don't think will be available over here, but it's available in Europe. And we talked about this before. So that little egg that's showing like right there in the corner of the box is this magical egg that has some sort of something in it, whether it's a weight or a fluid or honey or something, you know, thick. And so it's this egg that you release and it slides or rolls very slowly. It doesn't like obey the laws of physics, seemingly.
Do we have trees in here? Are there trees in here that they are cutting?
Let's not talk. It all gets cut out. They can't hear it.
Can you hear this? It is seriously,
it's
like
so
I'm starting to talk like this because I cannot hear Mike over the yard work.
Doesn't matter. I think what they're doing is they're taking a Christmas tree. They are inside our house. The landscapers are in the house.
Can you hear that?
So Dodo is a magical game where once you start the timer, which is the egg rolling, if the egg ever falls, it's your toast. So when the egg starts going, you need to start flipping over tiles to try to make matches. And if you make a match, you get to put another plank down, essentially, which extends your life because now the egg can roll further and further down, and you're trying to build around. Only hear it when you're talking. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's cutting it out. I'm taking a video now just because it's so loud.
So anyway, what you're trying to do is you're trying to keep making these matches to put out planks and stuff, and then ultimately get down to the beach. And if you get the beach done, you get to bring a rescue boat and it catches the dodo egg. Because you're trying to like stop the dodos from going extinct. It's a harrowing game, really, if you think about it. But it's just so fun because this egg is it just is magical. Because you're like, all of a sudden it's like rolling slowly and then it just stops. And it's on an incline, right? And just stops. And you're like, and then it slides. And it's like, it's chaotic in slow motion, and it's so fun. So Dodo is just a silly little game. It's a kids game stuff, but I'm so glad we got to play that because it's just the first time, and Lincoln did a great job, and we ruined it for you all, but when you first did the egg, you expect to start rolling, and then it stops, and all of a sudden you're like, what's going on? And I was like, that was such a cool moment. So anyway, Dodo is fun.
Worries. And I'm glad y'all can't hear it. The sound dampening on these mics and in OBS is quite good. I'll put that video on like TikTok or Discord because it's astonishingly loud. It's hilarious.
I think they're live. Let's see what.
That's so funny. I love it. Yeah. We honestly don't do stuff in the morning on Thursdays because of yard work, but there's a lot of Christmas tree cleanup right now, and I think it's.
I think they literally were hacking our tree apart. That's what
I think you're
which is
probably
like
right.
I appreciate them for doing that. Thanks, City of
cracks me up. But nonetheless, the best game of the year.
Best game of the year. Biggest disappointment. Dungeon Scrawlrs is terrible. Did not like it at all.
You really don't like this game. This is a game that I also don't like. Mike really dislikes this game.
I don't like to be like Mr. Hot Take. Ugh, I hated it. Like I don't like being that.
Yeah.
This was terrible though.
This is
a
game. It's an interesting idea. So it's a dungeon scrawl in, right? So basically you have everyone has the same map, and it's eventually a big maze with a whole bunch of different stuff in it, and you're tracing yourself through the maze, and you have to you come across monsters and you have to cross them out. You come across other things, you have to circle them. You come across other stuff, and you eventually have to do the big boss. You have to cross the whole thing out, right? It's an interesting concept. When I first heard about it, I was like, that's a really cool idea.
Yeah, I thought it was going to
be really fun. And then we played it, and at least for us, it just did not. We played it with Jabs, and I think one other person, and we're all just like, what is this? Because the thing is you go through the whole thing, and you score a ton of different stuff.
And they all score different.
And then you have to pass your board to the other person. They score for you. And it's one of those things.
Accuracy, because you can't just be willy-nilly with the scribbling. You can't go out of the lines. Certain things you have to be you have to do a certain pattern.
And it's one of those things where it's as we said, we're I don't know who this game is for because there's not anything there for adults to do. No. You're just tracing a maze. It's very bleh. But then the scoring is really hard because there's so much stuff to score.
Oh, Rosie, we live.
Hello. You have to score, there's 40 different things you have to score in each one. And so for kids, the scoring would be way too complicated. Hard. So we're who is this for? It's not for adults, and it's also not for, it's seemingly not for kids. And maybe some people are yeah, my kids are great at it. I don't know, we hated it though.
Yeah, I
we
think
really
maybe,
didn't like
maybe
it.
it'd be fun as like an activity, like, hey,
Oh,
try to
man.
trace through the whole dungeon in one line and get as many things as you can, but don't worry about the actual scoring. I think it could be fun for that. But the thing is, like, I thought it was a roll and write game where you like flip stuff over or do certain things and get to do certain actions. I thought it was gonna be that kind of game. And I was like, oh, you're just like tracing, quick tracing.
Yeah. It really didn't work
like,
for us at least.
if you score, I think you'd be like, you were outside the line there, that wasn't quite it. Or like there's these stones where it's like 1 through 6, and you have to go 1 through 6 in order. But then if I pass it over, you just see a star that was made. How do I know if you went in order?
That's true.
It's just a star. You could have started here, but it looks like it's correct. Things like that where I'm like, I don't know.
It was a very interesting idea
errors.
that did not work, at least
the
for us.
execution was not there. Or the execution was there, but I just didn't like it. I don't know. Echoes of Cocktail from Ravensburger is a series of games, the Cocktail being one of them, where they are audio mysteries games, where you have some cards and stuff on the table, and then each one you can kind of scan with your phone, and it'll play a bit of story, like an audio, and well produced,
really well, like voice
audio
acted,
drama, story. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to piece together the mystery and stuff of like who was murdered where and when and stuff. There's going to be clues that pop up. Maybe it'll be like just like, oh, this sounded interesting in the background, or what they're saying,
or even
on a
it's like
phone
you have to figure
call
out
or whatever.
what someone drank, and it shows you like what's in someone's drink, and so you have to listen and be like, oh, because you can hear someone pouring and you can hear ice. You're like, okay, it's not this one, 'cause we heard ice drop in there. And the way it works is really, really cool.
So we're not like super keen. I like these types of exit games and things more than Nick, but this one is one that
one I like.
is accessible because by listening to things, typically, at least we found, it's like you will be able to it's on the easier side of stuff where it's like you will succeed. And for us, I'm like, I want to do these things, these exit type games, these mystery riddle games, but I do want to succeed. I don't want it to be like so easy it's boring, but like some of them where I'm like, I have to look up 10 clues. I'm like, I want, all I do is, and this I know you're thinking, you're like, well, I just felt stupid the entire time.
That's
because
all
it's
they
like,
do.
well, you didn't check this one. Like,
Exit games make me feel like a dum-dum.
Yeah, and this one feels like more like
This
you
is
will
fun.
be able to put it together. It's a little less, the answers are less buried and stuff, but it was still that same fun of discovery. So Echoes was really cool.
And yes, we are doing these in alphabetical order. It's the first block is going to be new to us games, and then games we played before. So that is how it is going. Malik said, guys, I bought my first real board game in October 2021, and I own 150 plus board games with 50 plus games on pre-order. Am I gone insane? Is it normal? I think it's pretty normal. Just make sure you have the money to spend.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Don't spend your rent on board games.
I'd say, but everyone has that moment, I feel like, where they dive in heavy, and we did that over Christmas where we bought like 25 games or something early on. So yeah,
just don't spend your rent. But if you got the money, go for it. Do you, boo boo?
You got cash like that, blow it how you want, man.
Boom.
We played some Explorers.
You played some
I
Explorers.
played
I actually
Explorers
haven't
a couple times.
checked.
We're going to be playing for Ravensburger at some point in the spring. But this is a cool game by Phil Walker Hard and Praise B.
Praise B. Get some praise B's in chat, please.
Get some praise B's in chat or in the comments. So this is a game where you're going to be flipping over different tiles that are going to show lands. And then if it's my turn to choose, I will choose one of the two options on that tile.
Yeah.
And then write down 3 X's on that landscape. You're kind of filling out a map. And you're kind of going linearly from where you've been before. And there's like water and desert and grass and mountains and things. So if I go mountains, I can cross off 3 things in mountains so long as it's adjacent to stuff I've placed before.
Yeah.
And you're trying to get to different things on the board. You're trying to get to provisions. There's like carrots and apples and fish. And each round, if you can get one of each of those, you'll get points. You'll get more points rather. And then there's like these gems which give you points every round. It's kind of like the coins in like cartographers where it's like point income. You can get to these different temples and stuff, but you need to have a key for them. So you have to get to a key and then get to a temple, and then boom, the quicker you can do that. It's like a lot of things like that. It's a fun like little game.
I really want to try it.
Honestly, I'm like, I like that kind of flip and fill and then cross some stuff on your board. It's like accessible, it's easy. There's lots of different ways that the board can come together. And then it's basically, if I arrange it this way, everyone matches me, so we all have the same access to things. There's like end game scoring possibilities that you can add in if you want. So you can take this from very basic to just do the map thing, or adding in, oh, here's maybe specific things you want to do in the game. So you get that kind of, you can kind of grow with your game group and stuff. Explorers was fun. I liked it a lot.
I really want to try.
We're playing for you to try it.
We're gonna play with Ravensburger. We're actually playing a Ravensburger game tonight on Twitch. If you're watching us live, we're playing Horrified American Monsters. Follow us on Twitch. You'll see your name pop up right here if you follow us on Twitch because our alerts are on. But
so much better than YouTube Live, y'all.
now this is a silly fun game.
This is
Flapjack Flip Out is a game. It's a silly little game where you have this kind of like big like paddle, essentially.
it's a spatula, man.
Yeah, exactly. And you're flipping over these different pancake cards, trying to get the right ones that you need. There's like blueberry and chocolate chip and all this kind of stuff. And that's mostly what it is. You're flipping
fulfilling an order that someone's put an order in. Beep, and
it's silly, but it works really well. And it's like for a convention game or like, hey, we're gonna play this at the end of the night, just get goofy. It's really, really fun.
Because you literally are having it's dexterity where you take it, and you have to flip it, and it flips over, and you have to catch it. And stuff. So it's like legit. There's a bell, and you smack the bell when you think you have the order up and everything.
It's really
so
fun.
fun. I love it. It's just great. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
we'll play
but
it on
it's really,
stream
really
again
fun
because it's just so silly. We played For Glory.
We did play For Glory. This is a sponsor stream we did. This is a.
This was a. Oh, thank you. See, we got a follow.
Hey, look at that. See, that could be you, Gus25. Thank you for that follow. That's on Twitch. Follow us on Twitch. We do this never here. Go to Twitch.
We're not live on Twitch at the moment, but
not
we'll
live on
be
Twitch
tonight.
right now.
So we're only here to recruit you.
We're gonna be live on Twitch tonight and then the rest of the week because that's where we are.
So For Glory is a deck building game that was originally for 2-player. Then now with the expansion that came out, it can go from solo to 4 players. And we played a 3-player game of it. And this is a game about getting gladiators and stuff and then battling each other. And this is one that I think surprised us because we're like, I don't know how much we're gonna like this game.
It surprised me a lot.
And then when I learned it, then taught to you. When I learned it, I was like, oh, this is like just a straight up kind of deck building game. This seems kind of cool. And we played it, and it was pretty sweet.
I liked it. I was surprised going into it. I was kind of like, okay, like I don't really love the theme of gladiators. It's kind of like whatever to me. And then, but the deck building was cool. The battling was actually pretty cool. It's a lot about you're putting out your gladiators, and you're constantly trying to take them out. And you're battling each other, and there's different like kind of backers you can have and stuff like that. And they change the game and stuff. And it actually was pretty darn fun. I actually liked it. It's not like my favorite game, but it was one of those things where I was like, oh, this was very surprising. And it's always nice when you're kind of going into a game being like, I don't know. And then you play it and you're like, oh, that was actually pretty fun. Like, all right, cool. That's always a nice feeling. So For Glory was cool. I was you're not too old for Twitch, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. False. You're not too old. Join today. It takes 2 seconds to sign up with the same email you signed up for YouTube. You sign up with YouTube one day, you can do it for Twitch. Do
Blam.
it. Boom. Thank you for that super chat. Malik, we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. And I'm happy you're here with this board game journey. I'm happy you're here with us on your board game journey.
Hey, come on
Scott
down.
says waffles, greater than French toast, greater than pancakes. That is exactly correct.
I think that's true,
that's
but
exactly
I always
correct.
default to pancakes.
You too.
I don't know why. I think I deny myself pleasure.
You do deny yourself pleasure.
You can talk to my therapist about it. It's going to be fun.
Boom.
All right. Forgotten Waters is a storytelling pirate game and stuff that even has like professional like voice actors if you want to have the story kind of read to you and everything, which is awesome. This is a game where you're going around and it's a competitive game, but you're working together on a pirate ship, so you can't like just mess with each other. The game doesn't allow for it.
Well, it's made by the same people who made like Dead of Winter and stuff, and so it's got kind of a similar
thing. This is very much in the vein of like a competitive game that I could care less about
who wins,
who won by being the most legendary. I just want to go on an adventure and
I just want us all to not lose.
And that is the point of the game, is to go on this adventure through this story. And so as you kind of go to different locations in this map book, you open it up, some story will be read to you. They're gonna have options of what to do. Like, oh, we're at port. I'm gonna try to go get some supplies, or I'm gonna get into a bar fight, or whatever. You can like do these different things,
bunch of different stuff
that will carry out different
and change the game and stuff like that.
Change the game up, really and, like, change the trajectory of it. You're trying to overcome these obstacles and stuff, and if you don't, life might get worse for you. We like failed our first mission, so that means if we went into the second mission, it would be harder now.
It's a really cool system that I really want to play. We only played it like once or twice. I really want to try it again.
3 to 7 players. And
stuff, but I really want to try it with. We just need someone to play it with more often than not, and so that's the thing.
I was like, man, this game is cool because everyone has like a job, and you have to like make sure the crew doesn't.
You're doing your job
and everything. So everyone has like, you must maintain your job or else everybody loses. That's why I like it's like it's competitive slightly in that it's like I might have a higher score than you, but we are working together, and we will all lose if we don't succeed. So. That's something I'm like, that's cool, man. That's a cool world for a game, and pirate stuff's fun. It's very fun pirates, which like, it's not a fun pirate game.
Yeah, exactly. I like fun pirates. Pirates probably weren't great. So like fun, silly pirates is fun. We played Fort, which is a game we
finally
both
got
wanted
to play
try it for a while. It's by Leader Games. It's got the same kind of root type art. And this was a game that I kind of went into, was like, okay, I'm interested in trying it because I've heard it's good, but I didn't really know much about it. But it's a really cool like deck building game where you are, I love the concept. You are kids building forts, and you have your fort and your opponents have their fort, and you're essentially trying to keep the neighborhood kids at your fort because your fort's the coolest. And they will switch forts all the time.
Yeah.
And it's
on other people's yards.
I think this is the coolest theme that's such a Sandlot theme kind of thing where you're just your kids making forts and it's a deck building game, but it really, really works well.
Yeah.
And your set collection.
It's kind of like a leader thing where it's like, I'm going to do an action and I get to do a private action myself, and then everyone gets to take the action, which is something that we always really enjoy.
It's super cool. We don't have the game. We borrowed it from a friend, but this is one, if I saw it somewhere, I would probably pick it up.
Yeah, I really want to play the expansion, the Cats and Dogs.
Yeah,
expansion.
it's a really cool game. If you haven't tried, if you like deck building, it's a very interesting. The theme I think is incredibly charming.
Yeah. That is Fort. Super solid. Mike says, I have been twitched. Yes.
Yes.
Sleeping Gods, what we were talking about before was Forgotten Waters, which has like a book and stuff, kind of a la Sleeping Gods. But
we have not played Sleeping Gods. So Christopher said, I'm hoping to see a Sleeping Gods review. You won't get it from us, at least not yet.
Haven't played it yet.
We have not played it yet. We want to.
This is Founders of Teotihuacan, though. This is
this is another game where I need to play this game physically.
Yeah, we've only ever played it. It doesn't exist physically yet. We played it digitally, and it's from Board and Dice coming up, and it's tied in the world to Teotihuacan, but it's a completely separate game.
Yes.
Different designer.
Yeah, it's not even similar at all.
You're not doing rondel stuff. In this one, it's a tile placement game. And so you have your board and you're placing these polyomino tiles down, these production buildings and stuff, which will produce basically wherever you place it, every empty space around it on an orthogonal, like a flat side, will produce this type of resource. So stone, wood, or gold. Then you're going to use those resources to build temples and things, to collect these mask tiles for points and stuff. And then there's kind of a central like pyramid you're building that's just tiles that will give you scoring opportunities based on what you have in each kind of quadrant of your board. So it's all kind of this tile placement stuff. But it's really interesting. I love the idea of like, I of course want to build in my board as efficiently as possible, but I want to leave some open spaces when I place those production buildings I can actually produce. Yeah. Because if I place a production building completely surrounded, it'll do nothing.
It makes the tile lane more interesting. Yeah,
so it's like, man, you got to play with this. Like, I don't want to be too packed in, but I also want to be efficient with my building. Yeah. And you kind of make that pivot, I think.
Totally. Yeah. This is when we played we played online. We played with Rainer and then Matthew McCack. And it was fun, but it was one of the things where I'm like, I need to play this physically to really understand.
It's fiddly online because you're putting
There's
down
a lot of little pieces
bits
and
things.
So but it was cool, and
in real life it'd be much easier.
I'm pretty excited. Alicia says, discovered Big Kid board games this year, and I've also gone cuckoo buying games. I'm addicted to rolling rights, and I just want them all. Well, welcome to the cult. We're happy to have you.
Rolling rights
board games are the best. We played Four Gardens. This is a game about arcane wonders that I was I didn't really know anything about. It's a really...
We knew it had a pagoda.
Yeah, it's got this big old pagoda that moves. It's got 4 tiers, and it's really, really cool because this is a game where on the sides of the pagoda are different resources. There's different things like water, stone,
and basically
grass.
You're paying attention to what's facing you.
And it only matters what's facing you. And when you can get resources, but you always have to go from like either like the top to the bottom to the top or like the top to the bottom. So if it goes like stone, water, grass, you have to get them in that order.
And on your board, the full amount that's showing.
You have to take the full amount. And on your board, you only have a limited amount of space to put stuff in terms of how much resources you can keep. So the game is super brain burny, way more brain burny than I thought, because so much of the game is trying to move the pagoda in a way that's advantageous for you, but then also trying to make sure you can do it from the direction you want to do it, from top to bottom, and it's super fun. I really liked it, but again, it was a game that like made my mind go like wow because it was way more thinky than I thought. But this is kind of one of those games that's like not as simple as like a Calico, but it's like pretty simple. And you're not really expecting it to be as like brain burny as it
trying to figure out how to get the right size of the pagoda, because if I do the third one down, the entire pagoda above it, and so like really figuring, I mean, it really is like, how do I get this the right way?
It's like a resource management mixed with like a crazy abstract puzzle. It's wild, but it's pretty darn fun.
It's an interesting one to give a try for sure if you get a chance to. Oh, we got another follower out here.
Thanks for following it.
Welcome to Team Hey, get it?
Ooh, thank you, Gamer.
We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for following on Twitch.
I love the original Teotihuacan Four Gardens on my wish list. Both great games.
Boom. And Buzzguy said 4 of my favorites last year. And again, guys, thank you for following us on Twitch over there.
Boom.
All right, so after Four Gardens, we had Furnace.
Oh yeah, Furnace,
man, this is one of the best games.
This is one of the bigger hits of the year.
It's so good.
This is also by Arcane Wonders, or rather, they're bringing it over here. So Furnace is a game where you're ultimately building up an engine, your industry and stuff, where you're producing coal and steel and oil and things to produce the most money you can. That's how you win, have the most money. But what we always talk about, it comes down to this really interesting auction mechanism where you have 4 discs numbered 1 through 4.
Yep.
And in the first thing, you're going to see which cards you can get and stuff. So you're going to bid on cards. And if you have the highest disc on that card, you collect that card and it goes into your engine to be used.
M-Dog, thank you. Appreciate you.
Becomes a card for you to use for the rest of the game. But for everyone that bids on a card but doesn't win it, they get compensated based on resources or some action that's showing on the top of the card.
Yeah.
And so it often becomes, oh, I want to get steel. There's steel on top of this card. I'm going to bid 3. You already placed a 4, so you're going to win this.
And I'm going to get
compensated multiplied by the value of the disc I played. So I would get 3 steel in that case because I put a number 3 down. And so like it's really like this kind of negative bidding where it's like, I don't want this. I just need the resources. I've got the card. I already need to work my engine. I need this oil to make this work. And you're trying to work stuff that way.
Yeah.
And so the whole kind of non-bid, bid, but also bid for this and how you use those discs, and it's contained because you can't just like go round and round and up your bid. Those discs are what they are.
Yeah.
Once you place a disc, you cannot put your color on that same card again. You can't put the same number on the same card twice. So it's all easy and contained.
Yeah.
The auctioning, and it makes it so interesting.
Hey, everybody, thanks for that sub.
Hey, subs up.
Appreciate sub over on Twitch. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Furnace is, Mike said, it's incredible.
Yeah.
It's absolutely incredible.
It's awesome.
Really, really adore it. What's up, Mom Gamer? And what's up, Slivers?
Hey, everybody.
Oh, big Mikey, big shouts out to Steph, who plays all the games.
Hodge plays all the games.
Steph Hodge, big shout out because she has been talking about Ginkopolis forever.
Yeah.
And we've always wanted to play it. And she kept being like, you guys need to play. You need to play. You need to play. And we finally just bought it and played it. And man, is this game good. It is so good
that we did.
This is a game that does so much with so little. There's basically card drafting in the game, which is a really, really nice card drafting. And you're essentially going to play a card on your turn. And that card will allow you to do some stuff. You can put out a new tile.
Actions.
Yeah, you can only do 3 actions. You can put out a tile. You can get points.
And you can basically make use of a building.
Yeah.
Or if you play like one of the urbanization cards, you can just get a tile or a resource. You can make use of a building, which will give you resources, tiles, or points.
Yeah.
You can urbanize and expand the city outward.
Yep.
Or you can construct and build the city up.
Yes,
That's it.
that's all you can do. And when you play these cards, though, they then will go into your tableau, and they essentially have like ongoing benefits that are always, again, the benefits are always like very simple. Like anytime now you play a tile, you'll also get a point. And then the other cards, like every time you play a tile, you'll also get a resource. And so now whenever you play a tile, you're then going to trigger all those cards that say, when you play a tile, do this thing. And it just is ultimately super simple, and it works so well. And this is a game where we were both like going into it expecting a lot because it's like Steph Hodge's favorite game.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, we were like, wow, this is absolutely incredible.
It's awesome. And as I read the rules, I was kind of like, this makes like 3 actions and like, what? Like how? And this is going to be compelling. And it's like amazing. Like I've talked about this before and saying that like it's beauty and the simplicity where there's only 3 actions, but you can build up an engine. You can have a compelling area control game.
And good drafting.
And good card drafting with like the fewest moving pieces. It's like,
it's pretty incredible.
Yeah,
if you haven't tried it, try it.
The only thing that holds a game back is there's some like bookkeeping stuff that's annoying, but like whatever.
But
like, I'll take it. It's fine.
Incredible.
It's so good.
Uldrick said, you guys need to try Shadowrun Crossfire. It's an awesome variant on the deck building genre.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm down. We'll put it on the list.
I'd love to. Mike, you tried Gold West. I
You
played this
before.
like 2 years ago.
And we, of course, have played Rolled West, which
Yes.
is based on this, but it's a roll and write. This is Gold West, which is kind of like a Mancala style game, or has a Mancala element, I'll say. But you are kind of like, on the frontier, and you're building up camps and stuff. And on these camps, you'll produce resources and things. And you can take these tiles from the central board. And then as you get these resources, you can then make use of them by taking them wherever you place them on 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can take them by picking them up and dropping things off along the way. And if it goes off your board, now you can use that to build and stuff. You can build things in Boomtown, which will give you end game scoring. And it was one that I enjoyed. I really want to play it again, but like as I played, I was like, oh wow, this is like a pretty like light, very fast game. And I think maybe I was expecting like a little bit more heft to it, but J. Alex Kevern is a designer we enjoy.
Yeah.
So I didn't love it, but I do want to play it again because some of the elements were cool. And that whole Mancala is like, you do need to manage that well because you might end up on a turn where you have no resources out and you're like, oh, I think you have like 15 turns in the game.
Yeah.
Somebody's like, oh man, that's a kind of a big waste, you know? And so you have to kind of manage that. I was like, oh, that's interesting. But you're ultimately doing really simple stuff. You can deliver resources to go down these tracks, or you can, again, use them to build.
I remember like liking it, but not loving it when I played it.
Like not love, but it was decent.
Indeed. Board Game Bree said, beauty and simplicity equals game for me. You're right, Board Game Bree. That's the same with us. Like you can make a simple game that just works. It's great.
It's amazing.
Not a simple game, but a beautiful game now.
Yeah.
Is well, to be fair, Great Western Trail, I always thought the board was really pretty.
And
Great
the
Western Trail.
journey's still out. A lot of people like the old board
I
better.
do. I like the old board better personally.
Yeah.
I like everything else better in this one, but I honestly do like the old board better. But this is Great Western Trail. It's the same exact game. There's very slight differences, but it's the same game. But this is the second edition, which does have a new cover, which is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. And it's kind of kicking off a series of 3 new Great Western
which I'm
Trail
very,
games.
very excited to play Argentina and then New Zealand. Yeah, I'm really excited. But this is just Great Western Trail. It's the same. The main thing that's different is there is a little variant you can play with where you essentially have these cows that every time you go up to Kansas City, they grow up. They start off as kind of little babies. And then when you go to Kansas City and you ship them off, you then, when you come back around, you essentially get like the teenager version, the next version. Level. And then when you get to go up again, you'll then get the full adult version.
It's kind of cool. You get a better value card without having to get more cards.
Yes, which is actually pretty darn cool. And that's one of the main changes. And there's like a slight other like little things here and there that are different. But for the most part, it's the exact same game. We absolutely adore Great Western Trail, always have. This one, also great because it's just Great Western Trail.
The dual layer boards and stuff are really nice. I don't mind the new board, but I
like the new board. I just like the old one better.
It's a little bit maybe harder to discern the trail that you're kind of, because it's a rondel game. You're kind of going through this trail and out and around.
Yeah.
But the new one's really great. I'm excited to see what the other 2 bring and change.
I'm more interested in the other ones because I'm expecting them to be more different.
Yeah.
Whereas this is the same. Mike asked, would you buy this game if you had the old version? No. In my opinion, no. I don't think there's nothing wrong with the old game in terms of the way it looks or the way it plays.
Well, this is what I talked about this. I did a video comparing the old and the new Great Western Trail, and what I would do is I would wait to see if you like the new versions that come out. One will be this year and then next year. And if you like those and want to complete the set, go for it. One thing that we say that's a bummer is like, I wish that when they did this, they had done this and the expansion in one box.
Yes, that's my main.
That would have been nice to make one big box for it, but they didn't. And so it's like, if you have that in the expansion, and I would wait. I would wait and see if you like the series and then want to make it a series. You do not need to get that, especially if you have the expansion stuff. You're not missing much gameplay wise. Everything's the same. So I wouldn't get it if you had the other one. We got this from Plan B, so we didn't have to make that decision. So we
take
have
that
both,
into consideration.
I didn't have to pay money.
Exactly.
So,
and the solo variant is in this one though. That's one thing that's nice.
True.
But the Great Western Trail, it's great. It's Great Western Trail.
Yeah.
Hadrian's Wall. This is a game that I want to play again. This is another like big roll and write. This is
one that is like it's a flip and fill, but it doesn't feel like it.
No, because it's really it's one of the things like
Dinosaur Island Raw and Right.
Once you get to a certain heaviness with a roll and write, it kind of starts to feel not as much like a roll and write.
This is just like a Euro game that like the roll and write-ness of like the way you track things on tracks just makes the game easier to play.
Yes.
But really, it's like you gain workers, you gain physical workers, and there's
like resources
like
workers,
stone is like this just general resource in the game. And you are turning in a yellow worker to go up this track, or you get the stone, and you'll gain workers from these physical workers from going up these tracks and stuff. So it's like, it's not very roll and writey at all. But it's the thing that if those tracks were physical game items, you'd be pushing and pulling and moving so many cubes around.
You kind of
the game would fall apart completely.
It would also be massive.
But because they make it where you're crossing stuff off into everything, it makes it very able to play, and it's very cool. But it's like one that I almost hesitate to call flip and fill / roll and write game, because it really doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it's
there's a lot more pieces than a lot of other roll and writes, and it's a big game.
It's a big game. Yeah, it's another one of those, which we've been kind of asking for. Like, I want to roll and write, but I want it to be like a bigger game. And we've gotten a couple this year, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'm here for this. Yeah, Hadrian's Wall is really good.
Enjoy
it. It popped up on my top 10 of the year. I really want to play. It's been a little while since we played it.
I know, we gotta.
And I want to play it again. Aaron said, I love Rails of the North. I hope they add a second edition of that. They are doing Rails of the North for the second.
Yes, and that's coming soon.
Just know that's coming. And the Meeples and Great Western Trail do wear hats now, which is great.
Yeah, you can swap the hats off. That's just fun.
Indeed. We played Hallertau. This is the new Uwe Rosenberg big box game,
just
and it is
great one.
Really, really, really good.
Just another one that's great in the line. A lot of resource
but this
management,
is, I will
mitigation
say,
stuff.
Of the big Uwe Rosenberg like kind of heavy games, they're all right here on this. They're all right there, including Hallertau.
Yeah.
This, it feels like it's the lightest, except for maybe like Le Havre maybe is lighter, but like of like the Feast Road, Caverna, those ones. This feels oral. It feels like it's the lightest.
It's less overwhelming than Caverna and Feast Road, simply because of pieces.
Yeah,
and there's not a shortage of pieces here. It's like it's very much in the same vein as a lot of other Uwe games. But when I read it and then I taught it to Nick and we started playing it, I was like, I just understand this. Maybe it's because we play so many other Uwe games.
And maybe it's just this one's not so much lighter as it's just easier to grok.
It's easier to grok.
It really is great. I really like Hallertau a lot. It's kind of like worker placement. You have all these different spaces. You can put your workers out. And spaces I guess they do eventually get blocked, but each space essentially can be gone to three times.
Yeah.
First time only takes 1 worker, then 2, and then 3, and then it's finally blocked. And you're doing stuff, you're bumping tracks, you're putting resources, you have hay and meat and all that kind of
all
stuff.
That milk farm
stuff, right?
Yeah.
Going up a track and you're planting them in your fields, and your fields degrade because the soil needs time to recover.
Super cool thing.
Which is super cool. And it's also like really pretty. And we really like this game a lot. There's like a lot of Uwe games, there's a billion cards and you're only going to use a couple of them in the game. And so there's so much variety in terms of the cards you get. And there are a lot of the cards you get, they'll give you bonuses like throughout the game. So now every time during this phase, you get a meat or you get like a da-da-da.
Kind of build up an income.
And it's really good. I really like it a lot. It's another banger from Uwe, and Uwe is probably our favorite designer at this point, and just
it's solid. Mike says, I've only played Le Havre in regards to Rosenberg. Fantastic. We'll be talking about that momentarily. Mary Lou, we are doing good. Going strong. I don't know if our pace is great, but we're going for it.
I think we're not going very fast, which is probably not a good thing.
We're going to speed it up.
Once
we get into the Old West, it's going to get snapped.
Yeah, once we get into the old ones, it's going to go
we like those games. We've been playing a game for 4 years. Guess what? It's because we like it.
Yeah. We played Holly. Holly is
Festival of Colors.
Festival of Colors, which is made by the same person who made Control, which is a Pandasaurus game. Very interesting. Julio Navarro is the one who made it, and he just thinks outside of the box.
Very spatial.
Very spatial. So this is like a 3-tiered board, a 3-tiered like abstract strategy game where you're essentially like throwing color out in your little piece, and you're throwing color out with a Holly
and you're throwing it in a certain pattern.
In a certain pattern.
Based on the card you play.
And you're trying to like cover your opponents in color and then trying to score points, but then you can also move up to the next level, and then when you throw color out, it can actually like cascade down to the other ones. And it's like this big like 3D game. And this is one of those games we played, and I was like, this is a very cool idea that I do not have the mind for. Yeah. I am not good at like abstract games like this.
I think it'd be a little better to higher player count, but it's very abstract.
It's very abstract. And this is a game where if you're really into abstract strategy, you'll probably like this game. There's certain people who are like, there's gonna be certain people who are really good at this game.
Sure.
And I will never be good because I'm not good at abstract strategy games like that. I don't particularly enjoy them.
It's kind of gnarly.
I liked this one more than most because I thought, hey, thanks for that follow. Appreciate you. Nonprofit Gnome, thank you so much.
Nonprofit Gnome, that's a great name.
Good name, really good name. Follow us on Twitch, twitch.tv/We're going to keep saying it. But nonetheless, I liked Holly. I thought it was really cool. I was like, this is a really cool game that I just don't really think is for me because I'm not good at these kinds of games. I don't particularly enjoy them that much because I don't have that mind for it. But I think this is super cool, and I love what Julio Navarro is doing. He's really thinking out of the box with all of his games, and I'm like, we met him at PAX. We're like, keep doing what you're doing
because it's just interesting.
Because you're pushing the envelope, and we love it. So same with Control. I'm like, this is a really cool game. Maybe not for me, but I love where this mind is going. So Holly's kind of in that same boat.
Boom. What do we got next? We got Horrified American Monsters.
We're playing this tonight.
We are playing this tonight if you're watching this
live.
Boom, do it. So this is a follow-up to Horrified. It's the same kind of game where you're picking up and delivering items to certain locations.
It's the same game for the most part. Yeah, the monsters are different.
You have different characters with powers and stuff, but it provides different monsters. This time it's based on cryptids like Bigfoot and stuff that are based in North America.
Yeah.
And it's awesome. Like, we love Horrified. That was like a very surprising game to us. We're like, this is like, I didn't expect to like this game so much.
Yes.
And it's kind of a pick up and deliver game. This does the same thing. And we really enjoy the monsters that we've tried so far from this one because
I like this one more than the
puzzle
last one.
and how they work and how you have to kind of get through. Because in this one, you always have to kind of go phase 1 and then phase 2. And this one, we're kind of trying to like prove the existence of these cryptids and then kind of overcome them, thwart them and stuff in part 2. And the part 1, the puzzle of how you get to them and figure them out and stuff are really interesting. Like with Mothman, you have to set all these traps because he's super fast.
Yeah.
With Bigfoot, you have to kind of follow footprints to prove that he exists.
Bigfoot's not even trying to
and then
attack you or anything
reassemble
like that.
the picture of Bigfoot, the kind of classic, walking picture. And so there's just really interesting stuff. And I think it's like really striking and beautiful, like similar to like Horrified. It's a really beautiful board. This too, like just looks great. Very kind of 70s style. It's really fun. Cool. It's really fun. Great co-op game.
I really liked Horrified, and I liked this one a decent amount more, which goes to show how much I really liked it.
Really dug it.
I never glad I said, Aaron, dude, here, what do we consider abstract? We're thinking more like a chess kind of thing, like that
chess
kind of
game,
abstract.
and no worries. And so this is a game where, abstract games are like very spatial typically and stuff where there's like a theme, but the theme is with Holy, going back to that real quick, it's like you're throwing down colors in a certain pattern, but the theme could be anything because it doesn't matter. The point is you have patterns and stuff. So when we say abstract, it's sort of all about the spatial movement of stuff, kind of like a chess.
Indeed. You played Innovation.
Innovations. This is one that I do not hardly remember, but it is a game where you are
I played that?
playing cards and you're kind of moving through time. You're building up innovations and stuff through time, like from antiquity up to modern times and stuff. It's the ugliest game on planet Earth. It looks horrible. It's fun though, and like there's certain cards that are very mean. You're kind of building up stuff. And when you play cards out, this is on Board Game Arena, where I played it. There's like symbols you get and stuff, which might make it easier to play other cards and things. And you're trying to sort of like, again, propel yourself forward through time, through innovation and inventions you build and stuff. It was fun. Ugliest game on planet Earth. Could not look worse. And geez, like, do I want to play it again? No. I enjoyed the play, but it's just so terribly bad looking that I'm good on it. But Innovation was interesting. What you're doing in the game is interesting, but geez, like clip art would be a step up. It's so bad. Looks so bad.
This game's pretty.
This game is pretty.
Juicy Fruits is great.
Juicy Fruits is a game where you're on an island, you're growing fruit and stuff,
You are.
and you are producing
It's a slide
fruit
puzzle.
by moving these tiles in a slide puzzle manner, where if I go 1, 2, 3 spaces and it's my little lime collector tile, I'll collect 3 limes. If I only move it 2, I only collect 2 limes. And so you're trying to like clear out spots on your island, and then when you have fruit, you can deliver to a boat that's docked at your
And
island.
the boats want, like this boat wants 3 oranges and 2
it's all
pomegranates.
contract fulfillment stuff, and when they get that boat, you'll score points for that boat, and they also go away from your island, which gives you more space. Then you can build different types of buildings, like you can build like resort elements, or you can build like a lemonade stand, which will open up end game scoring, different types of stalls. You can get an ice cream cart and start making ice creams, which are way too powerful in the game, and different stuff like that. But it's all this kind of slide puzzle about how you move things and open up your board and then kind of fill your board back in with different types of point opportunities and stuff. It's a really fun game. Liked it a lot. We played it on Game House. You can watch it on YouTube.
Right check it out. It's really good. Juicy Fruits is outstanding. It really is. All right, pick Just One. Just One is a game by Repos Game. This is a wonderful.
Repos production be doing.
They be doing co-op party games. This is a game. It's a really simple little party game where basically there's one person who's going to be the guesser, and they'll like close their eyes and all that kind of stuff, and then everyone else essentially gets. They all get one clue, and they have to write a word
that will point people toward that clue.
That will point everyone that the one guesser
like
to that clue.
Is bananas.
Clues bananas. So you might write yellow or peel or fruit or something like that. But here's the thing. You all write them down. The person's still closing their eyes, and then everyone shows them to each other. If anybody wrote the same things, they have to erase the duplicates.
No clue for you.
So you're trying to think of stuff that's not the norm. The problem is everyone's trying to think of stuff that's not the norm. So you think like, I'm going to say orange because it's not yellow, but it's still a fruit, but then 3 other people also wrote orange. And so sometimes going with like the straightforward clue is the best.
It's the one that no one will do.
And Just One works. And then you erase them, and then all the ones that are duplicates erase. The person opens their eyes and they have to guess what the word was.
Based on the clues that remain. It's so good.
And it just works. It works so darn well.
So
we absolutely love it. It's a simple little game. This is a game you can play with anybody, and it just works. It's simple. You're just like, duplicates, erase, guess the word. Boom. That's it. Just One's awesome.
If you had like a word generator, which you can find online, and piece of paper, you could play that without.
We played it like on stream,
Yeah.
I could play Kabuto Sumo, which we were both kind of like, that's okay.
Didn't hit for me, but I kind of want to find ways to like fix it up a little bit and play it. I think we can make like a little like shuffleboard paddle for it. So this is a game where you are sliding these discs onto a central board that's full of discs, and also your little bug, your little sumo wrestler. What you're trying to do is you're going to push a piece on, which will then inevitably push other pieces around and hopefully off the board.
Yes.
If you push any of the other discs off the board, you get to collect those discs to use on a future turn. If you push off your opponent's sumo wrestler, the little bug, you win the game.
Yeah.
So it's really about trying to push stuff off. And it's kind of like that coin pusher, arcade game.
Yeah.
Where you drop the coins and push the coins. But it's one that's like, by nature, a little bit fiddly. But it's just like unclear in the rules about like, well, can you have your finger on top of the disc or you have to push from behind? Or like, there's a couple like vagaries there that are like, And then also every player you have like a special power. Like you're a specific sumo wrestler, and the art's by Quantum Mori. It's amazing. And it might give you a special piece that you can use, which is cool. It might give you a certain, like your thing was really neat where you sort of take over someone else's turn. But whatever your power is, you're going to use it like once or maybe twice in the whole game. And we're like, I want that to be more, I want to be using my power more. Why have a power if you don't ever use it? And the game goes on for too long. It's a cute game that should be like 5-10 minutes, and it's like 15-20, and I'm like, it is too long.
Yeah, it didn't, I want to try it again. It felt like we played it once. We're like, okay, I played this game now. And that's kind of how it felt. I want to try it again.
That's just our opinion. A lot of other people really love it.
And love this game. It did not hit.
Maybe we talk about not being too snobbish. Maybe I'm being too snobby about it, and you just enjoy it for the silliness that it is, because it's a great production.
Yeah, it's great.
The pieces and stuff are dope, and like, but I was just like, I missed something there.
Yeah, for some reason it didn't sing with us. What did sing with us is the key Theft at Cliff Rock Villa. This is a game by Haba, and it's these really cool deduction games where essentially you can kind of play it solo, or we kind of play it co-op with the chat a lot, or you can play it competitively. And basically there's going to be 3 people, 3 items, and 3 escape methods. And you have to figure out what person stole what and how they escaped, and also what time they scored it. You have to find out all the information.
Yeah.
And basically what you'll do is you'll grab a card, you'll flip it over, and it'll tell you
some amount of information.
It'll tell you this person stole before this person. So now on your little sheet where you can kind of write, it's a dry erase thing, you can say, okay, we know that this person can't be at the earliest time because this person stole before him. And you start deducing things like that.
Yeah.
And you're drawing more and more cards, and you're narrowing down the information. And it's really, really cool because in the game, you're choosing a key colors. That's why it's called the key. And the makeup of who stole what, when, where, why, how will be different for each key color. So you can play the same game over and over and over again because you always are going to have a different makeup of who stole what, when. And it just works really, really well. So in a competitive game, you're basically trying to do it as fast as possible. And whoever can, because it's a big pile of cards, and whoever can figure out the fastest is the winner. Or how we play it, we potentially play like a co-op solo game. In a solo game, you're trying to deduce it, you're trying to do it essentially the least amount of points as possible, because each card has a certain amount of points.
2, 3, or 4, it adds that many points.
Exactly. And the 4 cards give you more information than the 2 cards. So you're basically trying to do it with as few little information as possible. So we play it live on Twitch. And so we play it live.
It's so fun.
And we play it with people. We all deduce together. It's really fun. There's like 3 of them now. They're really, really outstanding. Great way to get kids into deduction. They're very cool.
Mary Lou says, I've been wanting to try this game. Looks like fun. Are all of them good for kids? I think so. I think one of them is like a murder. And so it's like, maybe if you don't want that thematically, but we have like Sabotage at Lucky Llama Land, where someone was going around breaking rides at a theme park. So, and this one is the same.
And they do have difficulty rankings, and I think the Lucky Llama Land is the easiest one. So definitely, I think so. Especially, I'd say play it kind of like the solo co-op and just play with them.
If you can work together to come up with the mission,
rather than the speed one, I would say. But I think it's an outstanding product, really.
Yeah.
Mike, you played Key to the Kingdom. I actually never got a chance to play this at PAX.
But I got to play Key to the Kingdom. I was helping run demos of Key to the Kingdom over the weekend at PAX. I played it a number of times and stuff. This is a game where it's based on the old Key to the Kingdom, which is all about this board that would like open up and close, and you kind of jump through portals. Your pieces would be on the board, and it would go whoop and open up, and your pieces stay there, and now there's new stuff to see. So it keeps all that central, where you can jump into the whirlpool, open up the board, now you have new areas to explore and stuff. Super cool. Yeah. Like just a great gimmick for a game. And this one is you're kind of like these B Squad heroes who are going around to collect pieces of a key to ultimately throw down the Demon King and win the game. So it's a competitive game, and you're going on these different like key quests, these adventures to get each piece of the key that you need. And there's multiple reds and blues, so whichever one you want to try is up to you. And it's all roll and move. Like you have a D8 that you're rolling and you're moving.
There's a lot of mitigation though.
Yeah, but there's these tools you can use to mitigate your dice rolls. You can like add a +3 or subtract a +3 or add +2 and so on. And so you're using these tools and stuff to mitigate these dice rolls, because certain adventure might be like, you need to roll, there's one that's only 3 long, but you have to roll 1s over and over.
Yeah.
To do it. And it's like, well, okay, I rolled a 4, well, I'll subtract 3 from that, that's a 1. And so you're trying to go through and do that. It's very cute, it's very silly, kind of light adventure. Every adventure you go on has a little bit of a story, and they're all like silly and dumb. There's like a Right here on the cover, you can see there's like a giant who's like swimming, taking a bubble bath and stuff. It's very family
very
weight.
fun. It's very cute.
Cute game though, for sure. And it's coming out in the spring. So
Yeah.
check it out.
Very excited about it. Yeah, I really want to try it. The thing is good. Oh, someone asked Keyflower coming next. Keyflower's coming next. You played Keyflower. I actually didn't.
I did play Keyflower. I played this on Board Game Arena. This is one that I was thinking, we were talking about like games that we need to give a second chance to. I really want to play this one physically again.
I need to
I've
give it a
only
second
played it
chance.
physically once. I played it on BGA once and was sort of like, how's all this work and stuff? But it's an interesting game. Where you're putting these meeples down onto a tile to activate them, and there's a lot of stuff that based on color. You're sort of drafting out these tiles, and you kind of build out your town. You have to connect roads and stuff, and then you have to then activate and produce resources, then get those resources to certain areas and transport them around. So there's a lot of kind of generating stuff. So the adjacency of like what's where really matters. But there's a kind of thing where it's like, oh, you have this tile I want to use. Like, I'll put a meeple on your tile over there. Thanks for that. I'm going to use this, which then kind of messes you up because if I put like a blue worker on there, now you have to use blue workers on there.
Yeah,
So
might
it
not
kind
have
of
any
like
workers,
you can do some stuff to kind of mess with people. But you're going through 4 seasons where in the spring and summer you're kind of getting these tiles that produce a lot of resources. In the fall and then the winter, you are starting to store those resources, and the winter and stuff will provide like end game scoring opportunities based on what you have and where. The resource you try to produce. It's a cool game. It's like, it can be kind of brutal and stuff, and there's a lot of ways people can mess with each other. And so we prefer Key Flow, which we'll talk about later. But Keyflower is solid. So I put it on here as a new game because it's been a very long time.
Been a little
and I played on
long
Board Game
time.
Arena.
We played We got a lot of key games. We played Keystone North America. This is a game that is from Isaac Vega and the new company Rose Gauntlet Games. This is kind of another, kind of like Cascadia. They don't play it similar, but just kind of like nature-themed games that don't have a ton of rules, but have a tough puzzle to them. And this is a game, where you're drafting out these animals and you're putting them into a grid. I think it's a 4x4 grid. And you're essentially trying to get the same types of habitats, more or less, in rows and columns. And so it's just a kind of like that kind of spatial puzzle where you're trying to put stuff in the right spot so you can maximize the amount of scoring you do. But you can also have keystone animals, and the keystone animals are animals that are really vital to that environment.
Yeah.
And then if you have those in there, you double your score, I believe.
The whole thing again, yeah.
So it's like you're really trying to draft those keystone ones so you can get it, but they need to be able to fit in your area. And so it's just one of those really, really tough spatial puzzles that's ultimately pretty simple. It's like you're drafting a card, you're putting it in here, and you want to put the same habitats together if you can and get keystone. That's pretty much it. There's some other stuff, but that's more or less most of the game. And then, but then the puzzle is just like in your head. It's just like, it's so
you're thinking
difficult.
in like all the different dimensions at once. It's tricky.
Yeah, it's really, really fun though. I like it a lot. It was a Kickstarter, so I'm sure we get into backers this year,
Yeah, it's a
but
beautiful
really
game. The art's
gorgeous
so great.
too. Absolutely gorgeous.
Richie says, I love Keyflower, but the BGA implementation's a nightmare. That's why I want to play it again physically, because I think, it just takes away some of the
I
clunkiness.
didn't really like Keyflower at all. I want to try it again, but I don't think I'm going to like it. I think I will always want to play Keyflow over it, which we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
Play Cora, Mike.
Play Cora Rise
No
of
more
an Empire.
keys.
This was one of my really want to try from Gen Con games. And then we got it at, or I rather ordered on Miniature Market because I did like a little treat myself day and ordered this along with like Juicy Fruits and some other games, Cascadia and such. And Cora Rise of an Empire is a great game. Nick, what do we like doing? Bumping tracks. Bumping those tracks.
Bumping tracks.
So in this game, you're going through like 9 quick rounds, and you're a different city-state in ancient like Greece and stuff. And so I might be Athens, you might be Sparta. And that's going to give us like a little bit of asymmetry, a little bit of a direction maybe we want to focus on, maybe be a little more economic, maybe do a little bit more of exploration on the board. And in each round, you're going to be selecting 2 actions or 3 if you got your 3rd die unlocked. 3 actions to take, and those actions are going to give you the ability to trade, to do military actions, to play political cards, which are going to give you like one-time effects, ongoing bonuses, or endgame scoring, which are like really the heart of the game. I feel like in a lot of ways are doing those political cards, because they might give it where you had a thing where every time you do a trade action, you get all this extra stuff and you're doing all these cool things. I'm like, dang, like this guy's coming up right now. Like, because you built up this cool engine for yourself. So it's really cool. And as you go up these different tracks and stuff, every round you'll produce more money if your taxes are high. Every time you do a military action, you'll get more soldiers and stuff if your military is kind of built up on your player boards. There's a lot of different areas where you can kind of build up economies and incomes for yourself. And you're trying to ultimately have the most points,
Yeah.
man. But it's a cool game. There's a lot of really cool stuff
Yeah,
going on.
I really liked Cora a lot.
Very
That was
beige,
really
though.
good. We played Kim Joy's Magic Bakery. This is a game by Skybound Games and Druid City
Super
game.
cute.
Super cute little game, little co-op game where you're trying to put together little bakery orders. So you need like flour, you need sugar, you need butter, and stuff like that.
And make a creme pat, man. Stat.
You gotta make a creme pat, and it's very cute. It's not. It's a very very light game, very family
Very
game. I think the
family
game
weight.
was like okay,
Yeah.
but if you love the Bake Off and you love Kim Joy, because who doesn't? And you
It's
want a
cute style,
family weight.
the art and stuff is cool.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit of a story that you go through. So
Yeah.
I play with like kids and stuff.
Yeah, if you got like kids, if you love the Bake Off, it's a great little
Good for
game
that.
for that. But it's what is it? It's just very light,
not a very
clean.
meaty game,
No,
I'd say,
no.
but
But
cute.
it was
for
really
sure.
good. Yeah, we're gonna start picking this up because we we've got a lot to do.
Kingdom Rush Rift in
The first time
Time.
we played that was this year.
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
delivered this year.
Can you talk about Lucky Duck Games?
Boom, right there.
Sponsor
Thank you,
Daddy's Lucky
sponsor,
Duck Games.
Lucky Duck Games. So we backed this a while ago, actually, and then it finally came. This is based on, we didn't know this. It was based on like the Kingdom Rush, like
Yeah, the
app
game, yeah.
games, which makes sense. Lucky Duck does a lot of stuff with like digital things as well. And so it's a game that's now been put into a board game form that's actually really fun.
Yeah.
A tower defense game
It's
where you're going
really
to be getting
fun.
these towers, and these towers are going to be spitting out polyomino-shaped tiles, which is them shooting stuff
Yeah.
at this kind of like the ongoing waves of
They're coming in the kind of a
hordes
line. You're
that are
shooting
coming
at them.
through the channel, and they're trying to get to your kingdom and stuff. So it's a cool game where it's like, I'm gonna play this card right here, and it's gonna put this tower out, and it's gonna fire this, weird like Z-shaped polyomino down. And what you're trying to do is on each of those little horde cards, you're trying to cover up all of the symbols of like the little baddies,
Little monster symbols, yeah.
that are running around. And so if you get it fully covered up, that tile goes away, and that stops, being a problem for you. And so it's really interesting that the way that works with like this thing is going to go and can only shoot straight, or it can shoot straight into the left on a diagonal. And so you really have to like the way you position
really
the
have to work
towers,
together, yeah.
whichever way you orient them, and then it fires off a polyomino that stays in that orientation unless it's upgraded to the point where you can then rotate it. So there's a lot of like, it's a puzzly game.
Yeah, it's really cooperative because the way you upgrade towers is you decide to not use one and you pass it to one of your compatriots, one of your team members, and then as you pass it, it then upgrades to the next level. So it's really honestly cooperative. You have to work together, and the game is tough. We need to play it a little more. We only played the first couple scenarios, and we do really like it a lot. I dig it a lot. And big shout out to Lucky Duck Games.
Boom.
Hi Jackie, how are you? Good morning.
Hello.
We played King Domino Origins. This
so
is the new King
good.
Domino. So this is a new King Domino
It is
that
the
kind
King
of
Domino.
it is the King Domino at this point, because we have King Domino, we have Queen Domino, like them both, but really love King Domino.
Yeah.
King Domino Origins has essentially 3 different modules in it. There's one that's basically like King
Discovery
Domino.
mode.
One's kind of in the middle, and then one's closer to like a Queen Domino. So they're all in one game now, but they're all just like cleaned up and just work really, really well.
Yeah.
But this is a game where it's like, you're set kind of like in the caveman type eras, but ultimately it's pretty much the same as King Domino, and with some slight changes that really, really work well. And I like it a lot. I like all the modules. They're really good.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's the same kind of stuff that you'd play in King Domino. Really accessible, great game. I would play this one over them all because you can sort of tailor the difficulty to your audience. So I would highly recommend you get King Domino Origins.
Benson said, good night from Denmark. Good evening
night
from
to
Denmark.
you.
Indeed.
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Uh,
I got to play
You did
ladies,
play Little Ladies and
Gentlemen. We did a little bit of a meetup back a while ago with some other content creators. We played a big game of Ladies and Gentlemen, which is like a fun game. If you really, you gotta get into it because it's very mindfully and knowingly set into kind of the classic gender roles of like the men go to work and the women shop and stuff. And that's like obviously problematic roles that we don't need to
it's doing
adhere
this
to anymore.
knowingly.
And so if we all kind of buy into that and stuff, and you can play as a lady or a
We
gentleman,
almost
however you
always
want.
play the
Of
opposite
course,
of what
'cause
you're
it's,
saying. Yeah.
it's fun and stuff. And the men go to work and they have like a little mini game. And so if you're the lady or the gentleman, you're in paired couples. You're kind of doing different games and stuff. It's different kind of mini games so you get to score and stuff. And so it's really fun if you buy into the silliness of the theme, knowing that it's just like, we do not need to adhere to these things. Like male must be a breadwinner and doesn't want to talk about money, but he can talk generally about, oh, we did good today at the stocks, and lady asks for money to buy stuff. So if you get into it and kind of do tongue in cheek, it's a really fun game.
Yeah, it's really fun, especially when you just swap everything around and everyone's just being silly. It's a great convention game. Hello, Border Chappie. He said, thanks for making 2021 so much better than it would have been without you two. See you back there, West. Love you, Chappie.
Cheers.
Y'all are the best. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's just silly fun, great convention game.
Yeah.
We played Last Message. We played this at BGG Con, and this is a really interesting, kind of like a Where's Waldo type game where everyone's on a team except for one person, and there's that one person and then one kind of drawer from the team, and they have essentially a big old like Where's Waldo type map where it's like a big Wild West scene, and there are just hundreds of characters on
Figures
it.
everywhere.
There's
Micro,
all
macro,
these little
Crime City-ish.
scenes going, kind of micro, macro, Crime City, all these little scenes going all over the place. And then the person who is the drawer, who is on the team of everyone else, they pick someone in this massive stuff, mass people. They say, that's the person. And then they have to then draw or point to in some way
like a clue
where that person is. And then the other team is going to have to guess what person of all these hundreds is the person they're talking about. But the thing is, the other person, the traitor, the person who's against everyone else, they get to erase a certain amount of the picture.
It's a 3x3 thing, and the first one they get to erase five of the segments.
So then you pass over to your teammates, and you're just got what's left. And so you're kind of like, okay, this might be this over here, this might be this over here, and so you have to make a guess. And then if you're wrong, the board goes back over, and then they draw something else, and now the traitor gets to erase one less, and then one less, and so it gets more and more information.
It starts to home in on like an area.
It seems like it won't work, but it does, to the point where it never doesn't work. The problem with the game is that the team wins every single time. Yeah. I've never seen a time where they didn't win. Yeah. It's just too hard. I do think you need to make it easier for the traitor, for the person who's erasing stuff, because it's too weighted towards the team, but it's a really cool concept that I think works really well. I think you just have to house rule it to make it harder.
Yeah, and I think you could definitely house rule it in a way to like make it like, okay, they erase 5, then 4, then 3, to go 5, 5, 4, 3, or something like that. And so, make it a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Last Message was a cool game.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. A really cool concept. It's just a little bit too easy for the team, but ultimately it's very good. Mike, talk about Le Havre.
Le Havre is amazing. Love it, love it, love it so much.
Fish.
Love Uwe Rosenberg. I love, it's another one's fairly accessible because you're going on a turn and you can either move your disc to a building and make use of that building. If I'm making use of one of your buildings that has a cost, I have to pay you either food or money to make use of that building. I can use my buildings for free because I've already built them or paid for them or whatever. Or you can just take from the offer, there's money and fish and things. You can take everything that's on the offer spot and you get a big old stacks of stuff.
Yeah. You're
trying to upgrade fish to smoked fish, which are worth more food. It's very much centric on feeding your people, but it's also very achievable.
It's easier to do that, yes.
And you're trying to upgrade different resources to build bigger and better things and build
money
ships
and stuff.
It's just so freaking good. And there's these specialty buildings and stuff that add a lot of variety because the special buildings, they do similar stuff to the rest of them, but they might provide it in different ways or different combinations of goods you can get. And you're ultimately trying to be the most wealthy. So all the buildings that you build in the game will be worth their value. And then cash that you have on hand is worth points. And these ships are going to be a big hit of points. Also make it easier to feed your people because you're out on there fishing.
It's just so good.
It's so good.
It's so good with only good options. Like you either have a good option or a better option.
That's your favorite new to us game of the year.
Yes, it was really, really incredible. That's what Star Trek said. Can you guys do a 2-player playthrough of the Sonar, not the big box Captain Sonar, but the 2-player version?
I do want to try that.
So good and overlooked. I think we should play the big 8-player version.
And just be running around
the whole time. But we maybe could. We'd have to get it, but that's a different thing. Mike, praise be. Get some praise bees in chat. Phil Walker Harding, praise be.
Praise be.
We played Llamaland this year, which is by praise be, Phil Walker Harding. And this is a really cool game. It's kind of like a typical praise be thing where he kind of borrows from himself a lot. This is kind of a mix between like Baron Park and Gingerbread House.
It's a midpoint between the two.
But heavier than both. This is one of his heavier games. Essentially, you have these big beefy polyomino tiles.
It's puzzlier because you have both those elements.
And you're essentially putting these tiles into your ever-growing kind of tableau stuff, and you can stack them on top of each other. And when you put them on top of each other, if you cover up symbols, you're essentially going to get different things. You can get like villagers, which kind of give you like special powers. You can get cocoa, you can get corn, you can get potatoes, and you use those to entice llamas to come onto your land. Then you're going to get llamas and put them into your tableau, but then you can't build on top of them, so you kind of have to then build around them. And this game is so much fun, but it is pretty puzzly. And then there's also like 7 objectives you can go for, and you're kind of racing to go do those. And there's a ton of different objectives, so the games are always different. And this game is super fun, but for a Phil Walker Harding game, it's
be advised,
beefier than most of his other stuff,
which is so great because he lives in his wheelhouse. He knows how to operate and makes these accessible games. And so this one is like, you play some Phil Walker Harding games. You want to go next step, which is just like a minor step.
Not a huge step, but
it's so fun though.
Really good.
It's a great production. The cardboard is thick with 2 C's on those.
Really good. Ooh, we played Long Shot.
Long Shot's a nice game.
This is a game that, again, we kind of, Chris Handy, who makes Long Shot, hit us up to play it. And we were kind of like, yeah, okay, we'll try it out. And ended up really liking it. This is a roll and write horse racing
betting game. You're betting on the horse race.
You're betting on the horses, and you're rolling out these dice, and the dice will move horses. And then if a horse moves, other horses, depending on the card, also get to activate. And you're essentially betting on who you think is going to get first, second, third. You can also purchase horses, which means if you purchase a horse and it comes in first, second, third, you get more money.
You get a little bit of an ability.
All this different stuff you can like cross off to get more money and do this. You're working this little concession stand, and it just works really well. Because one thing about it is like, it's just roll the dice. So sometimes like the number 8 horse is like crushing it, but then it gets near the end and you just never roll it again. And so it's one of those things where it honestly feels very exciting because you never know what horse is going to win.
You don't have much ability. You can mitigate a little bit, but you don't have much ability to mitigate the outcome of the race.
No, not at all.
The race is what's going to be. And what's cool is like the number 1 horse, on the bottoms of each card, they have other horse, like you said, that might activate. So the number 1 horse is on most of the other cards. And so they are more likely to win. They are literally more likely to hit and win the race.
Yes.
But the odds, if you bet on them, they pay out less. Yeah. Number 8 does not appear on many cards. They are the long shot. But if they win, it pays out a ton.
Yeah.
And so it's so fun because you're like, let's go 8. Let's go 8. Let's go 8. Come on now. Come on now. You know, and like
really fun.
It really does a great job of like feeling like a race where you like you said, a certain horse gets way out and then they stall out and you're like, 4. I bet
pull a hammy. What happened?
I just bought you. Like, go. You know, it's so fun.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, Long Shot was a big surprise. We thought it might be cool, but it was really fun. Like you played Lords of Waterdeep finally.
Finally. Man, I finally played Lords of Waterdeep, which is like the worker placement game that everyone says like we got to try Lords of Waterdeep before you rank any.
You gotta try it.
And then I finally played it, and then someone immediately said like Lords of Waterdeep isn't that great. I'm like, what are you people? Well, I can't make you happy. Yeah. Everyone talks about you gotta play Lords of Waterdeep, or you can't talk about any other worker placement games. I play like, well, it's not even really that good of a worker placement game. I'm like, well, I can't make
board game is in a nutshell right there.
Jeez Louise. But it's a good game.
Yeah.
It's a good game that's set in D&D in theory, but it's just cubes, colorful cubes that are like wizards and stuff. But it's just cubes, and it's resource and contract fulfillment, but it's solid. I really liked it. Yeah. I like that action board like spaces become available during the game is cool. Enjoyed it. Lost Cities Roll and Write's cool.
Lost Cities Roll and Write is cool. Yeah, this is a Lost Cities Roll and Write. It's exactly like that. It's a dice rolling game, and it's same thing. You roll out a couple of dice. They have different colors on them and different numbers, and you choose for the first player. You choose a color and a number, and then you get to mark that color, or that number rather, in that color's track. And it's similar to Lost Cities, where once you start a track, you start in the negatives. And you have to move up a certain point to get into the positive.
To a certain point.
But it's not as brutal as Lost Cities. I actually don't really like Lost Cities, the normal game. But I actually like the Roll and Write a lot. It's not the best Roll and Write. It's nothing real special in my opinion, but it's a good little Roll and Write. Comes in a little box. So it's like, we buy those kinds of Roll and Writes because we like them.
If you're gonna make a game, put it in a tiny box. It'll stick around.
Because it'll stick around. And we take it to like things like the airport. We can play it on a plane. That kind of stuff. We're like, perfect. Every single time we travel, we'll bring Lost Ruins Roll and Write. Almost assuredly. Because we can just take the dice and a couple laminated pieces of the board, and we're done. And so it's like, it's great for that. It's not game breaking, but it's cool. If you like Lost Cities, you'll probably like this. If you like Roll and Writes, you'll probably like it. It's fine.
Listen, Jackie, you made us very happy at PAX. You ever think about that? And also, how is your shoulder doing?
Indeed.
Let us know.
Indeed.
Maglev Metro.
I like this game.
It's a cool game.
Like this game, but I like this game a lot more than
I do like it, and I'm very excited for more.
Hi, Paula. Lost Cities is not good. You're wrong. But nonetheless, you're wrong, Paula Demi. Hello, Paula Demi.
I'm with y'all. I like Lost Cities.
It's fine. It is the Good Doctor's worst game. That's probably not true. But nonetheless, Maglev Metro is not by the Good Doctor. Maglev Metro is a game. It's a pick up and deliver game where you are building out subway rails, basically. Yeah. And talk about thick cardboard. This is like quad thick.
Yeah,
this
solid.
Is quad thick. It's really good. But nonetheless, you're building out your routes and you're picking and delivering different robots and different passengers. But the thing is, you have a main board, and your main board is your actions. And the robots, when you put them, you get to put them in your action spots, and essentially makes those actions stronger. So now instead of moving 1, if you put another robot in there, you can move 2. If you put another robot on there, you can move 3. And the big part of the game is there's a spot called Adjust. And the Adjust allows you to move around your robots, because you're like, right now, I don't need to move a lot. I need to pick up a lot of passengers. So you can then make it so you can pick up a lot lot, but then later on you're like, I don't need this as much. I'm now going to move these around. And that kind of movement of your engine is super, super, super cool. And it just works really well. I really love it. They're coming out with 2 more maps, and I'm really excited to try it. I just hope they come out with more maps. This is a game that like I absolutely loved. Definitely more than you, but we both liked it a lot. And I think this game is absolutely incredible.
Yeah. It's solid. It's solid. The one thing that's like knock for me that's weird because you don't deal with them much. You get like 3 cards, objective cards, and they just sit there. They're the cheapest cards ever made. They're really bad. And for whatever reason, that just put me off. I'm like, dang, like
all the money went in that cardboard, baby.
We're not handling these much. I don't need like the Graceland and finish, but these are rough, man.
Yeah, it's.
Other than that, though,
they don't really
the
do
production
anything,
is
but
amazing. So it's weird.
It's a kind of
a little bit of not colorblind friendly though, so I would definitely. There's copper and gold, which all look the same.
You gotta put a dot on them. It's hard to tell when you're not colorblind friendly.
To delineate that. That was a misstep.
We played Mandala Stones a bunch of times this year.
It was great.
This came out on our top 10 underrated games, even though it's a newer game, because this is a game that really should be like, in our opinion, a Zool level popular. It's an abstract strategy game. Talk about that. It's just there's no theme. It's just colorful discs, and that's it. But this is a game where there's a big board of stacks of discs, and you put it down an artist, and then basically the artist has a symbol on top, and all the different stuff on the board also has symbols. And so you put it in a spot that's around the mandala stones, and then any stones that match that symbol you get to take and then put on your board. And then you put them on your board. There's basically 4 different slots you can put it in. And then instead of taking stones, though, you can decide to score. You can score whenever you want, and you're going to score all of the same color that's on top of all those piles that you've been putting on your board. But the thing is all the different spots on your board score differently. Like this one, the 4th stone in the stack is scores the most. But in this one, the lowest one scores the most.
You don't want a huge tower.
In this one, the 3rd one scores the most. And so you're trying to score them in a way, you're trying to score the most points, but you need different stuff in different stacks, and you can only score all of the same color at one time. Yeah. So not only are you trying to manage that, you're also trying to manage it where once you score that, those go away, and then the next one they're shown. And so preferably, you'd want all those to be the same color as well. And it's just a tough abstract strategy game that is so gorgeous and really fits into that Azul where it's super simple, really click-clacky acrylic tiles.
Very nice.
And just kind of went under the radar a little bit. And it's one of those things where we're just like, this, in my opinion, should be up there with Azul and just isn't for whatever reason. So if you have a chance to try it. It's freaking great.
Boom. Paleo has not been covered yet. We actually didn't get a chance to play it, so it won't be covered on this one, but it's on our wanted try list.
Polydemic is a force of nature. You're right. Mike, you played a couple things of Marvel Champions.
I don't own it or anything, but I have a buddy who does, and he is my guide into the Marvel Champions universe. He knows all, he has it all and stuff. And so we get together and we've played it a few times through the year.
Yeah. Like it.
When we've hung out. I really enjoy it. Yeah. It's nice to have him know how everything works and stuff. It's similar to like Lord of the Rings living card game and stuff. So I understand generally what's going on, but it's fun because it's fun just to, he does a cool thing of like, what's the superhero you're interested in, you want to play? Like, oh, Star-Lord. He's like, cool, I'll bring it. We'll do this and we'll play this person. And it kind of curates an experience for me. So I've quite enjoyed my plays.
It seems cool. Never tried it. I want to. Yeah. Best Star Trek said, did you guys try Beyond the Sun? Yes, we actually already talked about it. You'll have to go back and watch it. Yeah.
I liked it.
Mike, you watch it? We also played Marvel United. This is a game that I regret not backing just because I want to paint the miniatures. I really like the miniatures. Yeah. And I want to paint it really, really badly. But this is a co-op game where you are fighting one of the supervillains like, you know, Thanos or whoever. There's a bunch of them. There's a billion of them. And you are working together, and you're putting your cards out in this line. And this is a game where it again feels very cooperative.
Yeah, you're kind of piggybacking off of each other's
because you're piggybacking off of the cards that are put out in the row, and it works very well. This is a game where I always complain about like big, like mostly CMON Kickstarters or like Awakened Realms Kickstarters where you get so much stuff, but all those games are big, long games. So you'll never play with half the stuff you get because the game is too big and too long.
Way.
But this game is like 30 minutes, which means you can actually play everything you got.
And our buddy who has this has played just about every character
because he's like, because it's a 30-minute game. And it's like we love Zombicide, but with Zombicide you get so much extra stuff. But like Zombicide is like hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and it's like we'll never play with all this stuff because the game is too long. Marvel United can get played, and so it's one of those games where I'm like, man, I kind of wish we had backed this because I think we would actually play it. Honestly, I just want to paint it. That's 86% of the reason.
The minis are really fun.
The minis are great, but the game is really fun too. We like it a lot, and our friend has it, and so we'll probably play with them.
We got it.
Although I'll probably get the base game so I can paint.
At least get the base game.
We played this game with Paula Deming.
Meeples and Monsters. We did play this with
Paula Deming.
We played this with Paula Deming, everybody.
This is a lot of people compared this
Matthew
to Lords of Waterdeep.
Yes, because as you're going, new action spaces open up and stuff like that. So it is kind of Lords of Waterdeep. You're kind of like these meeple heroes. Like they're all shaped in meeple. These fighters. The art style is fun because they're all like wooden meeple people. And you are going around making use of action spaces and kind of fighting monsters and stuff like that, and building new spaces and such. This is one that like I enjoyed, and then
I liked it.
As we played it, I was like, cool. I think I've explored
all
most of all of this right here.
That's what it felt like.
And I'm good. It's also, one thing that's nice is that it's a very intuitive game. Like we were watching a rules play video before we played it, and like even as it got going and they weren't that far into the rules, I was like, I know how this game is going to work. I can see it. And so exactly it's well laid out that you're like, oh, I get how this is going to be. It's intuitive and stuff, but it's something that I wonder. Now, we didn't play with, like, there's these like towers you can play with that I think maybe add some more variety and stuff to the game. We did not play with that. So that might be something that I would need to try before I make a final determination. But something with the base game, I was like, this was fun, but I kind of feel like I saw it all. Yeah. And so that's something that I want to try the other mode to see if that changes that up.
Yeah, I liked it, but it was by the end of it, we're like, cool, we saw everything that game has. Yeah. This game we finally played, our good friend Sliver sent us this Mephisto. This is a 2-player card game where you essentially it's a little deck of cards, and it's you have this kind of like row of 2 rows of like stuff, monsters, items, that kind of stuff. And you essentially, and it makes 3 lanes of 2 cards. And so on your turn, you can play out cards to these lanes. And a lot of the cards you're playing out are like spells or weapons. And basically you're trying to kill the monsters in those lanes. And the monsters will have a certain amount of points on them. Collect their souls. And you collect those souls. Whoever gets the 15 souls wins. The cool thing, though, is when you kill a monster, the monster goes into like your victory point pile. But a lot of the monsters have ongoing abilities. So now it's like, now whenever you do this, you get this. And the cool thing is you have, I think it's called favor. Yeah. There's a favor in the game. Yes, favor that you
add to your attack.
Will constantly go up and down, but you can add it to your attack. So if you have 8 attack, you need 10. You can use 2 favor to get to 10. And there's a lot of stuff that allows your favor to go up and down. And it's a really small little game that is cool. Yeah, I liked it. It's not my favorite game ever, but like I liked it. I thought it was cool.
Solid.
Yeah.
All right, jumping next, we got Merchants of the Dark Road. This is right, Elf Creek Games and stuff. Elf Creek be making good productions, that's for dang sure. This is no exception. This is a game where you are sort of in this world of perpetual night. You're going into each, the world spins basically one day, like one time every year. So like one, so you're
in the night half.
You're in the night. So it's night for a season, for the entire winter's all night and stuff. And so it's almost like being the extreme ends of our planet and stuff. And so we're in this kind of icy, frozen, dark world and stuff. And we are these merchants that are going around, we're gaining goods and stuff, selling goods to heroes, and we're delivering goods to outlying towns kind of with on these contracts, these commissions. And so it's a cool game in terms of like you're placing dice out, and then that moves your little wagon around town where you can get to different action spaces and stuff. And you can go on, like, start a caravan and basically go out on an adventure to deliver goods, deliver heroes back to their towns and stuff. You want money and you want prestige. Those are your 2 points. Whichever of those is lower at the end of the game is your score. So you really ideally want to balance them as much as you can.
Yeah.
And Merchants of the Dark Road was an interesting one that when we first played it, we didn't put our focus in the right area. Like there's these illuminated dice that are extremely powerful.
You need to have them.
And so in our first game, I think each of us only ever got 1.
Yeah.
And it's one that's like, you need to get a couple more than that if you can. And so it kind of like left like a taste in our mouth, like, oh, that didn't really hit.
Like, I don't know how much I liked that. Yeah.
Then we replayed it and kind of put our focus more on the illuminated dice, and we're able to figure out how to kind of do stuff a little bit better, and that kind of improved our look at the game. And then now there's also a thing saying that like we would not, if Nick leads a caravan, I can join the caravan. But if I didn't have anything to deliver, I would be like, oh, I'm not going to go on the caravan. I don't have anything to deliver. But I can still go on that caravan and just carry out, because you do these like travel events. So I could do a travel event, and like maybe that helps out, you know, something. So it's like we still need to try it again, but it's one that I'm like, it didn't hit as much as I wanted it to. It
that's
didn't
what it came
quite
down to.
Get there, and I was bummed because the production is stellar. This is one that like you can get the super deluxeified version that's super expensive. People have asked us, would I get that? I would say do not do that.
Personally, yeah.
Because I don't think it's worth that in terms of the gameplay. But it's a very nice production,
cool.
and I want to play it again with that other kind of element in mind before finally determining. But it's one of those good, not great.
Yeah. We played Micro Crime City, which is a game that kind of was surprising as well, where this is a big kind of Where's Waldo game where you have this big old map.
It's huge.
That has this kind of like line art all over it. And it's like Where's Waldo? There's so many different scenes going on. And you essentially have a prompt, and it's all about murder, which is weird. Yeah. But nonetheless, you're like,
very
dangerous town. Look at this spot. This person got murdered. And then you basically have to backtrack and find out who killed them. And it's just
who killed them, how did it happen? There's basically different points of this case that you need to solve.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, they were over here.
Motive, maybe.
Oh, they just came out of the grocery store. Okay, so then like maybe next to them you see like a bag with like some carrots and stuff that spilled out. You're like, okay, maybe they came out of a grocery store. Where's the grocery store? So you have to go find some. And it's super interesting. And this game, at first, when this game was up for the spiel, I might have even won. I was kind of like, why? Like, what is interesting about this game? And then we played it. I was like, oh, this is incredible. And also just an artistic feat to just like, whoever drew this, they're kind of like, hey, you need to put all of these scenes in here, make it work. And it just works really, really well.
That thing, but it's very impressive. But it's Where's Waldo got murdered. It's great.
Yeah, it's really fun.
I played Micropolis.
We played Micropolis.
I bought it. Is what it is. I bought it on like a clearance from Miniature Market or someplace or other. For very cheap. It's a Bruno Catala game and stuff where you are building out like an anthill. So you have like a little central plastic piece thing, and then you're going to be building out an anthill around it with these kind of pie-shaped tiles. And then once you build out your thing, the game is over. So it's a very brief game. And you are trying to place these tiles to create these tunnels and stuff, and you are trying to get your army ants out into their barracks and stuff.
So you're trying to link a whole bunch of stuff.
Link a bunch of stuff together. And get different bits of fruit for the queen and things. This is all kind of spatial element stuff. That was actually a pretty cute game.
Yeah.
It's very basic. It's not like mind blowing. It's got these cool like little ant minis and stuff. So it's got some really nice things. It's a nice production in a game that was like, okay. And if you play 2-player, what you can actually do is play 2 different ant hills. Because there's components enough. I think you can play like 6 or 7 players. And I like playing that because it gives you a little bit more to think about on turn. You're like, okay, well, put this over here, and I'll do this over here. It's a basic enough game that you can kind of play 2 hands. And it kind of creates a little bit more to think about in the game. But I thought it was pretty cute. And I got it for like, I think less than $10.
Yeah, if you can find it cheap.
For getting on clearance, I was like, that's great. I wouldn't want to pay more than that. But based on the price, the value, I'm like, hey, sweet.
Yeah, it's worth a pickup if you can find it for cheap. We played Mind Bug.
We played some Mind Bug. We played it over a dinner at PAX.
We did. This is a game. It's kind of like a Key Forge kind of game where you have like a deck of cards and you are playing.
You get like 10 cards or something.
Yeah, like and you're playing against each other. You're basically putting out these like heroes. You're trying to defeat each other and stuff like that. But the thing is, and the kind of crux of the game is you have 2 mind bugs in the game. And basically what that is when you put out a card, you say like, I have this now like 10 strength like monster, right? Really, really strong. Like kind of like basically every card is kind of game breaking in a way, but that's kind of the point. But then you can say like, I'm gonna mind bug, and that card is now mine. You essentially get to steal or control 2 cards that your opponent gets to put out. So there's this constant like mind game of like, okay, I'm gonna put this out. Hopefully they use their mind bug on this one because I have this one that they don't know about. And it's a big choice of like, oh, that card sucks. That would really suck if they hit me with that. But do I waste a mind bug on it? And it worked. I was going to this game. Dave Luz was teaching us when we were eating dinner one night at PAX, and I was just like, we had heard about the game, and I was just like, I'm not a huge fan of like head-to-head card dueling games. So I was just like, I'm probably not gonna like this game, but I'll try it. And I was surprised at like, wow, the subtlety and the choices are really tough in this game. Like really tough. It's a very interesting game. I'll still never play it too much, but I was like, wow, that's a really cool idea. It's a really, really cool idea.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And yeah, that was Mind Bug. Did you ever get a chance to really play it?
I watched you play and stuff, which is cool.
Hey, you played. We both kind of played a little My Own Toy Shop. We covered this for BGG.
We covered it for BGG, and I had some friends over, and they have kids and stuff. I was like, well, this is a kids game, so like let's try this out. It's a cute game where it's kind of like King Domino-ish, where you're building out a toy shop with these square tiles, and you build it, I think, in a 4x4 shop, and so you're limited in how you can build. And what you're trying to build is kind of like areas of color. for certain types of toys, certain like
there's like
categories
car
of
vehicle toys and like dolls and then like sports toys.
And if you get like an area with like 3 or 4 reds and stuff, you like kind of get better and better production.
Yeah.
So it's like a really cool game where it's just like very light. You're building a toy shop, which I think is a great theme for a game.
Yes, it is.
Kids obviously can get into that kind of idea of how would I make a toy shop, and then it has some of those limitations. So you got to think of that spatial puzzle. Like I can't just build it as wide as I need. I need to kind of think of this smart. And so it was a game that actually went over really well. I played with like a 13 and a 7-year-old. They both got it. They both understood it.
Yeah.
And so it was a really cute game.
Yeah, and this is made by Lifestyle Board Games, and they make
all about
a lot
family.
of really cool kids games.
Yeah,
all
really
about family games, and they're
stuff.
really, really good.
Yeah.
Mike, you play Mystic Market. You kind of just like, we're going to keep hiding that one, Jackie. That's
solid. That's solid.
But nonetheless, Mystic Market, you kind of just randomly picked up. But this is a game where you have a market and you're trying to essentially sell these cards, but there's an ongoing market that's constantly changing. So like the red cards are worth this much, but every time you sell, you then take that that stock essentially, and then you put it at the back. Yeah. And so much of the game,
the market was now it's not valuable.
Yeah, anymore. So much of the game is you trying to move stuff into the right area so that you can sell things for the biggest ones. And sometimes you might sell something even
just
though,
to get it out of the way.
Because you just want to get it out of the way because you want the orange ones to go forward so that you can do it. And this is a game that, like, again, it's like you kind of just picked up on a whim because you heard it was like, all right, and we played it. We were like, wow, that's actually really fun.
Kind of like reminds of a Jaipur in sort of the way that you're getting cards and things and spending cards. But yeah, it was a cool game, and like the little vials are full of like really colorful glitter and stuff. It's just like
it's like a little gimmick, but it just works.
I got it at a game store because if ever I'm in a place, I try to see if there's a game store, and if there's a game store, I try to get something from that game store to support. Yeah. And I was just like, I don't know, it's like $12. I was like, sure,
why not, right?
Awesome.
Yeah, Mr. Market is a good little surprise. Wasn't expecting too much. It was actually cool. Ooh, that's right, Mike. I said Mythic
Battles Pantheon.
You played Mythic Battles Pantheon with Crook, I think.
I did. And so this is one that Crook has had for a while and liked it and stuff. And I've always been curious about it. So I got a chance to try it. And it was cool. I got beat real bad. But it was interesting the way that you kind of play a card to activate a certain troop or a certain figure and stuff, and how you work them and move them around on the board. And there's all sorts of like trees and rocks and things you can interact with. I think Hercules can like throw stuff and like move the obstacles on the board and stuff. There's all these stuff with like high ground and things. So it was an interesting game. But I was like, I actually like dug this because it's all about like what you're going to activate and when, which characters and what they kind of provide and stuff. So I enjoyed it. I need to play it again for sure. But
I was tried at one point.
That was pretty cool actually.
Yeah. Scott B talking about Mystic Market said it's all because of those vials. Other those vials, you wouldn't have played it. True, but hey, it got us to play it, and I really like it. So
those
good on them for making those
vials.
vials.
Those vials are so cool.
Honestly, I think that's totally fine.
Yeah.
We played Naga Parbat. This is a very interesting game.
Yeah, a little 2-player game.
Yeah, which I didn't really. I was expecting to really like it, and it kind of didn't jibe with me that much.
Sure.
It's a game where you're trying to collect different kinds of animals.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it? It's when wherever you take, that's where you have to go to.
Yeah. So if you take from like the third spot of a there's like everything's kind of built down to these like little triangles of 6. If you take it from the third spot, you'll move your Sherpa to like the third of those triangle sets. Yeah. And so you're kind of like bouncing around based on which one within it you
plan ahead. Like if I'm gonna take this one, I'm then gonna move over.
And you're kind of putting like a camp down at each of these that you go
and so you're trying to plan ahead. It's because whenever you take it, you're going to move there, so you have to plan that out
because you want to get certain types of animals. I'm like, well, there's no animals over there that I like.
Exactly.
So do I want to, you know?
And it's a very cool game that Shebe taught us, but for some reason it just didn't stick with me. I don't know why. I really wanted to like the game, and for some reason it just didn't jive with me that much.
I played again. It's kind of like light and stuff, but I thought it was interesting. But I think, maybe we were expecting more from it or something, and so maybe our expectation wasn't placed in the right spot and everything. It looks beautiful. Like I love the cover, and like the little animal meeples and stuff are cool. So I want to give it another go. It is on Board Game Arena, so maybe I'll give it a go over
and maybe
there.
In that capacity be fine.
And we didn't play Mind MGMT or Mythic Mischief this year. Maybe next year.
We did play Nidavellir. Finally got to buy Nidavellir at PAX Unplugged. This is an engine building game kind of to a crazy degree because the point scoring in this is like
that collection like massive.
Yes, like absolutely. There's a couple different kinds of dwarves you can get. There's like the orange ones that score a different way from the red ones and the green ones, and they all score differently. And you're essentially trying to get a lot of one type because then you score like crazy points. But you also want to get one of each if you can.
Complete sets
because
of
then you can go
colors.
and get one of these heroes, these big dwarf heroes. They're really awesome. But those are going to be like give you some kind of like really cool like power, or they're like a super set kind of thing.
Scoring or some sort of cool thing.
And it makes your scoring even crazier, but you're also essentially bidding with these tokens that you will constantly upgrade.
These
and they'll
coins,
become, the coins, and you'll essentially they become more and more valuable as time goes on because you're constantly trading them in for other more valuable coins. And I don't know, this game just works really well. I really love like the kind of black and white look of it. I think it's kind of got like a really interesting look. I know you really like this game.
Yeah, I really dug it. I think it's just fun, the auctioning, the way you get the cards. It's just a set collection game. It's ultimately very kind of straightforward.
Yeah,
and
it's
light.
pretty simple.
But everything's worth tons of points. So you just like feel accomplished. Even if you don't win, it's like, well, I got 220 points. That was great. You know?
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah, Nidavellir is really, really good.
Hornets, yeah, give it a go when you can.
You got to try it when you can.
We played a couple games rather of Night of the Ninjas.
Yes.
This is a social deduction game.
We had a bunch of friends over.
We had a bunch of friends at a big stream. It was awesome for Brotherwise games. It has really cool art. This is like a specific artist that does stuff with paper. And they actually like layer paper together to get that kind of depth. And so that's like a picture taken of like real paper that creates this like shadow box kind of like
really, really
shadow
cool.
Based art and stuff.
Super you're essentially on two teams and you're trying to eliminate.
You're always changing teams, but you'll always be on
every
one
time
team
you
at
play
any
you
one
change
moment.
teams.
Yeah.
But you're on teams and you essentially there's different cards you're playing out that essentially allow you to do stuff like look at other people. You could like kill other people and stuff.
Yeah,
and basically
very classic kind of social deduction-y type thing.
At the end of the round, you're all going to reveal who you are, and basically whoever's the highest rank on one of the teams, that's the person's win. So if you have like 2 1s and the other person is a 3,
and if any of
that
their
team will
teammates
win.
are still around, they get points.
Exactly. And so you're basically trying to do that. It's social deduction. You're trying to deduce who's what. No one knows who's on their team either. So you're kind of like, okay, like I'm on the Lotus team. You look at this card. Okay, Mike's also on the Lotus team. Okay, so I know we're good.
And he's the Lotus 3, so I want to make sure he survives.
Yeah, so like sometimes you're like trying to get killed because you're like you're like, I don't want them to die because I know they're the 3. So like I have to try and sacrifice myself so that our team can win. And it's a cool little game. This game is kind of tough because it came out in a pandemic. And I think they even delayed it to hopefully so it didn't come out earlier in the pandemic. But it's a really fun little team game. It's really cool kind of
because you're all like working together in a moment, but on the next turn you might be on a different team. You ultimately are scoring your own.
And then that
points.
meta game starts where you're like, you were on the other team, and you're like, no, I'm on your team now. It's like, no, I don't believe you.
It's great.
You know?
It's solid if you like that kind of social deduction stuff. This is a fun one for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. We played Nova Luna we've been trying to kind of get this game played for a minute. We finally got a chance to play it.
Yeah, so we played it like once way back when, but then
back at Dice Tower West.
Got the chance to play it, and it's just a great game. It's Uwe Rosenberg where you're placing out these tiles, and these tiles are going to be of different colors, but they're also going to provide you with tasks, like basically missions you got to do. Yeah. And so it's all based on colors. Now, if I place this one down, it might satisfy the mission of something adjacent to it because that says like, oh, this thing needs to have a yellow and a red next to me. Okay, well, I have a red over here. I just placed a yellow. I've now completed the mission. I get to put a disc on that. And then now this yellow one that I placed will also provide some amount of missions. And your goal is to get as many of them done as you can so you can get your discs out. Once you get rid of all your discs, you win. It's a racing game to do that. This is kind of flow through adjacency, which is cool. If I need like 3 light blue, if I have light blue, light blue, light blue that go out, but they're unbroken by anything, this one right here now has 3 light blues next to it. So you have this kind of flow through adjacency. It's just this tile placement stuff. It's super fun.
And it works really well.
It uses similar time mechanics to like Patchwork, where if you're the furthest back, it's your turn. And if you take typically a tile that has more missions on it, the number of time that it moves is less.
Yes.
If you take an easier one to accomplish, it gives you more time. So you might be able to do 2 turns in a row. It's a lot of cool stuff. And the way you kind of build up and the whole spatial element of it is just...
It works.
It works.
It works really well.
Love it a lot.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Some I've ever found on sale, I like to pick it because I think it's way too expensive.
It is way too expensive, but it's a good game.
We played Oath. We played a big old like 6-player kind of
everyone learning the game,
learning all at the same time. And here's the thing, I don't think I'm really gonna like Oath ever. And yeah, it was a big learning, teaching game. And again, shout out to everyone we were playing. We were all learning. We were all teaching.
The company was great and everything. It was just a lot to try to like.
A lot to learn. And I don't think I'm going to like Oath anyway. And so I was kind of like, all right, cool. I don't think I ever need to play Oath again.
Yeah.
It's just not my kind of game. Yeah. It's like, you're all kind of, how do you even describe Oath? What do you even do in that game?
I have to play it again to know, but you're trying to get people out onto different, cards on the map, these different action spaces and stuff, but you're trying to kind of build up. There's like one character that's different than everyone else, which is weird to me. So it's not like really asymmetrical, but sort of asymmetrical.
I'll stick to root.
Yeah, it's one that I need to try again to even like really grok, because we were all learning it together, and we kind of did the quick start guide where it took you through the first 4
which
turns.
I do love that Leader Game does that.
It worked well, but yeah, it's just one that I'm like, I don't know.
It's a game that I'm just like, it's one of those things where it's like, I'll try it again someday, but it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to like it, so I'm not rushing to go try it again. But it's like, who knows? I've been wrong before. We'll eventually try it again,
wrong
but
all the time.
It ain't going to be for a minute.
Yeah.
We played Oceans.
Play.
Was that the first time this year?
We did like some play testing stuff, but then we finally
guess
got our copy of it from North Star.
Oceans is great. This is kind of the next game in like the Evolution series. Evolution, Climate, and now Oceans, although you can't play Oceans with the other ones.
No.
And Oceans, honestly, in our opinion, is the best of them.
It's fun. It's got a lot of the same vibe as like Evolution, where you're trying to play adaptations on cards and ultimately kind of keep your people fed and stuff. So here you're sort of doing that, and then you need to keep a certain amount of population for each of your species that you have out, because you're going to age out every turn. You're going to lose one of your population. So you kind of want to like more than just eat as much as you can. You want to kind of maintain as much as you can. So it is good to eat a lot.
This one also
you can overeat.
And this one feels much more like a cohesive environmental system. It's a big everything affects everything else, and it just works in kind of like a big old circle. Whereas Evolution was more like, I'm doing my thing and occasionally I'm going to mess with you. Whereas Oceans is more, it's like, it's all in, because you're all in an ocean. You're all together and stuff like that. And it just really, really works. And I really like the art's still gorgeous. And it's one of those things where I'm like, Evolution was great. Evolution Climate was better. I think Evolution Oceans is even better. And if there's another Evolution game, I'm also interested in that. But at this point, if we're ever going to play Evolution, I'll always basically want to play Oceans.
Yeah, Oceans is its own whole thing, and it's a nice step up. Scott B., you didn't miss Lost Ruins because we played it in 2020, so it's not a new to us game in 2021, but we will be talking about it.
We will talk about it later.
And Robert really liked Oath. Didn't expect to, but like it. At 4 players is great. I think that's what we want to do.
I think at 4 also be better. Yeah, I want to try it again. I don't. It's never gonna be my kind of game. I don't think.
We played Omen: A Reign of War, which is a cool 2-player game where you're sort of trying to play out cards on.
You're trying to get the most strength on like one side of something.
Yeah, there's kind of like 3 cities and stuff you're kind of battling for. So if you have the most strength on that side, you'll kind of take that city and get the virtue. The victory points from that and stuff. You're trying to do different things to appease the gods and stuff. So you
can get the gods, and they give you like special powers and stuff like that too.
Yeah, so it's cool to get the power of that, and you're kind of managing money and then drawing cards. So you can draw cards, you can get played with like beasts and oracles, and the cards that all work a little bit different, heroes and things. So there's like a lot of interesting card play, and I think there's a series of these games, but it was one that was like, man, this is kind of cool. Like, again, 2-player sort of strength versus strength games are not always going to be our pick, although we do now have a handful of them.
Yeah.
And this one was interesting with the way that the different sort of suits of cards work and function, the powers that they provide. Left a lot of kind of like interesting things to think about.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I didn't like love it, honestly.
Yeah.
I thought it was fine. It's just not really my kind of game.
Yeah.
But I liked it. I thought it was okay. It just wasn't my favorite, you know.
All right, rock it.
But yeah.
What do we got next? We got Origins First
Builders. So I talked about this a little bit earlier, but this is a game where the first time we played it, which was a little while ago, probably last year or something like that, maybe even, we played it digitally. And this is a game, it's a board and dice game. It's a big, heavy game.
Going on,
a lot going on, and you just should not play it digitally, in my opinion. Especially not for the first time you play it.
I didn't mind it. I was able to put it together.
Yeah, I really disliked it the first time, and our friend Crook also really didn't like it the first time we played it.
So y'all are still here? Yeah, we're still here.
But that was one of the games where I was like, I need to play this game physically, because I've now at this point, I'm like, I cannot make judgments based off of just digital plays of games, because a lot of times my feelings about them are very different in the physical world and in the digital world. And this is one of the ones, especially big heavy games. But then we played it physically, and I was like, oh no, I really like this game. Yeah. This is a big Euro game where aliens built all like the pyramids.
They gave us technology to build the pyramids. And stuff.
and you're doing a whole bunch of different stuff. You're kind of building like an adjacency, like suburbia type kind of thing, where you're putting tiles out there, and then you can activate those tiles, and you put like dice in there and seats of power, and you're putting your dice up here. It's a kind of dice allocation game, and you're doing actions and stuff. It's really, really cool. I like how the theme is very pasted on, as all board and dice are, but at least it's a cool theme.
Yeah.
But this is a game,
I had no problem with that.
Played digitally, really didn't like it. Played it physically, loved it. So it goes to show, right?
Check out our playthrough right here on YouTube.
That's right. You can check out a playthrough of it.
But we played Overboss. We actually just filmed the playthrough.
We just filmed the playthrough of Overboss.
As of this recording. But Overboss is a tile laying game where you are trying to build a landscape that like is just terrible for heroes. It's full of monsters and deserts and bad things, and you're trying to build basically based on each terrain type, like how they want to score. So it's kind of people compared to Cascadia because you're going to be taking a terrain tile and a monster token that's paired with that terrain tile. And there's different things like caves want to be next to mountains. They're worth 1 point, but they're worth 3 if they're next to a mountain. Yeah. And they come with like a little cave, little dragon thing. Dragon. And if you get that dragon onto the cave, it's worth a bonus point and stuff like that. So it's all about adjacency. Simple. Very light, very simple. You can play with the bosses from like Boss Monster and stuff, which you can like reveal to trigger some sort of event and then open up end game scoring and stuff. Yeah. It's a cool game though. It's a very cool game. Light.
Yeah, it's very light. My main issue, this is kind of everyone's not. Issue is kind of the wrong word, but like the main complaint and the main knock is that it's kind of a big setup for what is ultimately a very quick, very light game. Like the setup for the game is as long as the game. And so it's one of those things where like I kind of wish the setup was quicker. And then it's like the production value is great. It's got like game trays. It's really, really well done. But it's just like it's a light game that's quick and the setup is kind of too much. And so, but nonetheless, I do really like Overboss a lot. I think it's super cool. And it's kind of like a lighter version of Cascadia, but the setup is a little long, unfortunately.
And Fryborn, we like Origins at 2 just fine. I don't think it's one that will be like massively improved by more players.
No, I like it at 2 because it's quicker. Yeah. And if we have 4 players, it's going to be longer. So I like it a lot.
All right, we got P for Pizza.
P for Pizza. Big shout out to
P for Pizza.
Paula and Matthew.
Paula out here showing us P for Pizza is a party game where you get like these triangle-shaped cards that are going to have like a topic and then like 3 letters around it, or the letters are on top and there's 3 topics around it, whichever it is.
Whatever.
And the point is that there's a topic with the letter F. You have to make, for Star Wars and F, what are you going to say? Fett for Boba Fett, obviously. And if I said it before you, I get the card. And you're trying to build a pyramid of pizza cards. Yeah. And so it's just a party game where you flip over this thing. Now you have new topics and new letters. You need to make the quickest acceptable answer for a paired number or letter and topic. And so it just keeps moving forward. And it's just a fast-paced game. Yeah. It's just silly. Great little party game, though. I liked it a lot. It sells in Target. It's shaped in that little pizza slice. Yeah. I liked it.
It's a cool little game. It's cool.
It's pretty adorable. Big Potato, shouts out.
Crystal said, Overboss is super fun. Reminding you of Cascadia, but you just mentioned the comparison. Yeah. And Jason said, I do the setup for Overboss for my kids. It's worth it for a good family game. For sure. Yeah, again, it's just...
Overboss is super fun.
It's just a long setup for a light game, but I think it's worth it for sure.
We played Paint the Roses, which is a cooperative deduction game, which it works really well. It's really beautiful from North Star that was in Kickstarter in the fall. And
I love this game.
It's so cool. It's a great production for one. We have the deluxe version. It has like these dual layer board that you slot in these hexagonal tiles. And what you're trying to do is
tiles.
Oh yeah, you're trying to build out the garden for the Queen of Hearts. You're trying not to get your head chopped off. And we need to do this because the Queen's whims are always changing. What she wants the garden to look like is always different. Different color roses in the different suits of cards. And what I do is I might have it where it's like, I need red roses next to yellow roses. And Nick might be going for something else. And so if Nick plays a tile that makes one or more of those matches, I will put a cube saying that like, this matches for me. This is good for me. Yeah. They made 2 matches, in fact. And then based on that, people have to figure out like, well, okay, based on what's surrounding it, what is in here? They placed a yellow tile. There's 2 reds. There's different suits. So I don't think it's based on suits at all. It must be red to yellow. And then you have to make a guess. And if you're correct, our gardeners get to move forward on the board. Yeah. Which is good because the Queen is also on the board in every turn.
With a big old axe like this.
The Queen is gaining on you. And if ever they catch you or pass you, you're dead. So you lose. And you have to try to complete the garden before you go. It's a super fun game. And again, highly recommend.
It's in that same vein of like super simple rules, but a tough puzzle. It's in that same Calico, Cascadia, all those kinds of games. Simple rules, tough puzzle. It's really great. Hornet says, Paint the Roses, where streamers blame the chat for losing. It's not our fault that y'all are bad at the game and you caused us to lose.
Don't know why you did that to us, but you did.
Mike, we played all of Pandemic Legacy. There's probably a lot of Pandemic Legacy.
I think there's 3 Pandemics in a row, possibly. So we played Pandemic 0.
Let's say
let it play and find out. We played Pandemic Legacy Season 0, Season 1. Wait for it.
And
Season 2. We played each of them on different streams and stuff. We played them live in the air from start to finish in one go, one day, one long day each.
It's like 16 hours each, more or less.
Yes.
Each one.
They were all awesome.
That's so much
They
fun.
were so fun. We started off with season 1, then played season 0, and ended on season 2. And they're cool. They're all their own journeys. We won't spoil what's going on and stuff.
And they're all pretty different. They're all still pandemic.
They're all pandemic, but each version is very different from the other.
Different.
So it adds some stuff, and the stories are interesting and unique and stuff. There's
what was your favorite of the 3 if you had to choose? I'd probably like number 2 the best.
Number 2 was really cool.
Yeah.
2 or 0. The biggest single moment was from season 1 with the twist and stuff. But like, man, season 2 was the most different, I think, which was very neat.
Yes.
Yeah. So
in terms of which one's the best, I don't know. Pick whatever one seems most interesting.
I say
honestly.
0 or 2. 0 is really cool though. I think 0 as like a base game of like Pandemic is the best.
Yes.
But 2 is the most like legacy-ish, I'd say.
Yeah, it's the most
the way it works.
different and interesting. Yeah. We played Parks. Parks is a good little game. We also
We
played.
hadn't had a chance to play it.
I know, which is weird. Like it's a game we've kind of almost picked up 89 times, and we still haven't picked it up. Weirdly enough.
Yeah, I don't know why.
But yeah, this is a game where you're kind of going down a trail and you're doing like some set collection, right? Like
you're trying to get resources.
I get this and trails mixed up in my head.
Right. We have played both. Now. We'll talk about trails in a second. But when you're kind of moving down a path, going to any empty space, then you gain some sort of resource for that or resources. And then when you get to the end of the trail, you're trying to turn those resources. You're visiting national parks and taking pictures and stuff like that. But it's very cool because every season, there's maybe 4 rounds, the path gets longer. You add something else. So you have even more options, kind of builds up as you go. And it's just like really nice components, especially with the Nightfall, I think,
the campfire, whatever that
nighttime expansion really adds a lot of
the expansion is really good.
It's a good like accessible level game. It's just sort of easy to know where you can move. Just go into a space that doesn't have any hikers, or you can share hikers and use your campfire if you have that lit. And it was a cool game. I really want to play it some more. Want to get it because it's
the Nightfall expansion. That's what it is.
Yeah, I really want to game with a good
expansion. Keep not picking it up. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's a little expensive, but
it is.
And we do have trails, but.
Project Ragni, this
so
is a
good.
2020 game, but we played it in 2021. So this game is Vladimir Suki, who's one of our favorite designers. Big, heavy Euro game. And this game is great. It's got this really cool action selection system where it's got this it's called an action crane. And it's like this big kind of wheel, and at the end of your turn, you always spin the wheel and you can pick up a tile, and that's the actions you're gonna take. And this is one of those games where there's a whole bunch of different stuff you can do, and you kind of end up focusing on like 1 or 2 things in that one. Like you can build up the wall, or you can build up kind of the town. You can go up the King's Road. And there's all these different things you can do, and it's just, this game it's Vladimir Suki goodness, and
so many things give you like little bonuses throughout the game. You're gonna get a little bit of stone.
Very bonus heavy.
It's just like a lot of fun stuff to do.
It's satisfying. You do stuff, you get stuff. That bonus gives you more stuff. Sometimes you can actually take a whole second turn in a row by turning in these gold windows. Here, I'm gonna turn these into a whole other turn. Boom, you can do it again. It's just like, it's fun. If you like those kinds of games, this big heavy Euros, it's really good.
Yeah, it's solid.
We've talked about it a lot. It's great.
Project L is a fantastic game I really want to pick up because it's a great puzzle game with very satisfying pieces. In this, you're going to have like little Tetris-shaped pieces and stuff that you'll have in front of you, and you're going to have 1 or more little puzzle boards that are these dual-layer boards. And basically, you're trying to fill in all of the spaces that are empty. If you get all the spaces full, you complete that project and maybe worth points for you at the end of the game. You set it to the side. It's going to give you another piece, like an upgraded piece. You can upgrade your pieces as well to make them bigger and better. And you're trying to be kind of efficient with your building. You only get 3 actions on a turn, but if I have bigger and better pieces, maybe I can fill the thing with just 2 actions and then get a new puzzle on my turn. Well, that's pretty sweet. And then once you get these kind of built up a bit, you can take on the bigger puzzles, which actually time out the game. I think they're the white backed
usually like 5 points.
Yeah, those were like 5 points. In the game, you have most points wins. And but it's just
We
satisfying.
talked about it.
Pieces are just really nice.
We talked about like last rap reviews or maybe the one before that, but like this is the kind of game that makes gamers. This is a perfect game to introduce new people to. It's very, very simple. It's something people can understand. It's pieces. It's kind of like Tetris. Make this shape. That's it. So easy to understand. And the pieces are great. And it's just like, it's a game that you can just teach anyone and they'll be like, oh man, this is cool. And it's like, that's how you get them, you know? It's a
intuitive,
perfect gateway game.
It's solid.
Absolutely perfect gateway game.
Love that game.
All right, so that was Project L. We played Rat Queens. That's right. That was this year. Oh my gosh, that was this year.
It was earlier. It was a lot.
Yeah, my gosh.
We played Rat Queens to the Slaughter, which is based on like a graphic novel.
Rat Queens, yeah.
And this is a fun game where you're trying to throw down
the big bad.
We're playing the big bad, which is like a big monster goose.
Yeah, what was the dragon goose?
Demon goose.
The demon goose. It's some big old goose.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're basically on each turn, you're dealing with monsters, sort of like 4 gates, we'll say.
Yeah.
And so you're trying to move
gates to
around
Palisade,
to the Palisades. You're trying to get your character to the right gates and stuff. You can kind of work together by leaving friendship tokens. And if someone else picks up your friendship token, you'll kind of warp over there
and you
get to do a special
ability,
action. You can kind of build up your actions and stuff. It was pretty freaking fun, man.
It's really cool. When you kill monsters, you get like treasure, you get money, and then you can use that money to buy more of your cards, and your cards get better and better and better. And you're basically doing all of this to get ready for the big fight at the end. The game will time out, and eventually you will have to fight, in this case, like the big old dragon goose, and you will have to fight them eventually. So basically, the whole game is you trying to prepare for that last fight. But like Mike said, it's very cooperative. There's a lot of stuff where you're like throwing stuff down, trying to pick stuff up, and warp to each other to help each other out and do the special abilities. And it works really well. It's really fun. And again, as we talked about multiple times with these kinds of games, it really feels cooperative. You have to work together.
You really can do well by leaving those friendship tokens.
And I like that kind of concept. Sanctum, which is a game we played last year, I think will show up on the list at some point. But it's a game where the whole game is you getting ready for the last big fight. And I like that as a concept, as a mechanic. I think it's pretty darn cool. But Rat Queens was fun.
Rat Queens to the slaughter. Red
Rising.
We did play Red Rising.
You read Red Rising this year.
I read Red Rising, so that was cool to like play the game, which is based on the Red Rising novels. And this is a hand management game. You're ultimately, all you're trying to do is collect the best hand of cards you possibly can for scoring. So each of these cards is going to provide they're going to be a different color and stuff, which is in Red Rising. It's all about the different colors of people and
such a class system.
You're put into these classes and stuff. And each card's going to provide some sort of scoring. And it might be like for every blue card you have, they will be worth 4 points or 6 points or whatever. And then this blue might want to have no golds and stuff. So it's all just different things like that. And so what you're trying to do is trying to play cards out and draft cards to have the most kind of synergistic hand of 7 or 8 or 9, however many cards you manage to get.
70
cards, that'd be ideal. That you can. And so I thought it was really interesting. The action space you go to are really simple. It's a pretty like quick game.
Yeah.
It's a nice little production and stuff, but it's kind of simple. It doesn't feel super thematic in terms of like what it's based on and what you're doing, but there's all sorts of like fan service in the cards. Like the characters that you love.
This character. You're like, okay, cool.
Up, or this character wants to be with that specific named character. And if you know the books, you're like, oh, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
So there's like fan service throughout it, which I appreciate and was enough for me based on what the game was. But yeah, I liked it.
I thought it was okay.
Yeah, I liked it more than Nick. But
yeah, we played it multiple times, and every single time I left it going like,
you can be wrong.
That was okay.
Yeah, I played Fantasy Realms, which this is very much based on, but I haven't tried Fantasy
I liked it. I want to try it again. We played a couple times, and every single time it just didn't really land. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I played Return to Dark Tower recently. This is a game that's cool. This is a game where like these kinds of big story-driven games, honestly, as much as I love theme in games, story-driven games aren't really my thing.
Sure.
I like, honestly, like just let me trade stone for pants. You know what I mean? Just like, I'm fine with that. But this is a big game with a big old tower, and it's a story-driven game. It's a co-op game, and you're trying to do some kind of quest, whatever the main quest is.
Yeah, there's different ones you can select and stuff.
And how you get that quest, you have to do other quests. There's monsters out you have to fight. And you're basically working together to try and go do this quest, which mostly is going to end in a big fight. But throughout the game, you have these skulls, which are corruption, and you're having to drop them into the tower.
Yeah.
And the tower on the inside like spins and turns and stuff.
You have to remove doors.
And you have to move doors, and there might be skulls hidden behind those doors. And whenever skulls come out of the tower, whatever region they land in, you then have to put them on one of the buildings in that region. If the building ever has more than 3, that building gets destroyed. If you ever run out of skulls in the game, you lose. And so you're having to mitigate all of like the darkness and all that's coming around to the lands and stuff while trying to do these quests. And every single time you drop a skull in that tower, it's terrifying because you just don't, it could come out immediately, it could not come out, and then you know
up with 10 other skulls
it's in there somewhere, and then every once in a while, it's run by an app, the tower will turn. So sometimes it'll turn, and there's a bunch of skulls over here behind a door, and it turns, and they all just go like in your area. You're like,
there is those epic moments, like, oh, that's bad.
And every single time it happens, it's so much fun, and it's so exciting. I loved it.
Yeah, they really did a good job. It's a great production. Like, we've been
the minis are great.
Aware of this process as it's gone from its infancy to now. So it's cool to see it come out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. Really, really fun. It's bananas.
Yeah, we played Riverside, a small little roll and write game that's adorable. We picked it up. We played it with chat now and stuff. This is a roll and write game where you're going on a river cruise in like Alaska, way up in the north. You know, it's all frozen and cold and adorable looking like that. And you're taking them on excursions. So basically what you want to do mostly is you want to take dice each turn. We can all select the same die or different die, doesn't matter.
Yep.
And you will fill seats on that color boat. So white die will fill the white boat. And based on however many pips there are on that die, you fill that many seats. You want to fill up your boats with as many seats as possible because each row that you complete gives you a ticket, which you can then send people on excursions, and they can go visit polar bears and stuff like that. And you're trying to always increase your score on those excursions.
Yeah, you have to. You
it doesn't mean based on where your riverboat moves. The furthest it moves will be in a certain range of a certain amount of villages. You can visit any of the villages that are within range. And then if you have tickets for that boat and it matches the color to color, brown to brown and so forth, you get to do those excursions. So it's a light, cute game that like,
it works. I like it. I really like it.
But I think it's charming. You get little bonuses. If each row you complete, maybe you can cross off a couple other boxes. So it feels very roll and ride-y.
Yeah, it's not remaking the wheel.
I like the theme. I think the theme is just like adorable. So yeah,
it's just good. It just works. It's just good. I like it a lot.
So Dax gets it. Riverside's so fun.
So we played Roll and Write. So this was the company that made Long Shot, the dice game, that horse race game we talked about. They made Roll and Write a couple years ago. And this is a game, it's called Roll and Write, the Roll and Write, right? And this is a game where you're trying to essentially just put like colored dots in like patterns.
It's very abstract. Right? You're making colored dots. And if you make certain patterns, you can then collect cards. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to like design a game. You're trying to design a board game and basically if you get those different patterns of dots, you'll erase them, collect the card. And that's like, oh, the game has dice or whatever.
Yeah.
It's very abstract and for us didn't really like work as a concept. I didn't have a concept of what I was doing. I was just trying to get stuff for points, which is fine. I don't mind.
Sure.
But it's one of the things I'm like, it didn't do the thing that I was saying it to do, but it was interesting. When you get these dots, you have to fill in with red and green. So you have different color markers you use to make those colors happen. And then you can erase like a single dot of each color to do like a different type of power. Yeah. So it was interesting stuff in the game, but it just didn't quite like come together for us. It wasn't bad, but I would have to play it again and just know that it's like, it's not going to make you think of the theme that it says. Dax says it really disappointed me. I didn't dig it. I wanted to love it.
Yeah, I was kind of saying, but we were like
more than I did.
Man, I really wanted to like that.
Long
and
shot
just
rips,
didn't.
So.
Yeah, unfortunately. Roll and Roll. Talking about another big beefy roll. This was kind of the year of like, hey, we're going to have like some big roll and writes.
Yeah.
This is kind of a big beefy roll and write where you're Rome and you're doing Rome stuff, right? And you have like senators and you're going out and you're conquesting and all this kind of stuff. And this is one of those games where this game honestly didn't need to be a roll and write.
Not really.
And so it's kind of one of the things that kind of felt like
it's just a Euro game that like you write stuff in
instead of going up a track or whatever.
It like seemed a little like trying to capitalize on
that's what it felt. It felt like you're like, hey, like roll and writes are hot right now. We can make this game a roll and write. Let's do that, which I guess is like fine.
Sure.
But this game,
it is a fun game. Like,
it's okay. I don't know. I didn't really love it, honestly. Yeah. Like it was kind of the first of the bigger. It was before Hadrian's Wall. We played that.
Yeah.
So it was kind of the first of like the big roll and writes. So I was like really excited because I was like, yes, finally, like a 45-minute roll and write, like a bigger game. I'm very excited.
It's like a 90-minute roll and write.
Yeah, I know.
It's an hour plus.
It's a big one. And I was kind of like, honestly, I'd rather just be a normal game. And if it was just a normal game, I don't think I would like it very much because I don't think it really did anything different or new or great.
I want to play it again. But
yeah, so I don't know. It kind of just fell flat for me, but that's maybe because I was too excited for it.
Sure.
And yeah, I don't know. I thought it was okay.
Place, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was
Roam
fine.
and Roll. We got Savannah Park, which I've only played.
You've played. I haven't played
the app. So I played the app. I haven't played it physically. This is a game that I really want to play physically and play with more players because I was playing on the app and I think it simulates like a solo game and I didn't love it. It's just sort of goes too quick or something. So anyway, in this you have all these animals laid out on a park and stuff. They're next to trees and things. There's some fires and whatnot. And what you need to do on a turn is you're going to choose an animal that's not flipped over. You're going to pick it up and you're going to put it on an empty space on your board. There's a few empty spaces and flip it over. And then that's going to stay there now. And you're going to do that on future turns with your different animals until everything is flipped over. And what you're going to ultimately want is get different groups of animals together, like as many of the antelope you can have together. And you're going to kind of multiply the amount of antelope times in that group times the amount of like watering holes in that area. So it's kind of a lot of stuff that I enjoy. Mm-hmm. And it is a family weight game. But so like I was surprised when I kind of was playing. I was like, I don't know. I don't care. But I think it's maybe because I was playing it in the app and it was playing like a sort of a solo game. version of it or something, but it just didn't quite click. But I don't.
Yeah,
I think
you were kind of like on it.
I think I'll like it more than I did, but I need to play it physically. I think to really maybe get into the whole like spatial element of it, because I'll enjoy moving the pieces around, and that was denied by playing it on an app.
Of course, right? That's always how it is.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Paula said Matthew and her liked it. Yeah, and I've been wanting to try this one. Anything Capstone.
Maybe it's playing multiplayer will be the difference.
Maybe, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Jerry's still out on this one. Not sure.
Dax said, I'm currently I forgot to put Rosetta on here. I did play Rosetta. A couple of the games that I played without Mike, I forgot to put in here. So like there's a couple games that I played without Mike to play. So we're talking about Rosetta. It said I'm terrified to see if Rosetta's gonna be on the list since we only played a few turns and I gave y'all a horrible experience in that game I love so much. That was just not a great time in my opinion to play that. We were playing Rosetta, which is this very interesting concept of a game where you are making up, not even making up a language. You basically get a symbol, like this kind of crazy symbol, and then a location, and then you have to make up what that symbol means in that. So in this case, it was blacksmith is what it was. And then you essentially have to give clues to your you're
sort of like already inventing language.
You are inventing language, and you basically, the people have to guess what that symbol means based off of other things that you draw. So basically you say a word, and then they have to draw that word in that made up language. And it seems like it doesn't work, but it actually does. And the thing is we were playing it in a very crowded room at the end of a night at PAX Unplugged. And I think I was just not in the headspace for it. I also was just like, I just don't get how this game works. And again, that wasn't anything to do with Dax, but it's one of Dax's favorite games. And so after I was kind of explaining to you, what it really felt like is it felt like Dax was playing chess while we were all playing checkers. And so me and Shay were playing, and we were getting super focused on
like the wrong
things. Yeah. And Crystal, bless her heart, could not get us off of it. And we just could not.
Try as she may.
And so we were getting frustrated because every single clue, you only get like 9 clues. We were like 7 in, and I was farther away from understanding what it was than when we started because of mostly us.
Yeah, it was just the environment.
It was one of those things where the environment plus like us just being super tired. We had worked all day at the booth, at the con, loud room, just not really understanding what the game was. I want to try it again. I really want to try it with you in a better environment because I think it could be. I love the idea of the game. I just did not know what was going on. So no, it's fine. It wasn't a horrible experience. I didn't really enjoy it that much, but it wasn't because of you. It was just it was a lot of different things going on. Yeah. But yeah, it was one of those games. By the end of it, we were just like, I'm so far away from knowing what's going on. And so it's just one of those situations, It's like, hey, it happens,
Paula says regarding Savannah Park, when you're playing multiplayer, there's the thing of like, if someone moves their animal, you have to then match that movement. So you're maybe not ready to move an animal. Where in solo, you're just sort of like doing it all yourself. So I think that's the difference. Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on. That's Rosetta/Savannah Park. We played Shaky Manor, which is an adorable little game. Activity. We have a little manor, and you have different little eyeballs and spiders and bugs and things. It's all spooky stuff. And what you're trying to do is you get like a card saying like, you need these certain things in these certain rooms. And you're trying to shake and like move your manor to get the things to slide through the rooms. It's adorable. It's a fun little dexterity game that's silly for like kids and stuff. But honestly, we played around Halloween. And I was like, this is a super fun activity. It's not a game, but it's a fun activity.
They would have a great time. Like, just moving around.
It's adorable. And I love the spooky theming of it. So that's
great. I thought it was great. Again, like how often we pull it out? Once a year, maybe, but it's like, it was great.
Now, I said retry Dice Tower West. I'm down for it.
I'm down for it. I want to try it again. Honestly, I'm letting you know right now, Dax, I don't think I'm going to love the game ever. But I do want to retry it because I'm curious. I think it's a really cool idea. Just that whole situation wasn't good.
I want to try it because I want to see like how the heck it works.
It's wild. It's very interesting. Well, I can play Sherlock 13.
We did play Sherlock 13. This is a deduction game. Where you have a certain amount of cards with different characters from the Sherlock universe. And you were trying to figure out like which is the one that's sort of in the middle of the table that's the criminal. And so there's different actions you can do to sort of like reveal certain elements and stuff and find out what's going on.
And it's all about deduction because the characters all have different symbols on them. So
they have like
some of them have like a pipe because like
they'll have multiple things. There's only so many of those symbols in the game.
Yeah, and so you kind of asking questions to try to deduce what symbols are there. And so
do you have any characters with pipes? Yes. Oh,
yes. Oh, okay. And so it's one of those things where and you're trading cards too, so you're getting more and more information about what symbols are out there, and through that you can deduce what symbols are not there, basically. And it's a small little deduction game that works really well.
And it's a cool 2-player mode that actually makes it workable. Like, obviously, be better with more players, but like the 2-player mode was actually pretty cool. So
yeah, it's one of the things I enjoyed it. I was like, okay, cool, this will be fun.
Yeah.
And it was a good little game.
So Clover.
So talking about a game we played with Dax right before we played Rosetta, this game went slightly better. And that is So Clover. Because So Clover is
another Repos production.
Maybe the greatest party game ever made. I like it
Nick likes it
that
much.
much.
Yeah,
I love it so much.
It's hard. I like clue-giving games and stuff, and this one works well because you'll have, as you can see, like there on the cover, these little square,
with a little hole in it,
square cards and stuff, and they have 4 words along each edge. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna randomly put 4 of those on your clover. You have a 4-leaf clover. They're gonna create weird word pairs that are strange. So you might have castle, and you might have I don't know, casino,
anything,
and you're like, I don't know,
broom,
medieval times,
like anything.
You have to come up with a clue that will sort of point to like those 2 words, and they're going to be probably things that don't go together. Then afterward, you're going to take those cards off, add another one, and then shuffle them. And then players basically have to recreate the 4-leaf clover based on these things, and all they have are the 4 clues you wrote. And you're like, well, you always had like you had smoky, and it was like forest and casino.
Yeah.
And so you're like, okay, well, casinos are smoky. Forest catch on fire.
Smoky the Bear.
Smoky the Bear.
You know.
Boom. And you have to recreate those. And once you place these 2, then you start to get an idea of what the other words might be for the clues. And you have to recreate the clover as best you can. It's a cooperative game.
And
it's super duper
really fun. I think it's absolutely outstanding.
It works so well. And it's one of those ones that you're actually amazed because you're like, you can recreate the clover, at least mostly. And you're like, it's kind of incredible because there's so many words that you have out there on your little cards.
You can
and
do
stuff,
it.
But you can
always recreate it to a degree. Yeah, it's
awesome.
very, very fun. Next up we played Summer Camp. Praise
though. Praise B.
Praise B. Football
This is
Harding.
a pure deck building game.
This is a pure deck building game by Praise B. Football Harding. Get some Praise B's in chat. And so this is a game where you're at a summer camp. You're trying to get different badges, like the hiking merit badge, the cooking merit badge, that kind of stuff. And depending on what badges you're playing with,
choose 3 in a game.
You choose 3 in the game, you're basically going to have different cards to buy. And then the badges have some kind of theme to them generally. So there's more stuff, like this one is kind of more of a mean theme. This one, you're getting a bunch of these snacks, which allow you to do some stuff. And so it's really nice because there's like 10 or 8, something like different merit badges, and you're playing with only 3 each turn. So it's a very light game, but it's got a lot of variability. And it's a pure deck builder. The cards allow you to move forward on these 3 different paths, which are the paths to the merit badge, or they allow you to buy more cards. That's pretty much it. And on the path, there's a lot of stuff that might give you snacks. The snacks give you essentially extra buying power or different stuff like that. They might allow, if you move onto this spot of the path, it might then allow you to move another one of your hikers up one. So there's a lot of like little combos like that. And it just works really well as a good intro to deck building. And then it's really, really nice because there's like, again, a bunch of different merit badges. You only use 3, so you can play a different game each time. And again, like it's a simple little deck builder by Praise B, but
it's a great way to introduce people to deck building.
It works.
Bam,
Praise B.
Love it.
Phil Harding, love you.
Love it. Great theme. Such a great theme.
And a good theme, yes.
Super Mega Lucky Box. Praise B.
Praise
Phil Walker Harding.
To ye, Phil Walker Harding.
So Phil
Praise
Walker
be to
Harding
ye.
made Super Mega Lucky Box, which I love the font and stuff. I just love the look. It's like old school cartoons. This is a game where it's sort of like a bingo game almost, where you'll flip over a card that might have 7 on it. For example, it just be numbers. And if you have a 7 among the cards you're working on, you can cross off a 7. Simple as that. If you don't have a 7, well, that's a bummer. And you have some ability to mitigate. It's like, well, I don't have a 7, but I can turn in, I think, a lightning bolt to make it a 6. And now I have a 6, I can place a 6. As you complete rows and columns on your little cards, each of them are a little 3x3 grid, you'll get a little bonus, which might give you another number, which you can immediately draw a 1 or whatever it might give you, or it might give you some of those lightning bolts to use for mitigation, or some moons, which is sort of a set collection. If you have the most moons, you get points and stuff at the end of the game, kind of like the pudding in Sushi Go. And that's all it is. It's just kind of like trying to complete your little boxes. There's some strategy because you're like, well, I don't have any 7s, so I don't want to complete this row right now because that bonus goes to waste. So let me try to wait until I get a new card at the end of the round. I can use it then. The quicker you get stuff done, the more valuable they will be.
Yeah.
But it's fun. I like it. It's light. It's silly. You can play it with anybody, which is what I like it for.
Very nice. Paul says it's got a Schoolhouse Rock kind of look. It does.
Which is, I love it. I'm like, and I love that it's just called Super Mega Lucky Box. I'm like, what a great, weird name. It's
I know,
fantastic.
right? Sue is great.
Love it.
Ben Myers said, finally caught you live. Hello, Ben Myers. And hello, New American Underground. So happy New Year's. Fave games of the year. Batoku's amazing. Early high choice. Fave old game of the year, despite the forgettable theme, Trajan. Yeah, Trajan needs a retheme and new art, but the game is great.
Yeah, true.
So Super Mega Lucky Box 5 praise.
Bill Walker
There
Harding.
we have Super Skill Pinball. Ramp it up.
Both versions of Super Skill Pinball. We got the new ones at BGG convention.
Yes, indeed.
This is a roll and write that's you're playing a game of pinball.
Which is such a weird, cool theme. I just think it's great. Yeah, you're like rolling out these dice and you basically choose where your ball goes to. If it's at the bottom,
it has to kind of go down.
Because it hits a paddle and then you can basically put it at a matching number up top, but then each time, so you have a 5 up here, the next one's a roll to 4, you have to go down to a 4 somewhere there. So you're always moving down because it's pinball, and then you get down to the flippers, and then you have to use one of the numbers there, it'll go boop, and you get to go back up. And there are a bunch of different maps, which are all different pinball machines.
Different games.
And I think it's such a cool theme. I just think it's the coolest thing. And it's like you're going around these bumpers and hitting a bunch of bumpers, and like depending, like one of the bumpers, you have to always go in order. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you can get them like that, you can stay in the bumper because it's just like hitting around in there. I was like, this is such a cool theme that just works.
Really neat.
I freaking love
the little mini games you have in pinball is like works like pinball. It's just a cool idea. So we dig Super Skill Pinball and the new version as well.
Yeah, I think it's amazing in terms of the theme alone. It's so good.
And then we played Super Truffle Pigs.
A lot of super games. Super Truffle Pigs.
Yeah, I didn't know it was super. So
apparently super is the theme.
This is a game we played with Matthew Jude during our Essen coverage.
It was fun.
Instead for Games by Bicycle, they're making games now. And it's a cute game where you are moving these pigs around, trying to dig up truffles using action. Certain ones are harder to dig up, but they're worth more points potentially. And it's sort of like you don't know exactly how much they're worth, but you know, the certain ones are going to be in this range of points. You're trying to get the most points, but then there's these wolves. You have to play these at least one action card to these wolf rows. And those have like programmed movements.
Yes.
Now I know what I played, but you don't know what I don't know what you
sure
played
don't.
and stuff. And then at the end of the round, basically the wolves are going to activate. If they run into pigs, they scare those pigs off the board.
And you only have so many pigs, you can get eliminated.
Yeah, so you can lose your people basically. But you're just trying to dig up truffles. It's a cute little game, not game break, a game changer in any way. But it was cute, especially if you buy into just having fun.
Yeah.
And trying to like mess
I
with
was
each other.
very surprised at how much fun this game was.
Yeah, I was like, oh, it's actually decent. Yeah.
And then sometimes so often you flip over the cards and you're like, wow, I just put that wolf right into myself. Like I just absolutely scared myself off.
Mess yourself up. Bad.
It's really, really cool.
There's two different ways, two different sides of the board to play with ice, which makes you slide.
Yeah,
so
it makes it a little fun for sure. Chris Stern said that having the stream playing has made my house clean a lot less painful. Well, it's a very long stream, so we're good. We're happy about that.
We got your back. We got you covered.
I would play Tabanusi, which is the next big T game.
Yes.
And this one I liked a lot. I like basically all the big T games, even if they're not always my favorite, but I do usually like them. And this one is very interesting. It's kind of like a dice placement game where you're choosing when you're dying, you're placing it down somewhere, but then whichever die you draft, you move. Sorry, that's what it is. You're then going to move your person. So that's where you're going to be activating next turn. So it's a lot of like kind of programming and planning ahead because whatever you draft, that's where you're going to move. But then the thing that you draft allows you to do stuff. And so it's one of those big, heavy T games that's honestly got a lot going on, kind of hard to describe, but I really, really liked it.
It's all about synergy because it's like I want my opponents to be doing certain things so I can make my costs cheaper. And so you really are sort of like cooperatively working together but I want to make sure I get the most gain of something.
Yeah.
Super interesting game.
It's very, very interesting. But it worked out. Worked out well. And Cole said, I'm getting household chores done too. And carrying the laptop around. And Erica says, oh, Erica, you're Felix Felices. Did not know that. We don't know people's Twitch handles versus their real names. The Taco Bell Party Pack.
Party Pack card game from Ravensburger.
This is a fun little game.
It's a fun little game. You're just trying to get set collection of basically complete people's orders. It's a very simple little game. I got to have me a Crunchwrap Supreme and a Baja Blast Zero. And you're like, I got your back. Here's those cards. Simple set collection game. This is one that we're like,
simple.
Do I love this game? No. Is it fine? Yes.
Yeah.
Will people get it because it comes in a little thing that looks like a Taco Bell party pack and get it for their friends for a white elephant? Yes. Will it maybe make them play a game that they actually enjoy? Maybe think, what else is that target? Yes. Will then they maybe someday buy Pandemic and become a board gamer? Yes. This game is good if you think of it in those terms.
Yes.
And I love that these games come out because it's silly, it's stupid, it's something that you would want for, again, a white elephant gift party thing, but there's actually a fun little game in there, especially if you're an entry-level gamer.
Yes, it's an actual game. It's very,
I will
very
never
simple
be
set
mad
collection.
at these being made because there's an actual game in this box. Light as it may be. It's not the deepest thing ever, but I'm like, thank you for making it because it's hilarious and hopefully it makes a board gamer. Let's go.
That's how it goes. Erica said, a patient just asked if I'm watching a church program with all the praise be. I mean, I would join the church of praise be to ye. I would join the church of Phil Walker Harding. I could. Praise be to Phil Walker Harding. He did not make 10, but 10's a great game.
10 is a great game. This is a push your luck game where you're trying to build sets of cards in the 4 different colors, ideally numbered 1 through 9. They're just fun.
Yeah, it's good.
It's fun. There's some auctioning in there.
Yeah, auctioning, it's push your luck because you can't, as you're drawing out cards, if the total that is 10 or higher or 11 or higher, you bust, and then everyone else gets a whole bunch of money, and you then can't buy other cards. You can't really make sets. You didn't get to take anything. And so it's a good little push your luck game, but there's also these currency cards that come out that push that number down. So if you have 6 in numbers, but then you have a 5 currency, it gets brought down to 1. You can even go into the negatives. And it's just a game that works really, really well. Again, it's just numbers. There's no theme, but it's really pretty, really bright. Yeah. And just honestly is really fun. That's just what I really like 10 a lot. I think it turned out great.
Solid game. Really fun. Really like the game. You feel like you can play it with anybody too.
You sure can.
We played Terraform Mars Ares Expedition.
That's true.
Which for our money is the Terraform Mars that we quite
we got a comment, I think yesterday, talking about they were talking about Terraform.
This strips away everything they love about Terraform Mars. There are some people in the camp that really want the board elements.
They want the interaction. And I'm like, I don't care about player interaction. I'm more than happy the multiplayer solitaire game, which is what it is. This is kind of like the multiplayer solitaire version of Terraform Mars, and I am freaking here for it.
Simultaneous selection going on.
Yeah, get rid of all the stuff.
Play as you select different phases and stuff. So it keeps the Terraform Mars card kind of engine building element there, which is the heart of Terraforming Mars. And it just takes it where now you don't know exactly what phases are going to activate. So maybe I really want to do actions. So I want to make sure I play my actions card so that phase happens. But Nick will get to do that phase too. I just get to do a better version of that phase. So that kind of phase selection bonus and leader follower thing is something I really enjoy in games. Terraform Mars Ares Expedition rips.
It's great.
I think it's so good.
It's great.
We played the Crew Mission Deep Sea, which is not the same as the Crew.
It's the same as the Crew, but it's also very good. It's a better version. It's the Crew's second edition. Let's be honest. Yeah. It's exactly what it is, and it's better, as most second editions are. It's outstanding. The Crew is one of the best games ever.
Fantastic cooperative trick-taking game. If you like trick-taking games, this one is awesome. It's a great way, I think, to teach trick-taking because you can talk strategy afterward. Like, when I played this is what I was trying to go for, what I was trying to fish out from you and stuff.
Trying to tell
especially if you have a gentle hand with that. I feel like you can make trick-taking game players out of this game, which is cool.
It's really good. The Crew is great. This is even better.
Good.
If you haven't
like
gone
$15,
just get this. And it's $15.
Like unlimited,
and you can play it literally forever. So I mean, it's really outstanding.
So good.
The next one we have the Goonies, Never Say Die. We played this with Lincoln and Nikki over at Board Game Geek.
We did.
Played it on their stream. This is a kind of a cool. It's a co-op game, but it's essentially a GM game. It's kind of like a very light.
Someone who's the GM, the Goondocks master, they call it. And they are sort of putting things in the way of the Goonies. Everyone else is playing members of the Goonies. And it's a sort of story. You're going through the story of the Goonies. And it's a storytelling game where like you might open up a room and I, as the Goondocks master, which I was playing as, will read a bit of story element. I will populate the new room with monsters and things they got to overcome. Bats and such. And it's a fun game, especially if you like the Goonies. It's a nice production by Funko. It looks really solid. Nice. This is another game that like people will probably get because they love the Goonies from back in the day. And they're going to have a really fun, solid game here, which might spark an interest in board games. But this game was like actually really fun to play. I was like, after we finished the first thing, I was like, I kind of want to keep playing like this. I would love to play chapter 2. And
and it's a good way to kind of get into like GMing too, which is really nice.
Yes.
But
it's like you don't have to like come up with anything. It's all you can, but you can role play or do however you like, but it just writes it all out for you if you like.
It's a really cool little production, a great intro to those kinds of games with a GM and stuff. I can play The Hunger.
This is on my I want to give a second chance.
Is it really? Yes. Okay.
The Hunger was fine.
That's what it came down to.
I just like, to the point where I'm like, I feel like we did something wrong. I don't think we did, but I feel like we did. This is a deck building game where you are vampires going out for a night.
I love the theme so much.
A night of hunting. Yeah. Which is really fun. And what you're going to do is basically start at your castle. And it's this kind of board that goes on a path and a big spiral out. And you're trying to go out into the world and you're hunting down people and stuff like that and eating them, and which gives you powers and abilities and stuff. And you're trying to go kind of as far away from the castle as you can. But you only have so long in the game, like 15 rounds or whatever it is. So at some point you need to turn back and start going back into the castle before before daybreak, right? And so it's a cool thing of like, it kind of follows like Deep Sea Adventure or Clank, where it's like you want to go as far as you can out, but then once you turn back, you have to start. You can only go back, and so you want to go as far as you can, but that kind of pivot point is important. But it's one that like I feel like you should be able to draw more cards than you can, or something, or like you eat people, but then it's just everything you're doing like, clogs up your deck, and it just like wasn't that interesting. But a lot of other people really like it, and so I'm like, did we mess something up?
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's one I want to give another try to. But I didn't love it. I thought it was a very fine game.
That's where I was too. I was like, that was fine. And that was kind of the way, I mean, I'd play it again. We probably should try it again. I want to try it with more people.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was fine. I mean, that's really what it came down to is.
And I wouldn't say this is a knockoff on Clank. No, it functions very differently. It's
similar,
just that you're trying to go kind of far away and then get back. Yeah. And that's the similarity.
They don't play similarly. They just have a similar concept in that. Yeah. But no, yeah, it was fine. I want to try it again. I'm like, maybe we missed something or something, but we both of us kind of were like, okay. And that was kind of it, unfortunately. Wanted to like it. We really liked the loop, though.
Did really like that.
This is a cool co-op game that also feels very, very cooperative, but there's this kind of like big hexagonal or septagonal board.
Something like that.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of sides.
There's a bunch of different sides to it, and they're different times. So like the Renaissance time, and like the antiquity, and
then
like
it goes
into
the future, yeah.
and like the industrial age. And there's Dr. Foe, who is going around the different time spots and throwing out all these clones and screwing stuff up.
Yeah, they're not in their right time.
They're not in their right time. You got to try and get the clones back to their time. And essentially playing these cards out, and you're playing the cards out, and you're doing stuff. These cards allow you to get rid of clones, which is good, or more likely move clones around, because if you get a clone back to its proper time, it then goes away.
Yeah.
So you're trying to do that. You're trying to fulfill these missions, because every part of the board has a different mission that you're trying to do. And then you're also trying to put down energy cubes. What the energy cubes do is a couple different things. They allow you to move more, but what they really allow you to do is they allow you to loop. And what looping is when you play your cards, you just exhaust them, but then all the cards have a symbol. So when you loop, you can use an energy that's on the board, and you can turn back all the cards with the same symbol, so you can use them again. And then you use them again, and then if you use 2 energies on the board, you can loop a second time, and then you can loop a third time for 3 energy.
Yeah.
So much of the game is setting each other up, like, okay, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna put an energy over here so that you can loop on your turn. And you can put together some really cool combos, because you're like, okay, I'm gonna throw down an energy, and now I'm gonna loop and bring everything back, and then
it's satisfying.
It's really
hard,
cool. It's really hard though.
When we play,
it's
we got crushed.
really, really difficult, but it's absolutely a blast. Yeah. I thought it was so much fun. Everyone has a different character that's special. And a different deck of cards.
A little bit of deck building there.
I think it's absolutely great. Yeah.
The loop was super duper fun.
Yeah, loop was great. Is it pronounced foo or foe? We've always said foe.
Dr. Foe, but yeah, it might be Dr. Foo. Could be right. We played the others for the first time in like, honestly,
a long time.
Years and years.
Probably.
That's why I put it under the new thing. I'm like, it's basically
a new one.
This is an interesting game where it's a 1 versus all game where you are playing as these kind of heroes and stuff, and you're playing against one of like the 7 deadly sins.
Yeah.
That's this big monster and stuff that will, depending on which one you choose, will affect the game in different ways. So sloth will make everyone move slower and stuff. They can't move around as much.
Pride, if you're alone, pride hits way harder because you were prideful and da-da-da.
Yeah, so there's all sorts of things like that. And they all provide different things. They also have different baddies that they spawn and stuff.
And it's a 1 versus all game.
1 versus all game. And so this is one that like I just think is fine. I just really don't love it that much.
Yeah, you don't. I like it more than you for sure.
This part of it is for me though, the reason is like I just have bad luck.
Yeah.
I have bad luck with dice. I don't know why or what I did or who I got cursed by. But this game always falls down to like, I have to go over here and pick this thing up or kill this thing. Roll, fail. Okay, next turn I'm gonna pick it up where I picked up, and this time I'm gonna get it. Roll, fail. I end up spending like 5 rounds in a row trying to do this one stupid action that is not hard to do.
Yeah.
Because I can't roll the dice, and you don't have the ability to mitigate. So every time I play them, I was like, this game's cool. Yeah, neat. This is taking forever now. And I just get stuck. And so my bad luck just like ruins
it really tanks.
I was like, there needs to be mitigation or something, because like,
and it's cool. And it's also like, people always talk about how like even it is between the 1 versus the all, at least, but every time we play it, maybe we're all just not very good at the game. That's honestly,
that's also
possibly
very likely.
But the person who is like the sin, they destroy every single time. It's not even remotely close. It sucks. I like the game. I like the concept. I like the minis. And so we keep it because it's kind of like our 1 versus all game. But just like, I don't know. It's fine. We always keep it because we're just like, well, now we have a 1 versus all game. We kickstarted back in the day, so we have everything for it, which is nice. It all actually fits in one box, which is nice. So we're like, okay, this is fine. But yeah, my main problem is the fact that like maybe we just play badly, but it's not even remotely close every single time we play it. But yeah, so and then also it comes down to dice luck, and Mike doesn't roll dice very well.
Nope. We played the
Paula Dane Demons in chat.
Paula,
talk about Shipwreck Arcana in chat.
Lay it out there in chat. So we played this game. This is a game where you will have like a certain number, like 1 through 7 that you've chosen. And then there are these action cards or these clue cards, I guess, where you'll choose one that will give out some amount of information based off of what you've chosen. Say I chose 5. There might be a card that says like, is your number 5, 6, or 7? And I can say, yes, it is that. And so now you can know 1 through 4 can be crossed off. It's not part of what we're looking for. So we've narrowed down the amount of possibilities that my task, my number can be.
Yeah.
And so everyone's doing that. We're using these cards, but each card can only be activated so many times. They have like amount of time that they can support, and then they flip over and they can become a power if you can get, but if you don't make a correct guess, then it punishes you and you basically like burn time and stuff like that. So it's an interesting cooperative kind of deduction game that works well with those action cards.
It's really fun.
And the way that you kind of narrow down information where it's like, maybe I chose this, or like, maybe I chose this one over here because it's not as useful.
Well, it's a lot of like what you didn't choose. A lot of
based on the other cards, like, well, why didn't you choose something like that? Maybe we can infer more information than just from the card that was selected. So there's actually like a lot of really cool deduction that can be done.
Yeah, it's like paint the roads in a similar way. It's like, why'd you put that here? Why would they put it here? Well, if they didn't put it here,
maybe
there's probably a reason they didn't put it there, that kind of thing. And Paul will tell you the rest in the chat. All right, we played the Spill. We actually played this with Matty J, Matei J, you know.
Matei J, my dude.
The absolute dreamboat of board games, Matty J. We played the Spill, which is kind of like, this is one of those games where it's like, if you've played like modern board games, played the Pandemics and stuff, you're like, okay, I know how this game works. Yeah. But this is a really cool game with like a dice tower.
Crisis management
kind of crisis management, kind of pandemic-y, where you're trying to save all these animals from an oil spill, unfortunately. Yeah. And you're playing as the oil, and you're trying to kill them all. No, you're not. No. So you're basically trying to clean all this stuff up, and you're dropping these oil cubes into this tower, and they're going out into different parts of the board. So you don't know where the oil is going to be. And so you're basically running around this circular board trying to mitigate stuff and then do these tasks. And it works really well. I actually liked it a lot.
The oil and stuff is cool.
It's a theme that I feel like most of us can get behind, because even if you're, you know, not super into green energy, you're probably cool. Like, yeah, oil spills are bad.
We can agree.
I think we all can agree oil spills are bad, right? And so it's one of those things, and it just works really well. It's got great art, and I really liked it a lot. And this is a game that I think it was coming out on Kickstarter when we streamed it. Yeah. So I really want to pick this one up when it's done, because I love the dice tower. I love that's a great way of like, the cube tower. It's a great way of like randomizing where stuff goes. Yeah. And it's a really cool thing. I like the Spill a lot.
Yeah. Julio says, Taco Bell, guilty pleasure, eating that, watching Jersey Shore in the dark, My Little Secret, oops on nothing. Hey, don't even need to make it a guilty pleasure. Guilty pleasures shouldn't exist. It's just a pleasure. Enjoy it.
And Dave Phillips said, if you like the idea of the others, you might want to try Skulk Hollow as a lighter and more balanced alternative. Interesting. I would like to try that.
I played Ticket to Ride Amsterdam, which is, I brought up as a new one. I played a lot of Ticket to Ride this year. That was also new, but this was like one of their small box Ticket to Rides. Yeah. I really enjoy all of those, because they all do like little, as Ticket to Ride always does, little different changes to the game. But this one is one that you kind of are encouraged to go to the outer parts of the city, because you can get these like cards and stuff. And whoever has the most cards gets points and stuff like that. Okay. But yeah, I liked it. I like the short little Ticket to Rides are like solid.
Ticket to Ride, baby. It's good. Cool. I played London and New York. I like both of those.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, Ticket to Ride, let's go, baby. Give me more maps. Give me more Ticket to Ride forever, honestly.
Forever.
We played Too Many Bones.
There's too many bones there, man.
Too many gosh darn bones.
Too many bones.
We talked about this one a couple times. And it's a cool game. It's a cooperative game. It's a big, like chip theory games. There's all these chips and stuff, and you have all these characters, and you're trying to fight off these monsters essentially that are coming through. Just battling. That's all you're doing. And we kind of bounced off it a little bit, and it's one of those games we keep saying, like, we need to try it again. We need to try it again, because it's just like,
I think we're gonna have a chance to play it soon. And
this is a game like a lot of chip theory games. We played a little bit of Cloudspire when it first came out. We covered it for BGG, and we're just like, this is a game
you gotta invest.
You have to invest time in, because that's how you get into the meat of the game. And one play just really is enough. We played it once, and we're like, okay, this is a game where we need to just sit down and play it a bunch, because then it really opens up and you can see the beauty of it. But it's one of those games that's always going to be tough the first time out
Yeah.
because it's just like you're not gonna be you're scratching the surface.
Yeah, there's so much to explore, and it's really a lot. So it's almost unfair to review it after one play. So
Yeah.
what do we got next? Yeah. This has the tiniest copy of Too Many Bones I've ever seen. It's a little micro box. We played Trails, which we talked about. It's kind of a
I really
follow-up
like
to
Trails
Parks.
a lot.
Trails is cool. Now, rather than in Parks, we're kind of going down a trail and going to empty spaces. Here, you're going up and down kind of hiking paths. You're going backward and back and forth. And the spaces you land on will give you some amount of resources, or you can take a picture. You can encounter wildlife. You land on the spot with the bear, which basically you roll the die and do a second action on the same turn.
Yeah.
And you're trying to collect resources that when you get to the trail end or the trail head,
badges.
you can turn in and get kind of badges.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
like
can turn in
badges, really.
resources and stuff. And those badges might give you extra resources. It might allow you to do a different action. There might be a set collection element for endgame scoring. Yeah. They'll provide some amount of points and birds. Same thing when you get photographs, they'll have points and or birds. And you're going up and down the path. But every time you get to the end of the path and back, the sun moves. The sun is basically setting. Yeah. You're going through a day. So every time you get to the trail end, the sun moves. And as it goes onto each action space and then passes off of it, that thing flips to night, which is a more powerful action. So you have this kind of ramp up, but also the game is getting shorter.
Yes.
There's less light in the day. And so that's a really cool game. It's accessible.
Yeah.
Love Trails.
It's great. It's a Target. It's a little Target. It's not very expensive. It's great production, great art. It's
great $20 or $15, however much.
We played Vivid. All right, we're coming to the end of our new stuff. Vivid is a cool abstract strategy game where you are getting fragments of a dream, essentially, of memories and stuff like that. And you're putting these little shards into like hexagonal spots on your board, and you're essentially trying to get color matching. So essentially, like, you might have a scoring card that says every hex that has 2 purple and a blue will score you this amount of points. And so you're basically trying to do that into your board. But throughout the game, those scoring cards, once you score that card, it goes away. Yeah. So then all the stuff you put there kind of isn't really useful anymore. But a lot of the cards, a lot of things allow you to then move stuff around.
Yeah, move those shards, those fragments.
You're trying to score now your new cards. Yeah. And it's really cool. It's really, really thinky. You're also trying to make like chains of colors. It's one of those things where this is a game where it's like, again, kind of simple game, but the puzzle just makes your head go like,
it's like so many,
really tough.
Yeah, there's so many ways you can get those fragments. But it's cool. The game is all based on vivid memories, right? Yeah. So it's all about childhood memories and stuff. There's a lot of cool things going on in this game. It's beautiful.
It's a good great production. Gorgeous.
Fantastic.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Dave Phillips, do bring Skull Call. I want to play it.
Please do. We played Whirling Witchcraft.
Whirling Witchcraft.
Indeed. This is a cool game by AEG that all about trying to overload your opponents. You're essentially witches and you're making these different brews, putting in ingredients, excuse me, getting different ingredients from them. Any ingredients you produce, you put in your cauldron, you have to give that cauldron to your opponents. And that opponent has to put those ingredients onto their board, but you have a limited amount of space. So what you want to do is overload their board. Because if they only have 10 spaces for green, if you get to the point where they have 12, the excess you get back. And once you overload a total of 5 cubes, you win the game. So you're basically trying to chuck a whole bunch of stuff at your opponent. But here's the thing, your other opponent, they're chucking stuff at you. So you're trying to mitigate what's coming to you while throwing stuff at them. And it's
simultaneously
really, really
balance
fun.
Those 2 points, which is interesting.
I really like it a lot. I think it's an absolute blast. It's so in your face that it doesn't feel mean, because it's just like the whole thing is like you're overloading people trying to overload you. That's the whole game. And it just works. Weapons in Santiago art. It's great.
Solid. Great for Halloween for sure.
Oh yeah, really good.
We played
Whistle Mountain.
Whistle Mountain.
Man, it's been a little bit for Whistle Mountain.
It's been a little bit. Yeah, this is Whistle Mountain's a game that's really interesting. It's Scott Caputo and Luke Laurie, who also made like Cryo, which we talked about, Energy Empire. This game goes very much so you're putting these little airships out and you're kind of building up the scaffolding over this river and stuff, which is flooding. And then you have to return your airships, and you get some stuff when you return your airships. You get to build more things and stuff like that. So in this game, you're trying to get scaffolding and then build engines. And when you build these different engines, they're going to give you access to resources and different types of things, points and stuff. And when you place your airship, basically anything that you're adjacent to, whether it be like resources that you might gain, or if you place it onto action spaces, anything that's adjacent to your ship, you get to do in whatever order you want. So it's this really fun spatial stuff. the thing that's interesting about this game is like it can be quite brutal in terms of like
it's mean.
If I build scaffolding and then don't immediately build over it, there's nothing to stop Nick from just building right over it. And you can mess with each other in that way, in a big bad way.
It's really
so that's
mean.
something that like I had to get into. Then I was able to embrace, and I really like it. But it's like the game can be very mean.
Yeah, you have to go into it knowing that because it's mean.
Yeah,
it can be
and
really
so,
mean.
but if you do that and you're down for that, it's a really fun game. It's an amazing production.
The production's
so
insane.
I really want to play it again. I love like the airships and the adjacency and stuff, and the way you kind of build up. And then as you build up, the canyon starts to flood, and you're trying to like get all your people out of the water and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah, it's a good one. We played Wild Space at BGG Con. This one we kind of just pulled off. We heard it was good. And it's a really fun game where it's an engine building game. You're building out your crew and you're going to these planets.
Bunch of cool animals in space.
Yeah, and you can do two things in a turn. You can travel to a planet or you can like explore that planet. That's it. You only get 10 turns in the game. But basically what you're trying to do is a lot of these planets, what they're going to allow you to do is put cards into play. These cards are going to be your crew members, and your crew members are going to have they're a type of animal, so like a bear or a monkey or an owl or a lizard or whatever. And they'll also have some kind of job. They're like a military person, like an engineer or something like that. And essentially, you're putting out the crew cards. You're also getting these emissary cards, which are going to be scoring. And what those scoring cards will be like, it'll be like for every pair of like a monkey and military, you will get 3 points, whatever it ends up being. So you're just putting out these cards, trying to score as much as possible. Just set collecting, getting the cards you need, putting them in there, and trying to get as much stuff out. And it feels like you're not going to be able to do anything because it's only 10 turns in the whole game. But a lot of cards, like this card allows you to put out this card, which then allows you to put out this card. And you can combo and chain a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's really, really fun, really satisfying. And again, a tougher puzzle than it seems at first. And it's a really good time. I liked Wild Space a lot. I really enjoyed it.
It's very surprising how kind of crunchy and crazy it gets. In 10 turns, you're like, this will be no time at all.
Easy.
You get some stuff done.
It's
really
tough.
cool. Yeah.
Wild Space is great.
It's really fun. A lot of cool endgame scoring stuff. We played World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King, a pandemic
system game.
This is a game that's based on pandemic and stuff that's built in the World of Warcraft. It's very pandemic, but it's very different from pandemic.
At the same time.
So in this one, it's pandemic-ish in that you're going to spawn ghouls and stuff every round. So there's that kind of crisis management. And those can overflow.
Yep.
You sprout abominations, which are hard to deal with, but you're like one of the World of Warcraft characters. And you're running around, you'll have some abilities based on your character, so similar to Pandemic there. But now the main thing that's different is the card usage. So in Pandemic, it's sort of set collection. I want to get 5 blue, turn the 5 blue, and I cure the blue disease. Here, there's different types of cards which allow you to travel and heal and attack and defend and stuff like that. And you're trying to use those cards. The card play is much more dynamic.
Yes.
Because I can like roll these dice to attack these ghouls and add +2 to my attack, which means maybe I can take out the abomination as well. And then you're trying to complete 3 quests to then face down the Lich King's quest themselves. And so you can go to a quest space that are tied to certain locations. There's different quests you can swap in. And then you will turn in cards and stuff to work on that quest.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately your goal. So I thought it was pretty dang fun. We know nothing about World of Witchcraft, don't care about World of Witchcraft. World of Warcraft.
We also don't know about World of Witchcraft.
Wrath of the Lich King, I get confused. But I still enjoyed the game. So I was
the
like,
game
that's
itself
a pretty
was cool,
good, a pretty good sign, I think, that like,
yeah,
I don't know this world,
and if you like WoW, you'll probably like it a lot more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was interesting. It was not very, for being pandemic, was not very pandemic-y, but also very pandemic. It was weird.
Yeah.
Zapotec was a really cool game. This is another game by Board and Dice. This is one of their big kind of like a tea game, a big civilization game, but it's only like 45 minutes, and it's really, really fun. And this is a game where you're going to be you're playing out a card, and that card is going to dictate something. So it could be like where on the board you can play. You can play in this region, this region, or this region, or you can play in a different environment. You can play like in the woods, or play in the mountain, or play in the plains, or it might say you can play this kind of building. So it's one of the things that if you play this kind of building, you can put it anywhere, but it has to be that building. If you play in the forest, you can play
anything of the 3 regions,
but it has to be in the forest.
Yeah.
And so you're doing that, and then at the end of every round, something is going to score. So it might be like the forests are going to score, or this kind of building is going to score. And at the end of your turn,
trying to maximize.
Yeah, you're always grabbing a new card, and so whatever gets left behind, that's the one's going to score. So much of it is trying to set yourself up to score well, while not trying to set up your opponents to score well. And then you can build these pyramids and do all this different stuff. But it really does feel like kind of one of those big tile-laying civilization kind of games, but it is short. It's like 45 minutes. It goes by really quickly.
Yeah.
And also you're like,
build this cool kind of engine of
we're
resource.
we're done. We got to go. And I really like it. I think it's really great.
Yeah, it's cool. It packs a lot of that fun kind of stuff into a small package. So it's nice if you don't have a ton of time, but want to get a feel of those kind of big games. Zapatec's the one for
Zap Attack is right there.
This is the final of our news right here. Zoom in, Barcelona. Blue Orange Games. This is a game where you're walking around taking pictures of Barcelona, doing a little bit of a photo contest. So you're trying to head to certain locations to take pictures, which are going to be this kind of cards display and stuff. They all are pertaining to certain locations. You're also trying to master light, so you need to go to certain locations to take pictures to get, like, I think the morning, the noonday, sunset, and night shoots. You get those done. It's just a game where you're walking around taking pictures. It's a very lovely theme. The game is fine. It's not like super game like.
But I love the theme. I just think it's so charming.
The theme is charming. It's a cute board and stuff like that. But I love the idea of, like, we're just walking around taking pictures today.
And this is a game where I'm like, man, they should make this in every big tourist city. Make a Zoom in London. Make a Zoom in Paris. And honestly, sell it in gift shops. It'll probably sell well. The game is simple enough where you could probably, it's not necessarily a gateway game. It's a little heavier than that, but I think you could probably pick it up.
Pretty simple.
And I'm like, you know what? Like, I think it's a cool theme. I love the idea that you're just going around taking pictures. I think it's beautiful. I think it's cute. It's not the best game ever, but again, I'm like, make one for every dang city and sell it in gift shops.
Sell that.
And you'd probably do okay, you know?
Do it. That is everything that's new to us.
That's all the new stuff, fam. We're only 3.5 hours in.
Nick, I gotta tell you this. We have to be done at 2.
But I say I was gonna tell you, I was like, we have a hard out at 2.
And we're gonna very quickly go through everything else we played this
it's gonna
year,
be
I guess.
Fast.
That we have played already. So this is every old to us game. Sir. Boom! Of course, we played A Feast for Odin. It's my favorite game. It's amazing. Worker placement to the umpteenth. We have like 50 odd worker placement spaces. It's great. Viking stuff.
We played it,
I think we should probably roll it out again. It's about the time. It's my birthday next week. Maybe we should do it next week. Feast for Odin's great.
Feast for Odin. Emma Larkins made this game. It's a great deck wrecking game where you're deck building, but
we got a bunch of artichokes. Gotta get rid of those artichokes.
What you're trying to do is get rid of the dang artichokes.
No more chokes.
So many of the cards allow you to chuck cards out of your hand. What you're trying to do is get rid of all your artichokes. If at the beginning of your turn you draw your hand, if you didn't draw any artichokes, you win the game. So it's all about that simple light.
It's also a great game where when you draft a card in deck building, it goes right in your hand for play, which is rare in a game.
It's really fun. I like Amanda Artichokes a lot.
It's awesome. Played Air, Land, and Sea, which is a 2-player game. There's a new one, Critters at War, which is all kind of fun and cartoony, which I think we would like. We talked about this in terms of Blitzkrieg. This is set in World War II and the different theaters of war. Don't love war. Pretty anti-war. But it's a good 2-player game where you're trying to have the most strength at each theater, but it's a strategic retreat game. Because if you know you're not going to win, you should retreat earlier because it'll cost you less.
That's right.
Boom.
Good game, but yeah, I'm curious to try the other one. Animal upon Animal Christmas Edition. This is just Animal upon Animal. It's an animal stacking game. You roll a die that's going to tell you what you have to place. You have to stack it in this kind of line of stack stuff. It's simple. It's a kid's
great
game.
Wooden pieces by Hava, so you know it's awesome. You
There's
can just
a
play
whole
with it
bunch
as
of different
a toy,
versions.
or you can, any
There's like
version you can want.
A unicorn version,
We have unicorns, dinosaurs, we have crest climber, we have this. It's lots.
They're all great. Pick whatever theme you want, and that's the theme you should go.
They're all the same in terms of how they play.
Architects of the West Kingdom.
Charpacheps of the West Kingdom.
Exactly. Architects of the West Kingdom was a great game. It's still my favorite, I think, of the West Kingdom games, although we just played Viscounts like twice, and I'm like, oh, Viscounts is really good. We'll probably talk about it a bit. But nonetheless, Architects West Kingdom was kind of a worker investment game where you have a bunch of different worker placement spots, but they're never blocked. And the more workers you place at that spot, the better that action gets for you. But people can come over and round up your workers and then send them to jail for money. It's kind of a weird for-profit prison thing going on here.
Isn't that weird? It's exactly
how our country
runs, so yeah.
But nonetheless, it's a really cool worker placement game. It's definitely the lightest of the West Kingdom games, but I actually really like it.
It's really solid. There's 2 expansions that are both great for it too. So yeah, it's got some cool stuff.
It's a good one.
Yeah, Philip says Vanilla Artichokes is an instant add to the Quiver crew.
That's
it's great.
Yeah, we should be bringing that. I don't think we brought that last time we were traveling.
We're thinking, man.
Praise be to ye. Phil Walker Harding, Barron Park. Barron Park is probably his most popular game, and it's so darn good. You're building out a little bear park. Check out the video where I made Barron Park in a video game. It's a great video.
Incredible. He recreated a game of Barron Park.
Just hit 2,000 views. Jealous, Mr. Beast.
100 hours of work was worth it.
100 hours of work for 2,000 views was worth it. But nonetheless, this is a game you're building out a bear park, and it's a polyomino tile game. I feel like really is one of the things that like started the polyomino craze. That like
it was like one of our first things. That and Patchwork are the first things we saw.
Man, it's just so darn good. If you haven't tried Barron Park, if you know games, you probably have heard of it. Give it a shot. It's really great.
Anyone else can.
That's right. Praise be.
Praise be to ye. Play Baseball Highlights 20 and 45. We play this every year around the start of the baseball season. It's a great, cool deck building game where you are
2-player head-to-head.
2-player head-to-head. You're playing games of baseball, and the types of cards you play will provide some amount of offense and or defense. So I'm going to be dealing with what Nick has threatened to hit. I'm going to cancel one of those hits. I'm also going to try to hit a home run. Now you have to try to cancel that maybe, and then try to provide your own offense. Yeah. So it's just kind of these dual use cards, but it's not a like, I'm going to choose this or that. You will use both.
Yes.
And so it's like a great just game, and every time you win a game or lose a game, you finish a game, you get to recruit new players, and then you send down people to the minors. So you only ever have 15 cards, but those cards get better and better and better. We like to play like a little 5-game series and then do a World Series of 7 to make it one big game. It's just so fun. Every game.
If you don't love baseball, it's still a great game. But if you like baseball, it's really fun. There's a lot of baseball-y stuff in there. Awesome. It's really good. Baseball Highlights is awesome. Played Blue Lagoon. This is a quick little Good Doctor Rhino Knizia game. With a cool like Polynesian kind of like Moana theme. But basically it's a very simple game where
tiles down.
You have all these uninhabited islands, and so you are inhabiting these islands. And so you are coming off on the board from the sea, you're coming out, you're putting out, on your turn you put out a token. You can put them in the sea or you can put them on the land, and they always have to go in a line. So you have to be adjacent to one of your other tokens, and you're basically trying to do stuff. You're collecting the resources that are on the ground, picking up water, picking up bamboo, that kind of stuff. You're also trying to get area control on the various islands. You're also trying to hit all of the different islands.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of different little scoring things.
Everything is good to do.
Everything is great. No matter where you go, it's great. And you can also put out these little villages. And then the first half of the game will end once everyone puts out their pieces. And then you score, and then you take all your pieces off except for the villages. Because now you've parked. Now you're going to explore
it's like the
islands.
next generation is going out to re-explore. Now that we're all civilized, we're at these villages. So now you have to walk out from those villages. You can no longer bop all around
and
the
board. Game works exactly the same, except for you have to go from the villages. And that slight change, though, makes a pretty big difference. It's a really fun, gorgeous game, too.
Just speaking the truth, for Baron Park, the Grizzly expansion is fantastic. Bad News Bears expansion, excellent.
Yes, absolutely. Cacao, praise be to ye. Phil, you're so great.
This is a tile laying game where you are going to be placing tiles, your worker tiles, which will have some amount of workers along the 4 edges of your tile. And then you're going to have jungle tiles, which have villages and cacao farms and temples and mines and stuff. And when you place a tile down, any and all edges that align with jungle tiles, if you have workers on those edges, you will activate that tile, that jungle tile, times the amount of workers you have there. So it's 1, 2, or 3. So if I have a cacao farm that has 1 field on it, and I have 2 workers, I produce 2 cocoa, right? And then if I have over here is a market to sell cocoa, and I have 1 worker, I can sell 1 cocoa for the going market price, and there's different values of those markets. And you're ultimately trying to have the most money. You can explore a river, but it's a cool thing where it creates this checkerboard pattern of like worker tile, jungle tile, worker tile, jungle tile. And you're kind of filling it all in. There's sort of the delayed thing of like, this edge over here has a worker there, but there's nothing next to it. But later on in the game, something does get placed to it, and then it activates then. So it's kind of like this cool delayed action game. It's so good.
Yeah,
it's so fun. Tile placement.
Praise.
Let's go.
Get some praise bees in chat.
Get some praise bees in chat.
Calico. Of course we played some Calico. Calico is a great game where you're building a patchwork quilt and trying to get kittens to come sit on your quilt. It's maybe the best thing ever made.
The cats are attracted to the different patterns, so they don't care what colors you have, but the quilt you're making does have colors, and if you match buttons. 3 of the same color, you get buttons. If you have 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever the same pattern in a certain way, a cat will come join you. So you're trying to balance all these different things. Then also these kind of design objectives, which want to have a certain breakdown of colors and patterns around them.
Yeah.
So this is a great game. We like certainly Cascadia better now because this game is all about
really brutal.
You're not going to be able to achieve all your dreams. So let some of your dreams die. And which ones are you going to kill?
Yeah.
And those are hard choices to make. And so for being such a light, bright theme is brutal.
Yeah.
Cascadia we enjoy more, but Calico is not a bad game.
It's really great. It's really good. If you want some pain, play some Calico. It's really fun. We played Carcassonne.
Dude, Carcassonne is great.
It's great. It's just one of the best games ever made. It's the best gateway game ever, in my opinion. I think it's outstanding.
It's intuitive.
Tile laying.
Is that road going directly into grass? Well, that's insane. That doesn't make sense. You can't place it that way. Is that city touching more city? Well, that makes sense. That's how cities work. You can play it there. It's great.
It's great. It's Carcassonne. Get
wrecked. Delicious game.
If you don't love it.
Carpe Diem.
We don't have
the
that
version we have doesn't look like this.
It doesn't look like
we're going to get it from Ravensburger soon, but our version looks terrible.
That's how
it's a good game. It's a good game by Stefan Feld that suffered from some graphic design issues and now have been fixed by this version of Carpe Diem. But it's a game where you are taking your little worker and you're popping around to different areas on this board to collect a tile, which you then add to your board, kind of Carcassonne style, where the same building has to touch the same building type. Grass has to go to grass. It has to make sense, which is a satisfying way to play games because that sort of intuition, logical, it's satisfying is nice. And you're trying to build villas with lots of chimneys because chimneys is points because that is theme. You're trying to build fields and farms and stuff to collect animals and chickens and grapes and such, which you can then do contract fulfillment at the end of rounds for scoring.
Yeah.
Each thing can only be scored once. You're putting like a disc down, which you have to pertain to 2 different areas of scoring. Super interesting game that kind of shot itself in the foot at the outset, but now they've kind of gotten it going. So.
Yeah, but it is a very good game, and we like it a lot. But yeah, it's just tough. Played Cartographer's Heroes. So this is the
follow-up to Cartographers.
Expansion, standalone, whatever, to Cartographers. It's great. Honestly, the main thing we don't really love is the heroes part of Cartographer Heroes. There's some new maps that we like. We love the new
really
cards.
Like the hero part. But
yeah, we kind of just don't. Like, honestly, we'd kind of rather play just normal Cartographers. But I do like the new cards and the new like objectives that you have.
Oh, yeah.
Super, super cool. So like totally worth it for that. The heroes part of it, we kind of are like,
there's
whatever.
Different maps now. Like everything that Cartographer's Heroes provides is great. And I would certainly say get this over base Cartographers. But just for us, the heroes part was a bit underwhelming. But that's a tiny little thing. Like I'll play with them on there because whatever. But
yeah. But Cartographers, it's great. It's great. It's an incredible role.
It's
we played Castell. We talked about this very briefly because someone in the chat we played with David at BGG Con, but Castell, shouts out to Crystal Dex because she loves this as much as we do. This is a game where you are building a Castell pyramid. So you see that it's like the human pyramids from the Catalonia version of Spain, area of Spain rather. And you're basically going around trying to get new Castellers. The Castellers come in different sizes and you have to stack them from low on the bottom to high. So the 10s, the 9s, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the one's just a little kid on top there. And you basically are trying to build it all, and the game has very strict rules of how you can build, but throughout the game, you can train in different stuff, and you can start to break those rules.
Yeah,
and that's a very satisfying thing to do. Yeah. But this is a game that's a pretty tough puzzle, and it's a very tight game, and it works really, really well. But this is a game, again, it's one of the games that we kind of clang the Castell bell all the time. We evangelize hard. We absolutely adore Castell. It's wonderful.
I like Dave Phillips says, just know that going into it, you will not be able to achieve your dreams. Los Angeles, the board game.
True. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Castle of Burgundy, we played. This is the dice game. We also played Castle of Burgundy, which will come up right after this. We'll let it roll out.
About it.
Castle of Burgundy is fantastic. We're excited to try the new version.
Yes.
We like the old version just fine.
It's fine.
Fantastic point salad, yummy game where you're getting tiles and building out your estate and stuff. And the dice game recreates that. Using roll and write mechanisms. We actually played it before we played Castle of Burgundy. We played Castle of Burgundy, the dice game.
Also
we're again trying to build out your estate based on dice you roll and then pairing it with a color. There's 2 different dice, or 4 different dice. You have 2 numbers and 2 colors to choose one combination from. And you're trying to build out adjacent to stuff, but certain colors can only take certain numbers, high or low. If you're building out orange, you're building the areas, these have to be different numbers. So there's these different kind of rules about how you place stuff. But the dice version's a really great implementation of Castle Burgundy. It feels very similar in how it all works, but it's in a roll and write form. Yeah. So both that and Castle Burgundy, we love.
Outstanding.
They're so good.
They're so good. They're just so good.
Play Castle of Tuscany, Nick.
Oh, we should let this go. Yeah, Castle of Tuscany, which is kind of like a sequel to Castle Burgundy. It's definitely similar, but definitely different. I actually, at this point, might like it more than Castle of Burgundy. I like Castle of Tuscany. It's just, it's a little bit lighter, and it feels more fluid. I don't know, but it's a game where you have a bunch of different actions you can do.
Yeah,
essentially.
It's similar to Castle Burgundy, where it's like you can basically turn in cards down instead of rolling dice to place out your little hexes and stuff. You can gain a new hex from the center of the board and replace it with one from your board. From the center of the table, rather. You can gain cards and stuff, which you're going to be doing on a turn, or you can play cards to play out those hexes that you have on your board into your estate.
If you like Castle Burgundy, you're probably going to like Castle of Tuscany. Yeah. That's just kind of
Castle of Burgundy goes Ticket to Ride in terms of how the cards
that's really what it feels
like. Which is nice. It's a little bit lighter and easier to get going than Castle Burgundy.
We played a little Caverna the Cave Farmers. I don't remember playing this year, but apparently we did.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
But it was a while ago. Yeah, Caverna is great. We love big Uwe games. This is a game that we've played enough times now where every time we play it, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember how this works.
Crazy now.
Like we just played Fields of Arl,
right there.
Arl, that one right there,
He's on it.
the other day, and I was just like, oh yeah, now we've played this enough times where I don't have to like basically relearn it.
Remember it, yeah.
Caverna's like that too. So now I'm like, okay, I'm really excited to really explore Caverna. We have the expansion of Forgotten Folk.
No, we
haven't played with it yet. So that's going to be something we do very, very soon.
Yeah.
Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Love some Uwe. Caverna's great.
Guess we got at Chai. We talked about Chai Tea for 2.
Like
Chai
6
is a
hours
fantastic game where you are trying to do contract fulfillment. You have customers and stuff that want a certain blend of everything for their tea. And you have this cool market in the center of the board where you're going to be collecting like strawberry and different flavors essentially of tea. But it's sort of this thing where you're going to buy a group's worth. So if there's like 3 or 4 that are all connected orthogonally, you're going to pick up all of those for the price of whatever the most expensive one of them was. Say it's $2, you're going to pay $2 to get all of those. Then everything kind of cascades down, which might make new pairings and such, which is a really interesting part of the game. It's ultimately really light contract fulfillment, get those tokens, really well produced game to satisfy customers and make tea.
It's
what a
really
great
good.
theme.
It's really, really good. Good
Chimera
game.
Station.
Yeah, I actually let this thing roll a little farther than I meant to, but Chimera Station is a really cool worker builder game. So it's a worker placement game where you have these little alien workers, but you can pop their heads off, look like that, and you can put other body parts on, like claws, which allow you to push people off of spots, but they've already gone there, so it's not even like that mean, really. You have a brain, which allows you to get extra points for stuff. You have big tentacle arms, which allows you to get more resources. Then you have leaf arms, which you can eat to feed yourself. You're eating yourself. It's weird. But nonetheless, you can build your workers and specialize them. And throughout the game, you can take parts off and put new parts on and double up stuff. And it's just this really weird take on worker placement. And the board starts off pretty small, but kind of throughout the game, you're putting out more and more modules, which are just tiles, worker placement spots. Yep. And it grows and it grows. And this is a game, it's by Tasty Minstrel Games. And RIP. And so I don't think it's ever going to get, it's been out for a little while now, so it never really got an expansion. I love this game. I think it's absolutely outstanding. I think eventually it really should have an expansion. I don't think it's ever going to get that expansion. But I think it's such an interesting game that looks super cool. I think the gimmick of the putting the pieces together really works well and is integral to the game.
The whole kind of way you can make these cool combinations for your workers.
It just really works. I love Chimera Station. I think it's outstanding.
Tony says, "Oh, this is still live." Sorry for my cat's comments earlier. I saw a bunch of 0s and 9s and stuff.
I was confused by that.
Cats be typing.
Indeed.
Claim is a 2-player trick-taking game. There's actually 2 versions of Claim in different expansions.
It's still my favorite trick-taking game. Suck it, the crew.
You can smash things together. We're wrong about that, but that's okay. Claim is really fun. You can smash together different factions, essentially. You'll play like 5 factions, and it's a 2-player specific trick-taking game where the first half of the game is setting up the second half of the game. So in the first half of the game, you're basically trying to win a trick to take a card.
Yep.
The loser takes something off the top of the deck. Might be good, might be bad. You don't know. And once you have collected all of your cards from playing that first round, you then play with the second half of the game that you collected.
And that's the one you score.
And that's the one you actually score. And the thing that's cool about it is that each faction does different things. There's like doppelgangers, which can copy other suits. There's goblins, which are sort of weak but mighty. They have many.
There's the seer that can look at the card on top of the deck and then decide which one to take. Like, and with all sorts of different
each version, there's just different types of factions you can swap in and out to make these cool combos and stuff. And you ultimately want to have the most of a faction at the end of the game in order to score that. If you have 3 of the 5, you win. So it's just an interesting, fun trick-taking game with cool art and all. We have so much variety now that you can play with it. It's just cool.
There's a bunch of different factions. It's really outstanding. And the brothers played Scopa, an old Italian trick-taking game. Just played it first time. Love it. Nope, never have.
Gotta try that. I like everyone's talking about the coldest water though. Let's bring that back.
Yeah, let's bring that back. Played Clank. It must have been at the beginning of the year because it was a while ago. I was like, I don't know. We played this year.
You know, I don't want to say we've like cooled on this game necessarily.
I've cooled on Clank. I'll straight up say it.
So Nick wouldn't commit to saying he's cooled on it, but we have played this game a lot for a long time, and it's definitely one that is like not going to start getting played more.
No.
Which isn't like a bad
thing.
No,
I still
nothing
love
against
Clank.
the game, but it's like we played a lot of it. We played our maps a lot. I kind of like want to play Clank Legacy, but until then, I'm like, I don't know how much more Clank we have in our future.
I love Clank. I could never play Clank again and be okay because we played it a lot, and that's me saying I love Clank.
Yeah, it was my number one game the first time we ever ranked our game.
Yes, I played it a bunch. I still love it. More than happy to play, but if I never played it again,
there's just different eras I think we go through in our life where, you know, the chapter maybe is closing on Clank, but Clank Legacy awaits. And I'd be down to play Clank in space.
Yeah.
Same.
You know,
got options.
I do love Clank.
Got some Clans of Caledonia.
This is a game I'm not over yet.
Not over it.
Love Clans of Caledonia.
Clans of Caledonia is a fantastic game. We're in the
Clans of
Scottish
Caledonia.
Highlands, and you're trying to partying in there. You're trying to manage your money. Really,
Yes,
you need to
it's a
spend
weird
money.
economic game.
It
Yeah,
is a weird economic game, but
it's like
you're
it's like
spending
a stock market. It's weird.
Yeah, you're spending money to get different units out on the board. You have like cows and sheep, and you have cheese factories and stuff, and fields and distilleries. And when you get all these things out onto your onto the board and stuff, at the end of every round, you're going to produce basically everything that you remove from your board will show you a thing that you produce. So
yeah,
cows are going to produce milk. If you have a cheese factory, you can take a milk and turn it into a cheese. And you're trying to do that ultimately to fulfill contracts. You fulfill contracts and stuff, you're going to get your main hit of points in the game. You're going to be shipping out things. You're going to be importing goods like sugarcane and tobacco and cotton. And you're going to be scoring points from a lot of those contracts that you did. And at the end of the game, you'll get points for all the stuff that you did. But it's tight with the money because everything costs money.
It's a tough game.
It costs a lot, and you gotta. It gets only more and more expensive as you go. So it's a cool game. It's all about economics. It's just so fun and satisfying to take stuff off your board. Your board then shows you very intuitively everything that you get because there'll be a little image of it. It's just a nice game. It's so good.
It's like.
It's good.
So we play Codenames Do It.
Codenames Do It.
It's the best
giving
version
cooperative
of Codenames.
2-player. We love to give weird clues, trying to make it as hard for ourselves as possible. Codenames is a great clue-giving game. There's so many versions. Play the one you like, but play this one because it's the best.
Coloma.
Next review.
Do love Coloma. Coloma is a game set in Coloma, which is actually near our hometown, which is very cool.
I want to do adventures in board gaming up there.
Yeah, this is a Johnny Pack game where you are doing some simultaneous selection. You're selecting where you want to go on this kind of little action wheel.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is multiple people go to the same place. It doesn't like knock them out. You just get if you're alone in a place, you get a better version of the action.
Yeah, you don't get the bust action.
Yeah, you don't get the bust action, which kind of like the bonus action. So it's nice because if you go to the same place, you're kind of like, dang it, okay, whatever.
You want to be alone.
You still get to do it, right? And then you're doing a whole bunch of different stuff. You're like building out a river, or like I don't know what would you do. I guess you're surveying the river. That's what it is. Surveying the river.
Building
you're like
bridges over them.
Exploring and putting down camps, all these different spots. You're like taking care of bandits that are coming into town. Whole bunch of little pioneer stuff.
Yeah.
But it really works well. The simultaneous selection is great. The production value is like really cool, and you have all these cards that you can play as well. And the cards do stuff. So now every time you do this action, you get this thing as well.
And now building with those cards is cool.
And it's a really fun game. It works well at 2. There's kind of like a dummy player, a bing bong player as we call them. And the bing bong kind of just simulates another player going to places.
Works well.
So it works well, but this is a game that's probably best at like 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really fun. I like Coloma a lot.
Yeah. Simultaneous selection is always a good time.
What do we got? Sorry. Cribbage.
Nick, you know what we didn't put on our list of games that made us gamers? Cribbage.
Oh yeah, you're right.
How do we not do it? But cribbage is great. Oops. We love cribbage. We always want to play more of it than we do. It's such a great classic card game. How could you not love it? Cribbage is great. We grew up playing it, still love it. It's just classic.
Love cribbage.
Love cribbage.
Absolutely love it. Crisscross, baby. Great. This is the epitome of an easy roll and write. It's the simplest game ever. You're basically going to roll out these 2 dice.
Symbols on them?
You have to put those 2 symbols down in your 5x5 grid. They have to be next to each other. And what you're trying to do is get the same symbols in the same row or the same column.
As many as you can, all next to each other.
The more you get of the same symbol in one row, you score at the end of the game. You score every row, every column. Then you score every row. You get points. That's the whole game. You can literally play this game with just a pair of dice. There's no reason why you technically need these dice. But this is a game where you can play with an infinite amount of people because everyone is using the same dice.
Yeah.
And you can teach it to anyone. It is the simplest game, but it is the perfect game for a little roll and write you can bring and have everyone play and get them into gaming.
Boom. Bree says, I love cribbage, grew up playing it. See, right? And my dad and stepmom met playing cribbage online.
Is that right? That's cool.
So cool.
That's really, really cool.
See, it's like you have something in common. We play Crokinole is what this is. Crokinole is a flicking game, a dexterity game that's really amazing. I really want to get a Crokinole board. It's fantastic. It's just really simple. If there's no opponents on the board of yours, you just need to get within that little inner ring you can see with these little pegs, which are deceptive because you just run into them
all the time.
If your opponent has at least 1 disc on the board, you must carry them off of at least one of their discs or your disc gets removed. That's the whole rules. You want to be as close to the center as you possibly can be with as many of your discs as you can because they're worth more points. And then you play like 100 points or whatever. It's just such a fun game.
David Notes, thank you for the notice. Yes, we need to go fast. I think we'll just let this play.
Those every 5 seconds?
I don't know. We got to go faster. We got to have a hard out. It's like 1:30.
It's 1:26. We got time.
We're only in the seas.
Well, then click play, man. You're the one controlling.
Crown of Mara. This is a great, super dry bucket of sand,
Pants.
dry worker placement game. Not worker placement game. Kind of a programming game. Really, really fun. Very dry, themeless. But if you like just tight economic worker placement games,
it's a tight economic game.
So good.
Yeah, it's really great with the card bonuses you get and stuff as well. Crystal Palace is a worker placement, dice placement game where you're choosing the value of your dice. The higher the value, the more you have to pay and stuff, but you also get priority when you go to action spaces, and you're trying to prepare for the first World's Fair.
Which is super
cool.
You
want to have prototypes and stuff for inventions and things. You have to get patents for those.
Famous people
you
on
get
side.
famous people in your crew. And
Really
you're representing a country, so you want your country to kind of be like the best country at the
hot
World's
country,
Fair.
you know?
This is a cool theme. We love it. It's all in prep for the first World's Fair.
It's a good one. Cubitos. This is one of the first games we played of this year. Kind of came out at the very beginning of the year. Really good, kind of like Quacks and Quedlinburg, but it's kind of a racing game instead with these weird cube people. You're getting new dice. The new dice all do different stuff.
Yep.
Each die has 7 different things it can do depending on what game plan. So you just randomize which one it's going to be this turn. It's absolutely incredible. I love Cubitos.
It's really fun. Great racing game. Great push your luck game. Detective Club is an awesome social deduction game where you have a trader who someone doesn't have the clue. Everyone else has a pad of paper with a clue on it. You're trying to play these weird dream cards a la Dixit that will show that, like, I know what the clue is.
Yeah.
If you're the trader, you're trying to blend in by playing cards. You're like, everyone's playing water. I guess I'll play water cards. Then once you hear the clue, everyone has to explain themselves. And the cool thing is that people who do have the clue have bad cards and they look suspicious. I happen to play cards that did blend in. I also know the clue. I'm like, well, of course this is this because there's water everywhere. This is obviously means waves, and you can blend in well. Great social deduction game.
It's the best
Great art.
social game ever. Play Dice Throw, the Castrol special. Castrol and Quicksand in chat.
Oh yeah.
But nonetheless, Dice Throw is it's a kind of Yahtzee head-to-head 1-versus-1 game where you take on a character and you're rolling out these dice, and it's all Yahtzee stuff. So if you have this makeup of dice, you can maybe do these different actions.
Yep.
And you're trying to just knock out the other person, but it's really, really good. You have cards you can play as well, and you can upgrade your different actions. And it's just simple. The art's great. The production value is great. It's outstanding.
It's super fun.
Really excited to try Dice Throw Adventures.
Yahtzee never was more violent before. Dinosaur Island, we talked about this a little bit earlier, where
we did.
It's a fantastic game. We're building up a dinosaur park and stuff. We prefer Dinosaur World and Dinosaur Island Raw and Right to Dinosaur Island at this point. It's simply because we've had Dinosaur Island for a while and have played it a lot over the years. It's not a knock against it at all. It does great things. It set up, obviously, other great games to be designed. Yeah. So clearly Dinosaur Island has the DNA for making a good game.
Yeah, get it? Moving on. Play Domestic Cthulhu at BGG Con, which is a great game. Love Domestic Cthulhu. It's a great little social deduction game where, again, you're trying to, there's some traders and there's all these investigators. You're trying to find these eldritch signs or whatever the heck they're called. And you, as a trader, it's easy to blend in. That's what it comes down to when it comes to social deduction games that we like. Is it easy for the trader to blend in? Yes. Is it just how well can you lie? Hate those games. That's what it comes down to. Domestic Cthulhu, great game.
It's so fun. It's silly. Just enjoy it. Draftosaurus, tiny little drafting of wooden meeples. It's just great. You can let it play. You're going to draft those meeples. You want to build a dinosaur zoo with ones that have the same and different meeples. Go ahead.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, Nick.
Gosh, I clicked it.
Nick, you goofed.
Okay, no, Crystal Palace.
I said just click it. Don't panic. There we go.
Hold on. We're on Dragon
Castle. Time lost.
This is a great Mahjong-inspired game where you're drafting these tiles, these big chunky tiles, and putting them on your personal board. And basically, you want the same color next to each other. And then once you get 4 or more, you then will flip those over and score points. But you want to score as many as possible. But if you ever have 4, you have to flip them over. So you're essentially trying to build it in a way where eventually you can put kind of like a keystone in the middle and put over a whole bunch of different stuff. And then you want to build up from there. The higher you build, the more points you're going to get. It's a really good abstract game.
All right, Nick. Me, like it. You?
It's a game.
Oh, so you should have kept it right.
Sorry, I thought you were going to retort after that.
No.
This is a great game.
Eco's First Continent is a fantastic game where you're kind of drawing out these tokens, these element tokens, bingo style. I said, we got grass here, and everyone can put down a cube on grass if they want. Once you fill up a card with all of their cubes and stuff that they require, you can activate those cards, which will build up and change the landscapes. You might add water, you might add desert, you might add animals, you might move those animals and do things to ultimately satisfy scoring. So it does a great job of, like, we're all working on the same landscape. We want that landscape to look very different from each other to score points. It's great. Nick beats me at it very bad every time.
Absolutely incredible.
But I really enjoy it anyway.
Empires of the North. This is kind of a sequel to Imperial Settlers, and you're essentially getting different factions, and then those factions are all totally unique and totally different, have a whole new deck of cards, and they do different stuff. You know, some are better at farming, some are better at this, some are better at pillaging and conquering and stuff like that. It kind of just depends, and you're basically trying to work your deck and have more points and get to 25
Get
points.
your engine up and rolling.
Faster than someone else. We absolutely love it. Every time they come up with new factions, we're like, cool, thank you for the new factions. We'll play with those now. It's great. We absolutely love Empires of the North. I think it was our top 5 for both of us.
Yeah, top 3 or something like that.
Evolution Climate, we talked about this earlier. We both prefer Oceans at this point, but the original Evolution is great.
Biome is a great game where it's a deck building game where you never actually shuffle your deck of cards. You're kind of deck programming where
indeed.
We are playing out cards and stuff to do different actions. You're going to be building up roads. We're sort of taming and then developing the lands for the pharaoh. So the cool thing is that none of us own anything that's on the board. If I build some roads, Nick can say like, cool, I'm gonna build this thing at the end of that road. Thanks for that so much. All for in the name of the pharaoh. All we have is money and our reputation. Reputation are your points. But the cool thing is that you never shuffle your deck. So as you buy cards, they go directly into your hand. Then when you play them, they go on top of your discard pile, which never shuffles. So when I do an administration action to get those cards back, you get them back in order that you played them. So the most recently stuff played is the first back in your hand. So you can effectively bury cards. You can buy them back for money, but there might be a point where like, it's just too expensive to get to.
You know, that much
so you want to play your cards in a certain order, and the whole idea of like, I don't own this, so you can manipulate what I build. This awesome fam is great.
It really is. It's a good,
really
it's a good. Played Fields of Arl. Played this the other day, actually. Fields of Arl is really outstanding. Actually, I guess the other day was probably still in 2022. But now Fields of Arl is another big Uwe game. It's right over there.
Hey.
Somewhere there. Boom. Time lost. Nonetheless, this is a good 2-player only big Uwe farming game, which is super cool. It's only 2 players, and it's a game where you're building out your farm, you're doing farms, so you're getting animals will breed, you're trying to do all that kind of stuff. But the cool thing is it's played essentially in 2 phases. You have summer phase, and that's a whole round, and you can only do stuff in summer, and you go over here, you can only do stuff in winter, and you're going back. Winter, summer. And it's 2-player only. It's outstanding.
It's awesome. Big old 2-player game.
Big old 2-player game.
We got Fire Rob Indoor Finishing Time. It's another Freeman Freeze game where you're trying to relax after work stresses you out.
Love the theme.
So you're going to do recreational activities. You're trying to spend money, go to a theme park. You're going on vacation and stuff. But eventually you have to go back to work, which is where you get your money, which is good, but it also stresses you out.
But you can also work. You can like strike to get more vacation time. You can strike to close the wage gap. You can do all these different things.
You must strike to make your life better because you work way too many hours for way too little pay.
And you have to strike
and all that. It's a great game. I think teaches a good lesson of like fight with your overlords and stuff and get better working conditions so that you don't hate your life.
It's a pretty. It's not a super heavy. It's a little worker placement game, and
awesome.
it's a good weight. It's a nice,
good weight game.
5 Tribes, Mikey. We played a little 5 Tribes.
5 Tribes.
Yeah, me too. 5 Tribes is great. It's all these different tiles out on the board, and you have all these different meeples out. It's Moncala. You pick some tiles up. You have to drop them down as you go. Wherever you land, you take all the meeples of that color, and then you do the action on that tile, which might allow you to do a whole bunch of different stuff. But if you ever clear a tile out completely of meeples, you then get to claim that tile, which will give you points. It's a whole bunch of different stuff. It's a game that like can be AP inducing because there's just so many options. There's a couple expansions. The expansions are great. 5 Tribes is absolutely outstanding.
It's so good. It's so good. We got Fleet the Dice game, which is a roll and write version of Fleet, which you actually have played, but I couldn't care less. I just want to play the dice game. It's super cool where you're going fishing and stuff. You're trying to get fishing boats into the water so you can catch more fish. You're trying to go to the wharf in the town and stuff to build buildings and stuff, all worth points, but really you're trying to get fishes, but it's combos on combos on combos. So many things give you bonuses and coins and stuff, which give you stars, which you can build in more bubbles. It's just great.
It's
Bonus
great.
City.
Flooding Souls is a 2-player little game, 2-player set collection drafting game, kind of Seven Wonders duel style, where you have a big pyramid of cards, and as you draft cards, more cards become available, and you're collecting sets of butterflies. It's a really, really cute little game that's very much a filler game. And you play a best of 3, which how you know it's really a filler game, and it's a great little set collection game. It's small, about this big. Again, it's not changing the wheel, but it's a really good little game, and the board will set up in a different way every single time, which is really, really nice. It's a great little game.
Yeah, and we haven't played Dwellings of Dervale, but I think we'll enjoy it.
We'll probably enjoy it.
Food Chain Magnate.
I'm sorry, you can talk about this crap.
I played about it. Nick doesn't like it.
I never played it. I don't want to play it. It looks like a prototype. I refuse to play it.
It's a fun game where you're trying to build up and advertise certain types of foods that hopefully my restaurant provides. So people want to buy my food from my place, and you're trying to make money. It's a game that's like insane, and I'm like, I get it, but I don't get it, and it's hard. But it's,
every time you're like, I don't know what I was doing.
I think it's probably a little too brutal. Making pizza. It's like, this is a game where it's like, if your first turn is bad, you're done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't love games where it's like that much
I
pressure.
want to be able to adapt.
Food Chain Magnate is cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
I'll never play it.
That's fine. Played Fox in the Forest Duet.
Du Fuchs und Wild
Dude, the reason I don't have time to get into, but basically wouldn't export unless I had the German version. But Fox in the Forest Duet is a 2-player cooperative version of Fox in the Forest, a trick-taking game.
Outstanding.
Where now you're trying to get these gems off this forest, but you want to move toward my end of the forest if I win tricks, or your ends if you win tricks. We don't want to go too far because we go off the board, we get punished. You're trying to remove those gems in 3 rounds. Really great trick-taking game.
Really, that trick-taking, it's outstanding. All right, we have Friday. Mike, you played Friday.
Friday's a solo game where you are trying to help out Robinson Crusoe. You were playing Friday, and you're like helping him overcome tasks and stuff, but Robinson's pretty dumb and isn't good at stuff. So it's a kind of press your luck or risk management game. It's really great, hard solo game. Really love that. Friday's great.
Conrad said you're paying $100 for a print and play. Talk about Mojang Magnet.
That's true.
You ain't wrong.
That's true.
Gingerbread House.
Praise be. We got time for praise be.
Do we need to say anything else?
No, this is a game where you're stacking up gingerbread in a house so that you can kill fairy tale creatures. Boom.
Praise be. What's next? Gloomhaven. Mike, did we play Gloomhaven this year?
We played all of Gloomhaven in 1 week.
What?
Nick.
That's crazy. You should watch a video of that if there's one out there.
Do it. You know we like Gloomhaven because we played all of it in a week.
And we
still
love it.
And would still play it. That's how much we like it. Hit it.
Yeah, absolutely love it. Go watch that video.
It's never one game. You get it. Gods Love Dinosaurs is an interesting hex omino. We have 2 hexes that are glued together in a domino, and you're putting them out to do these types of landscapes and stuff. And then as different columns of these tiles that you draft from get emptied, you activate that animal. There's like rats and rabbits that are prey animals that multiply, and then there's predators that you want to eat the prey so that they can survive and thrive. And then you have dinosaurs, which are the ultimate apex predator, which can eat predators and prey to lay eggs and get you points.
And
so
it kind of falls in that same like
ecosystem game.
Cascaded Calico with like really simple rules, but a really tough spatial puzzle. It's really fun.
It's really awesome.
We played Grand Austria Hotel. Grand Austria Hotel is one of our favorite games. It's a game about running a hotel. It's a game that's absolutely brutal. You're just never going to be able to do everything you want to. You're trying to get guests into your cafe. You're trying to feed them. If you feed them, they'll come stay in your hotel, which is kind of a weird concept. I've never been at a Taco Bell and be like, you know what? I like that burrito. I'm staying here tonight.
I have.
But apparently that's how it goes in Austria. I did not know that.
Rules out there.
I've only been there very briefly. It was a great town, Vienna. But nonetheless, Grand Austria Hotel is one of our favorite games. Great Euro game. We're getting loose. We're like 4.5 hours in.
Yeah, you know. Hadara is a game that I really want the expansion for because I think it needs a little bit more. But you're drafting out these cards and stuff that'll bump tracks. Nick, what do we like to do? Bump those tracks.
We're bumping tracks.
Right, so you're bumping tracks, which will give you military and income and culture and stuff, and then agriculture. And you're trying to build up over the round. So this is a game where you feel like you get a lot done because you're just going to build these tracks up and up and up, and you never go back down. Very satisfying. Hadara is cool. It's kind of that Civ theming of games. It's very nice and colorful.
Played Herbaceous. Herbaceous is a great little game with Beth Sobel art where you're trying to collect different sets of
Look at those
herbs and stuff like that. You have these 4 different like pots you can plant those herbs in, and one of the pots wants a whole bunch of different herbs. One wants all the same herbs. One wants pairs of herbs. That kind of stuff. It's really, really great. Great family game. We play with our brother and sister. We absolutely adore it.
It's a bomb. Hero Realms is a straight up deck building game where you're going to try to get cards and play and bash up on your opponent and then buy better cards to bash up on your opponent. Whoever bashes up on their opponent first wins. Play with the hero packs and you get a little bit of asymmetry. The game is great.
And it's great. You start in the middle of it where you're already badass. You start right there. It's awesome.
Yeah, and it goes up from there. Hex Roller is a themeless roller, right, that we quite like, where you're going to roll dice out and put them into groups of there's 3 3s and 4 4s or whatever. Bam, you place those down. You choose one of those and you write 4s in a bunch of different hexes and stuff, and you're trying to complete areas of hexes. You're trying to build trails from one printed 4 to another printed 4 and things like that.
Yeah, it's really good.
It's a cool themeless one, right? Just puzzly. It's great.
High Society is a really great auction game. We also play with our brother and sister we like a lot. It's a game where you're auctioning. You're trying to get these.
that as like a brother and sister who we like a lot. Which
no,
we do.
I meant to say we like this game a lot.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, we're fond of our brother and sister as well. Yeah, but nonetheless, this is a game where you're auctioning on different fancy stuff. The fancy stuff has points on it. Whoever's most points wins. But whoever spent the most money at the end of the game, they're out of the game.
Now you're poor. We don't like
Kiwi style. And so that little mechanic makes it really, really good because you can't spend too much money, but you need to have the most points.
Spend almost all of your money.
Exactly. It's pretty darn good.
Honey Buzz is a fantastic game from Elf Creek Games where you are bees and you're building out a hive in order to satisfy economic needs. It's
weird.
You're trying to produce different types of honey, which you can then do contract fulfillment to different animals who are like, want honey. And it's great. It's a fantastic game that's bee economics. It's so good. I cannot wait for the fall flavors expansion.
I know, right? I'm really excited about that.
Honga, you gotta make Honga happy.
You gotta make Honga happy.
Fantastic action selection game.
Yeah, it's a really interesting action selection game where you have these cards that have 4 different quadrants on them with a certain amount of hands. The hands are amount of actions you can do, and you have to orient them in certain ways. Whatever the hands are pointing to, you'll do that action that many times. It's a really cool action selection system that is really great. What's up?
Just time, dude. Just freaking out. We need to be past this point. Horrified is great. We talk about Horrified American Monsters. This is the precursor. If you like the Universal monsters like Frankenstein, Invisible Man, you're going to want to play this one. It's beautiful. Go.
If you're watching this after the fact, by the way, it's 141. We have to be done by 2.
Illusion is like you made an illusion.
It's a really cool game where you're trying to put things in order.
Wash colors.
Yep.
You're trying to see like what percentage of this card is a red,
Blue.
and you're trying to put things in order from low to high. So you're like, this must have 8% blue, but things are messing with your mind because it looks like there's a lot of blue, but it's not actually that much blue. It's a Wonderful World. It's a fantastic card drafting game where you are trying to
There's a new one of these,
draft
right?
these
Medieval World.
yeah, like a 2-player version.
Yeah.
Oh, right, Lucky Duck, our sponsor. And you are trying to put things down. Get cubes, produce those cubes, put those cards down, and build up this engine of stuff. It's awesome. What's a Wonderful World is great.
We're fine. Everything's fine. Giant Pour is a great 2-player game where you are trying to collect cards and turn those cards to get gems, which have points on them. Really, really great 2-player game.
Set collection stuff, yeah.
Very quick filler game. Outstanding. Really wonderful.
Kanagawa, the game all about becoming an artist, and you are studying to become an artist by building up these cards in your studio, which give you ability to paint different types of landscapes and stuff. And then you're going to be actually painting that landscape out onto the upper half of your player board. Once you get to 11, the game ends. So you win. The game ends and stuff. You might want to have, you're trying to go for different diplomas and stuff. So you might have characters that feature a lot of, cards that feature a lot of characters or trees. And you get these diplomas
we just love
for
games so much, we
points.
can't help but talk about
I know. Okay, it's good. It's really good.
Karuba is another great Hobbit game where you are essentially, it's a game you can
like
play.
the original roll and write.
It's kind of the original roll and write where you're trying to get these different temples. You're kind of like Indiana Jones going through, and everyone has the same tiles, and you flip over a tile, and everyone has to put that tile in their board somewhere. You're trying to get there first because get more points if you get to the temples first. It's really great. Key Flow we talked about earlier.
We like it better than Key Flower because it's a card drafting version of Key Flower. It's a little less brutal, and it takes a lot of some of the spatial weirdness out of and harshness of Key Flower. It makes it easier. King Domino is a great game. I like King Domino Origins better, but King Domino is a fantastic game where you're placing dominoes out. You got to match landscapes and stuff. You want to multiply
one of the best
big areas of land times the amount of crowns there.
Classic is a great tabletop game, kind of like air hockey, where you're trying to hit the ball into the hole. Underwood's got these cool magnets. A couple different ways to lose, which makes it nice. It's not just about scoring the point. You can lose a couple different ways. Makes it great. Classic is way more fun than it should be.
Lanterns Dice is a great game where you are playing kind of a follow-up to Lanterns and stuff, where now it's a roll and write. You're going to create an assembly of 4 dice and stuff, which will give people certain colors, and you're going to be filling in these little pools on your board, which you can then put firework tiles over. You're trying to have a firework thing. It's a pretty puzzly roll and write game that's actually harder than the base game of Lanterns. It's just a tile laying game, which is pretty cool.
It's good. It's definitely good.
Lanterns is like the preprecursor to Lanterns Dice, man, where you're placing things out to have these cool lanterns on the water to please the Emperor. It's very nice.
Hit it though.
What's next?
Legendary.
Legendary is a deck building game, classic deck builder game based on all of your Marvel characters. There was a billion characters now.
Choose 5 characters. You're going against a
them
big
all
bad.
Up.
It's really fun. I still love it.
Fantastic game.
Lost Ruins of Arnox. Someone was asking about it earlier. We played this game a lot. We love this game so much. It's a worker placement / deck building game. We just played the expansion. We just had a video about the expansion come out on our channel on Monday, or rather Wednesday. Check it out. Watch it. It's a good video, and the game is outstanding.
Expedition Leaders is a great add to that game. Lord of the Rings, Journeys to Middle-earth is a game I always want to play
this game this year?
more, but we played this game this year.
Didn't know that.
This is a game where you are palling around in Middle-earth having a fun time, and it's a game that's based on the Mansions of Madness, where it's run by an app, so the what tiles populate and stuff will be randomized. There's story elements, and it does the thing where if you mess up in this first chapter 2 will be harder, so it has that memory and stuff. Uses technology in a really cool way. It's obviously in the Lord of the Rings mythos, which we love.
It's really, really great. Manhattan Project Energy Empire. This is a really great game, kind of a sequel to Manhattan Project, where you are building out like an energy empire, and you have all this different stuff, but you're kind of polluting, and you don't want to do that. But you're building all this different industries. You're trying to make a bunch of energy. It's really cool because you're putting out workers, but you have to recall those workers. You put them back out,
clean up the area. You want to have no pollution
and
stuff.
It's really fun. Really, really fun.
We actually didn't play Kohaku, so you didn't miss it, but we did.
We played Maracaibo this year.
We played Maracaibo this year.
Didn't remember that.
I think it was in January this year.
Really excited about the expansion.
Super excited for the expansion, the Uprising expansion. I think
really
it's
excited
great. It's
about
going to fix up some of those things with history and deal with it a little bit more earnestly. And remember that, hey, people were oppressed, and maybe let's write something where it's about the oppressors being dealt with by the oppressed, which I think is great.
Which is cool. I'm very excited about the expansion. Did like the game, though. Yeah. More Luke Glory. Yeah, I know, right? We did have a couple of things in there.
Luke Glory. Marco Polo 2 in the service of the con. I played some board game arenas to follow up to obviously Marco Polo, and we sort of like clicked on stuff randomly until we figured out the game.
That's right.
But it's really solid. If you like Marco Polo, I think you'll like Marco Polo 2.
Probably.
I probably like Marco Polo 2 a little bit better than Marco Polo, But they're not the same, but they are similar.
They're very similar. They're like 75% the same game.
Yeah,
Marco Polo 2 to me is an expansion of Marco Polo. We did talk about Merv. Someone asked like 3 hours ago if we're going to talk about Merv. We are. It's right
talking
here.
about it right now.
Merv is so good. It's got a really interesting
road.
action selection system where there's this grid in the middle. You're putting out buildings. However many buildings you have in that row, you can do those actions essentially that many times. It's really, really good. One of the prettiest games ever. And it's nice because there's essentially like 4 or 5 different things you can do, and you really need to focus on like one of those. So it's like in every game, you're like, you know what? This time I'm going to go up the mosque track. This one I'm going to do caravans. And so you can kind of choose each time.
We've been drinking bubblies to stay
We got Buble. We got all the
Buble. I
Buble.
appreciate you. I'm going to eat right after this. Merv, Heart of the Silk Road is fantastic.
That's all it is,
Beautiful,
Merv.
one of the most pretty
Let's go.
games ever. Miyabi is a fantastic polyomino tile placement game where you are similar to other things we've talked about. You're going to be you're building out a garden and stuff. You're going to be placing these tiles that have grass and then some icon. And so the icons have to be in certain rows, like stones and stuff are only in the bottom row and fish are only in the middle row and stuff. And you have to build in each column once, meaning the little figure that you're seeing has to be in each column one time in the round. And you're trying to build out and then up. And basically every time you play a tile, you will score some amount of points, either 1, 2, or 3, based on what's on the tile itself. And then if it's on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, or 5th level, it'd be multiplied by that amount. So you're building out and then up. And it's just a great game, and those kind of lines of like build a nice base, build stuff up is something that I think we always enjoy in games.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, be solid.
All right, Mr. Jack
Pocket.
Pocket.
Mr. Jack Pocket on my telephone. It's a 2-player, smaller version of Mr. Jack. Mr. Jack's also a 2-player game where you're Sherlock Holmes and stuff, and you're trying to find, I guess, Moriarty amongst all the suspects and stuff. It's a really cool game. This one is very interesting and spatial, where you sort of like, it's all about visibility. You look down paths, and you're trying to whittle out who does not belong, who's not a suspect, and who is still. Yep. Cool game, very hard.
Yeah, I want to try that one. Nagaraju is a little Bruno Catala 2-player game where you are essentially kind of Indiana Jones exploring a temple. You're trying to be the first one to get to 25 points. You have your own board, and you're getting these tiles. They'll have paths that go to the edge of your board. When you get to the edge of your board, you get to flip over a tile that have a certain amount of points on it. And you're basically trying to get to 25 points earliest. There are also cursed treasures on there, which give you a lot of points. But if you ever overturn all 3 of your cursed treasures, you lose immediately.
You want to play
couple different ways to win.
Bit.
Really tough game, but really fun. I like Nagaraju. Kind of went under the radar, unfortunately.
Board Game Bree says putting workers out, calling them back is the primary mechanism in dwellings of Eldervale. Also Luke Glory, that he loves that thing. Nations of Dice game is a cool, very quick version of Nations with dice, where you're kind of moving through 3 eras of civilization from antiquity onward, and you're just using those dice to kind of produce resources and stuff and play these tiles out. It's very light, very accessible. You're building wonders of the world, all that kind of Civ theming game in a very 20-minute game, really.
Yeah, number 9 is a game where you're stacking little number tiles, and you have to stack them on top. You can't ever, you have to put them on top. Basically, the higher the numbers are, the more points are going to be worth. If you have a number 9 that's on level 3, it's going to be worth 27 points. We also saw someone recently play this game with 9 different copies of number 9, which I thought was such a cool idea, which we might try and steal, because I love that idea.
Paladins of the West Kingdom is a game we really love. It's really fantastic. My maybe the favorite in the West Kingdom trilogy. Patchwork Doodle is a roll and write version of Patchwork.
I love it a lot.
Draw the quilt, don't quilt the quilt, draw the quilt.
Draw the quilt. It's a really good one. Patchwork, also a great game. This is a tile laying game, kind of started the polyomino tile craze, we think. Really good game, tough game. Pictomania is a drawing game where you're trying to draw quickly, but you still have to draw well, because you want people to guess what you're drawing, but you also want to draw fast so you can guess other people's stuff first.
Before they guess it,
really works well. It's a very fun little party game.
All right, Point Salad's a fantastic set collection game. You can play with just about anybody, where you're collecting different vegetables and putting them into sets, hopefully at the end of the game for you. Most carrots or whatever.
One of the best filler games, one of the best gateway games. It's absolutely outstanding. Potion Explosion is a game where you are, it's kind of like Candy Crush, the game where you're getting these marbles out of this big contraption. You're using those marbles to put on the potions.
Blow up.
Once you fill up that potion with what it needs, you then get that potion, which gives you a little bit of special power. You're trying to score points. It's really, really good.
It's really fantastic. What do we got here? We've got QE. It's a fantastic auctioning game that has no limits on how much you can spend, but similar to High Society, if you spend the most, you're out of the game.
Indeed, really good game. Really good auction game. Raiders of the North Sea. I actually didn't play this. You played this.
I did. It's a worker placement game. It's really fantastic, where you can put a worker out. You're basically gaining resources and stuff. Then once you have crew and resources, you go up and you raid different outposts and stuff and fortresses and things to get your kind of big haul of points and stuff. It's a really fun worker placement game.
It's a good intro worker placement game.
Great intro worker placement.
Good intro worker placement game. Railroad Inc., which is a good little roll and write, tough roll and write, where you're rolling out these dice, and you have to put in these highways and these railways into this little grid, and you're basically trying to connect them to the edge of the board as many times as you possibly can. But it's really tough because you're at the mercy die. Whatever gets rolled, you have to use that, and it just messes you up the whole time, but it's really fun.
It's rough, but so good. So fun. Raj the Ganges, the Dice Charmer, is a fantastic roll and write. Might be my favorite right now, where
Also,
it
Raj the
re-implements
Ganges.
Raj the Ganges is a fantastic game where you're trying to build out these tiles, build pathways, and build out your kind of whole estate and palace and stuff. And you're racing to get your income, your money, and your fame to cross paths both in Raj's and Raj's Dice.
Both outstanding.
Really fantastic games.
Really well.
Raj's Dice is combo-tastic. Yeah, I love it.
Rap God's a game by a good friend, Omari, where you were putting on a cool rap career. You start off as a rapper, you start off
Kind of
at
a
the bottom.
story-building game,
You're
yeah.
building up swag, street cred, mic skills, and different things to essentially do these to get different skills and build out your career. It's a very kind of cool way to show a whole career and have all these different cool things. It's a very light game, but we really like it a lot.
Yeah, love you back, Slivers. And GB says, Raiders of North Sea still a favorite of the JB household.
I
I
bet.
love it. Remember Our Trip is an interesting spatial puzzle game where you are remembering where you all went in Kyoto or Singapore, but none of you might agree on where the parks and the hospitals
You're
were.
all drunk.
Or the hotels and stuff. And so it's an interesting game where you're trying to play out these tiles and it's very tight, very kind of crunchy. And it plays the idea of memory, which is cool.
It's very, very unique.
Yeah.
Res Arcana, this is a game, actually, I didn't play this.
I played this on BGA and stuff. This is a game that I'm so terrifically bad at. And I don't know if it's just I'm bad at or if it's a terrible game. I think it's probably the former, but I get crushed in this game every time. I never get anything going. I'm like, I
never
need
really
to like
liked this
study
game.
or something. Like, what am I doing wrong?
This thing, every time we played, I'm always like,
Like, it's so
why
jacked
don't I
up.
like this game? I never really do. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure why. It's probably because I'm bad at it. Rococo is a game that I really like. This is a game where you are a seamster. You're putting together cool coats and dresses. You're trying to get them in the king's ball. And it's great. It's a tough little
You're funding artists and
artists and that
musicians
kind of
and
stuff. Little deck building game. It's really, really good. We haven't played the new version. We've only played this version. Really love it though. Really want to play the new version. Absolutely adore Coco. We played Role Player. Role Player is a cool game where you are rolling out a character for something like a D&D campaign. It's a really kind of meta game where the game is rolling out the character, not actually playing D&D, which is kind of interesting. But Role Player is really, really fun. You have different characters. They have different attributes they want, and it's a very fun game. I like Role Player a lot. It's very cool.
We have not played the Takeno expansion yet, Crook, but we will. Rush MD is a real-time game where you are doctors and nurses and you are trying to cure patients and stuff. It's follow-up to Kitchen Rush. It's really fun because this gets rid of some of the fiddliness of like not need to have a certain amount of money, but it gives you basically mini games where you have to get a patient in, diagnose them, figure out what's going on with them, and then cure them. And so it's got a lot of really fun production elements, little syringes and stuff. You have to play with a lot of dexterity stuff. So fun.
Really
such a fun real-time game. Really goofy.
Really, really outstanding. Sorry, I didn't click the thing. Really good. Played Sagrada. We finally got Sagrada. We've been wanting Sagrada for a while. This is a great game. We're building a stained glass window, kind of like Sudoku, where you're rolling out these dice. You can't have the same numbers next to each other, can't have the same colors next to each other, and you're also trying to fulfill different tasks and stuff like that. It's really great, really gorgeous.
Oh, Crystal, thank you so much. If you don't mind, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, give this video a thumbs up. We appreciate you. Scythe is a great game, classic Stonemaier game. I've been playing digitally, which I hate the app. It works great until it really doesn't for you because you can't undo. Make an undo button.
Indeed, Scythe is great,
Jeebs. Make it do. The Scythe is good. You know that.
We have Seasons. Seasons is one of the first engine builders we've ever played, rather. So it's a game where you are getting these different cards that have different abilities, and you have these element tokens, and you have earth, wind, air, earth, wind, fire, water.
Yep.
And you're basically use those to put these cards into play. They do a whole bunch of different stuff. Really great game. Really, really outstanding.
Boom. We got Shakespeare. It's a great game. I'm putting on a theatrical play to please the Queen. We love Shakespeare. I love theater. This has great art. It's a fantastic action selection game. Still works really well. Sierra West.
Sierra West is one of my favorite games. It's my favorite game of 2018. I still really like it. I love Pioneer games. This is a game with a whole bunch of different modules. And Johnny Pack again. And you're kind of a slow deck building, a little bit of workplace. Got a lot of little aspects to it, not any really big one. A couple different modules. I really like it. It's kind of a hit or miss for a lot of people, but I really, really enjoy it.
I think it's great. I think it's great. Silver and Gold's fantastic. Praise be. Flip and fill game where you are trying to X off parts of a map in these polyomino shapes, and once you complete a map, you get a new map tile. As many map tiles as you can get is good.
Is good.
Bonuses to be had. Small World's a game that we just don't play very often anymore, but I do enjoy it.
I still enjoy it.
I play it digitally now, and it's just like a solid area control game. Really cool the way you can put combinations together. Classic game, Small World.
Gotta go. It's good. Yeah. Sonora is a croak and write. It's a flick. It's a roll and write with flicking. That's how you get yourself as flicking. Really cool take on a roll and write system. Really love Sonora. Combo-tastic. It's outstanding. Space Base.
Space Base is a game where you're rolling out dice and stuff, and then everyone gets to activate things based on what you've built, or if it's not your turn, if I have stuff that's been sort of upgraded and all, I'll get little bits of goods and stuff. You're trying to get to 40 points. It's great.
Stop Theme is a game where you are trying to collectively find a thief. They're going around stealing. It's a game done through an app, and the app will give you audio clues. Use those audio clues to figure out where they are. We play this game with chat a lot. Check us out, twitch.tv/Murph.
Boom!
And it's really good. Thank you, Sponsor Daddies, because we love restoration games.
Restoration. Suburbia is a great tile laying game where you're building out a suburb and stuff. It's all about adjacency with what's next to what. It's a downer to put a graveyard next to an elementary school, so probably don't do that. It might lose you points. But if you put restaurants and stuff near the business district, you might get points in income and sort of prestige and how you get population, which really are your points.
Really
super good.
Sushi Roll, praise be.
Praise be to
Praise be. This is the best version of Sushi Go, any of those things. It's a drafting version, but instead of card drafting, it's dice drafting, and it just works way better. It's a little bit simpler, but it works great. If you like Sushi Go, try Sushi Roll. It's, in our opinion, the pinnacle of the sushi.
The dice
games.
don't taste like sushi. That's my only knock. Twat and Suyu, we played this last night. We played this last year. It's a big T game. You're going to see a bunch of those coming up right now.
Yep.
Twat and Suyu is a game where you're in the Inca Empire and you are putting these workers out onto this hill, this mountain. And based on where you go, you get to do different tasks that are surrounding it. It's all about color adjacency. The color of workers you use come with powers and stuff like that. There's a lot of really fun things. This is a game that we really love to explore. Twat and Suyu is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely love Twat and Suyu.
Oh my gosh,
it's another big T game. Yeah,
another big T game.
This is a game that I can't grok this game. I don't know why.
This game is a tight game where you are there's this obelisk and you're trying to draft dice from around it to do different actions. It's a very tight game resource-wise. It's heavy, it's crunchy. I enjoy it and stuff, but it's hard.
It's hard. It's hard. Teotihuacan, that's a game that I can grok and I like more than Tekkenu.
A little bit more accessible than Tekkenu, which is really good. Love Teotihuacan.
Terraforming Mars.
The
classic.
Still good.
It's still good. I still like it. I like Terraforming Mars a lot. Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition a lot better, but I still love Terraforming Mars. Also, I'll probably only play it digitally now.
Well, we got digital, so we're ready to go.
I do like
Prelude on digital. Yes.
The Bloody Inn. This is another game that we kind of evangelize a lot. This is a very tight game where you are a inn owner and your family owns the inn. You decide to kill your guests instead of having them stay there, steal their money. It's really tight, very tough puzzle to really tough balance in this game, but really good despite the macabre theme.
It's great. We got the Isle of Cats. So this is a game where you are trying to draft cards and do different stuff to get cats aboard your ship and stuff. We've been playing mostly like the roll and write version or flip and fill version lately, and it's really great. Isle of Cats is awesome.
We were also mostly a no-go on Tashini. Most of the stuff was played before all the stuff came out. The Prodigal's Club, which is my second favorite game of all time. I absolutely adore it. This is a game where you are trying to lose all your money, lose all your friends, and lose an election. It's a very tough worker placement game, very tight game, but a really fun, weird theme that just makes the game feel lighter, even though it's a very like, how am I going to get everything done kind of game, but even then, with the theme makes it a lot better.
It's awesome. Pursuit of Happiness is all about living out, ideally in our world, the weirdest possible life where you're going to be going through life and you're going to be getting jobs, and working jobs, you're going to have hobbies, you're going to have projects you do, items and collections you buy and stuff. It's about how you spend your time in life to create the most happiness. Long-term happiness is your point. I think it's a great theme for a game. It's a really fun game because you can make your life weird.
It's super weird. Classic Quedlinburg. This game is one of the biggest games of the last 5 years, and I think for good reason. It's a push your luck game. You're pulling out shits out of a bag, putting them in your cauldron, hoping your cauldron doesn't explode. It's really, really fun. We really like it a lot. Classic Quedlinburg is one of those games that's going to be kind of an evergreen for us, and I love introducing new people to it because they just are like, this is so fun. Yeah, and I agree.
It's awesome. The Quest for El Dorado is a great racing game where you are.
Never seen that cover before.
Neither have I. It looks
what
beautiful.
Is that cover?
It's a Vincent Dutrait cover. Where you are, it's not the one we had enough time for this, Nick. You're going to be doing deck building and stuff to ultimately move through jungles and cities.
Really good.
You're trying to race to get to the first one at El Dorado. It's a great game.
Good intro to deck building too.
It's fantastic. The racing element's so fun.
Absolutely.
The Red Cathedral from De Beer Games. We're going to be building up the Red Cathedral and sort of have the most in each spire. You want to have the most stuff that you worked on and you want to decorate it and stuff and make it nice.
This is a game. It's kind of hard to describe, but I do like this game. I feel like I don't like it as much as everyone else likes it, but I do like this game a lot. It's a cool game that's got, it just works well. Through the Ages, we didn't play this game physically ever. We played this game digitally, and
it's so good.
Through the Ages, it's still great. The digital version is outstanding.
Big old card game going through civs and stuff. Ticket to Ride, I played a bunch of Ticket to Rides. They're all good. Ticket to Ride's great.
Ticket to Ride is great.
All right, Tidal Blades.
We played Tidal Blades, Heroes of the Reef. This is a big, crazy game where you're going around to all these different spots. You're competing to try to become a Tidal Blade, doing all these challenges, rolling out these dice. These dice have a tech tree, and you can upgrade those dice to get better stuff. Monsters are coming in. I'm really excited for the...
It's 2, so we're going to let this thing roll. Here we go.
Oh,
all right, Tides of Madness is a card drafting game.
Two-player drafting game, great game.
With Cthulhu theming on it. So
Tiny Towns, not a very tiny game, but a really tough, brutal game where you're building a tiny little town.
Resources,
it's awesome.
Build parts of a town. Trees of Magicians is a game that's too obtuse for me to
Cannot
really get.
grok
it's the
this
game that missed from Board and Dice, but we love them anyway. Zolkin is a fantastic game, again, by Tashini, so you got to deal with that and stuff, but it's a great game in the Mayan civilization.
You played Unfortunate Skies, it's a solo game.
It's a solo game with dice and stuff. You're dealing with like aliens that are falling down toward you and trying to mitigate that and blow them up and stuff.
Yeah, it seems really cool. You got Underwater Seas by Vladimir Suki. This is a game I also don't like as much as everyone else, but it's kind of like a engine building game a la Terraforming Mars.
Yeah.
Unmatched Battle of Legends.
Battling game where you have different people. You want to know what happened with Sinbad and fighting raptors? Now you can find out.
Yeah, you can fight stuff up. It's kind of very, very good game. I like a lot. Villainous. This is a game where you're playing someone from the Disney or I guess Marvel universe. It's
all under Disney though.
And, yeah, I guess that's all true. And so, and you're villains and stuff, and you're all very asymmetric, trying to do different stuff. It's a very cool game. That I always want to like more than we do.
Yeah, Viscounts of the West Kingdom is probably my favorite from the West Kingdom series. We just played the expansion stuff for this. It's a really great game around a rondel. You're moving around this board. It's really cool.
Be a video for the expansions coming out on Monday. Watch it. It's going to be great.
I'm watching 2x speed. You are now.
Viticulture is my favorite game ever made. I have a winery. You're building out a winery. It's a worker placement game. It's my favorite game ever made. Still is. Absolutely adore it.
So good. War of the Ring, Lord of the Rings in a box, and it's great and epic as it should be. Two-player game, obviously.
Welcome to is one of the games that kind of got roll and writes really going. Kind of a heavier roll and write at the time, especially. And
put addresses in different streets on a suburb and stuff. You're trying to beautify the suburbs, get pools in the house. A really fun game.
It's a very good game, crunchy game. It's nice.
Crunchy one.
Wendake, this is a game where you're the Wendat tribe and you're essentially trying to build out the land. You're trying to harvest the stuff and like get beavers and stuff like that.
Hunting and things.
It has a really, really cool action selection system where your actions are constantly cycling through, and it's really, really cool. And it does.
You got 4 tracks, and only the 2 on the top, or the 1 on the top and the 1 on the bottom, they're the lowest score. So you ultimately need to balance.
You kind of have to do a little bit of everything.
The game
really, really good. Really good game.
We got Western Legends. I play it every year. It's a sandbox game. It's set in the West, and I just enjoy it. You can rob trains and do a bunch of Western stuff and catch bandits or be an outlaw if you want.
Play Wingspan. Wingspan is a great game. I love Wingspan to death. Love it with the expansions. Now that we have the Oceanic expansion, we're like never going back. We're only ever going to play with it. But this is an evergreen. I think this game is going to be
birdwatching.
One of the biggest games of all time. I think Wingspan's absolutely incredible.
Yep. All right, World's Fair 1893 is a great area control game where you were at the World's Fair. Every card has a bunch of history and stuff on it. Get the new version that includes more black history and stuff because black folks were not allowed at the World's Fair. And so this way, put it in there so we can celebrate black folks from our history.
That's right.
That are important innovators. And that's it.
That's it. Boom.
Boom.
Easy.
Barely after time. It's 2:03. That's not bad.
How long have we been streaming? 4.5 hours. That's fine. Easy. Non-stop talking. That is our wrap reviews for 2021 where we reviewed every single game. We probably missed a couple games. I know I missed a couple games. Whatever.
Most everything. It's about 240 games, though.
About 240 games or so. Let us know down in the comments below or in the chat. We're about to leave, though. What was your favorite game of the year, new to you and old to you? And thanks for being here. We really appreciate it. I want to give a big shout out before we leave to Restoration Games, Lucky Duck Games, and Board Game Geek, the channel sponsors of the Brothers Smurfs.
Sponsors. We
appreciate y'all so much. That was like 240 reviews in 4.5 hours. It was a lot. We went a little slower than we should have.
Well, we like to talk about games. That's the problem.
We got there in the end. Thank you so much for being here. We're toying around with the idea of doing wrap reviews live every month instead of doing them filmed. So we'll kind of see. If you like this, let us know down in the comments below. But nonetheless, we're going to get out of here because you boys got to go see an apartment.
Thanks for a great 2021, everybody. What a great year.
I would love to rate someone, Mike, but guess what? We can't because we're on YouTube. And YouTube sucks at live stuff.
Hey, YouTube, we love you, but you're bad. Be better. Be Twitch. Go to Twitch, everybody who's watching. Seriously,
follow us on Twitch. We're going to be live tonight playing Horrified American Monsters. Hopefully we'll see you then. We love you all to death. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for people who are just hanging out in the chat with us. This was so much fun.
Smash that like button. We appreciate you.
Smash that like button, please. We love you all to death. Thanks for going through this marathon with us. This was a weird, crazy idea, but we're glad we did. I had a good time.
Yeah, it was super duper fun. We love all of y'all. Here's to 2022. Another great year of gaming ahead. Let's get after it.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.